I chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No. Is that emo?
Yeah,
I would say
absolutely.
Oh, it is emo.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I said. And people were like,
not tragedies. Yeah.
Even if some things aren't the standard emo, if it's like adopted by the emo culture, I feel like that makes it emo as well.
okay, let me see. Let me think. Is this emo? Is this emo? Stubbing your toe on the side of a chair.
No, that just sucks.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am going to video game myself. This is literally it. This is the point. This is why I don't this is what it is. This is you don't have any other fucking situation where you have a shit ton of cyber stalkers that get together, congregate in a fucking Reddit and like upvote this shit into oblivion out of fucking context. Look at this. Talk about my dad and shit. This crushing wind has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town. Wherever chatters go when I start to game. Surrounded, but I'm so alone. I'm so well known, but no one knows the isolation of this online fame. I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? That privacy is sacrificed. My every word is analyzed. The line between adoration and obsession. The constant chase for content. The shock of cruelty from faceless names. And if I fail, will they understand? And if I fall, will they lend a hand? Crushing weight has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town. Wherever chatters go when I start to game. I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? It just sucks. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Piker broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, but actually gloomy California, Los Angeles. This is People Farm Super People on Twitter for $3 in revenue with clips like this by Kem Kardashian, another Kem Kardashian banger. It's taking me back to Ohio. It's such a good song. It's actually like just a solid song. It gets stuck in my head when I actually play it, which is why I usually don't play it. Anyway, it's mostly sunny here in California right now. It's 74 degrees, but this morning it was doomy and gloomy while I was working out. So I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No. I saw you on CNN this morning when you were interviewed at the NC. I know I'm going to be talking about that. Donny O'Sullivan's article is going to come out soon tomorrow, and they're doing a lot of promo for it. It's kind of fun seeing like all the machinations of like how CNN will put together a project and then like how they promote it internally, that kind of thing. Is this a filler episode? Absolutely not. There are no fillers on the Hassan broadcast. Okay, all thrills, no frills. Okay, so yeah, don't defend that POS. What are we talking about? Anyway, immaculate vibes are on the table. It's Saturday fun day. We're going to be doing obviously some fun reacts, some light news coverage, of course. There is no One Piece update, but there is an update on my life. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Piker. Last night I ended the broadcast at 8 hours. Your best friend is actually a senior citizen today. I know. Happy birthday to Willard Eber Savage Neff. He is now officially 35 years old, that beautiful man. So, folks, why? What was I going to say? So personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast. We watched a YouTube video that was really good, and I highly recommend you guys check it out. It's by Comrade Casey in the chat, also known as, I believe, North Star Radio. Is that what it is? Is that what his YouTube name is? I forget. But yeah, we I will not be watching the rest of it because it's just like unnecessary drama. Bro, why you pole dancing on IG? Gonna awake something in me? Oh yeah. But anyway, no, I did I'm not gonna finish the video, but you guys can watch it on your own time if you would like. You know, it's all good. I just don't want like I don't want drama to get in the way of like coverage, content, things that I want to talk about, and I fear that this is not an appropriate medium for it, considering that there's a lot of eyeballs and attention on people that like don't actually care about the content itself, don't care about the people involved, don't care about like the underlying genocide that is ongoing in the background of all of this, and they just want to fucking farm it. So I don't think it's a appropriate thing to do. I don't want to give them any fucking clout whatsoever. It's not about Ethan at all. It's not about like the crossover fans, like leftovers fans at all. You know, there are a lot of people who just like salivate at the prospect of making money off of this, especially those who are like permanently in support of Israel's genocide, and I don't think that that's cool. I don't want to give them extra fucking, ad revenue and dollars and stuff. So anyway, everyone should remain respectful for all parties, to all parties involved, regardless of what they may or may not say. I don't really personally care, and neither should you. All right, so please watch Crazy Wedding Drama. What the fuck is this?
I didn't realize that.
Okay, we'll look at it in a second. New TikTok drama. I still only got 11,000 likes though. It's not that big. Okay. It's fun day. Yes, we're not doing shitty stuff. We're doing fun stuff. What was I gonna say? Wait, what did you do after ending the broadcast? Need some parasocial scrums? Nothing. I shot my freaking podcast, man. Fear in. We shot the pod. Austin went to sleep immediately after the pod. I went to sleep shortly after the pod, and afterwards, what was I gonna say? Yeah, after that, guys, you're blasting me with so many goddamn things. Okay, calm down. I know. Calm down. Okay, I know so many things are happening. Yeah, I went to sleep. I woke up. I worked out, and it was upper body push pull day, and you got some good stuff out of it. Here you go. Okay. Doing some lat movement.
I sat down, cross, turning my neck, shut him up. I sat down, cross, turning my neck, shut him up. I sat down, cross, turning my neck, shut him up. I sat down, cross, turning my neck, shut him up. The billions plat that side. My ride trying to go for a ride. I put vet mines right on her thighs. I put the mask on cause I be fried. All red, I stay with the fast. All red, we pull up in five. All red, somebody died.
But yeah, hey, can you stop looking like that, please? No. 2.5 pounds. Yeah, I mean the weight is low. It's my last exercise that I'm doing. What's your body fat percentage? You look so lean. Probably like around 18% body fat right now. I don't know why some people in this community think it's bad to work out. I don't think anybody thinks it's bad to work out at this point. I think I've like, at least purposely, I think I have basically bullied the anti-workout chatters into submission at this point, because I do feature in the update in the beginning, because I work out every day. I give you my workout of the day every day. So ableist coded, yeah, it's you know what it is. Famously, we don't have like literally quadriplegic chatters in here that also fucking work out and advocate the workout. So thank you for saying that. It is actually ableist to say everybody can work out within their own means, and not ableist to say like, people with physical disabilities just simply cannot work out at all. Like that association is not the ableist part. It's me saying that. Anyway, you stand upright instead of that angle, you can get a better dose stretch. Moving your body in shape or form is fascist ableism. It is. Do you work out 7 days a week, or do you take some days off? I do distance running 5 days a week, and I have to take the weekend off because it's not sustainable for me. Yeah, no, I work out 7 days a week, but I'm training. This is training, right? Like weight training. 4 days out of the week. And then on the days where I'm not weight training, I'm playing basketball. So I get some good cardio out of that as well. I'm not against working out. I just don't want to do it. Doesn't give me any dopamine. That's crazy. The real workout is reading. Knowledge is power. True. It's like, you know, hit the books, hit the weights, and then hit the books. Train your brain. I'm on board with that. But yeah, what is this? Please check this incredible clip from our favorite Zoomer streamer. Yo, is he in Vietnam? Oh my God.
God down to Glory Park. Listen to the wind of change. An August summer night, soldiers passing by. Listen to the wind of change. The world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so?
That's crazy. God, IShowSpeed is killing it, dude. He's killing it. He's living the dream. But yeah, personal news wise, got that good workout in. Feel pretty good. I'll tell you this much. I felt shitty in the beginning, as always. I felt shitty kind of waking up this morning. I don't know why. I've just been feeling kind of shitty in general lately. But as soon as I work out, I feel a lot better. You know, that's how it is. That's how it is, baby. As soon as I work out, I feel a lot better. Okay. And I highly recommend you do it too. Kamala HQ insinuating Trump is zesty on Twitter. What a great start to Saturday. So I will say this much. Okay. I do think that there's like, as we saw at the DNC, there are probably some fucking Hasanabi heads working on this goddamn team. Okay. But I wish that they would do more in terms of like, changing the policy at the tippy top a little bit. Right. That's it. Are you going to address the allegations leveraged against you that you were afraid of being beaten by the Yaksha King again and ducking his fight? No, dude. The Yaksha King is the Yaksha King is not a fight that I'm ducking. Okay. You're crazy. Not doing enough, stupid ass Hasanabi heads. No. You think this Laura Loomer story has legs? I think you can bring Trump down, to be honest. Nothing can bring Trump down, dude. He's the Teflon Don. Okay? Y'all are crazy. This man is just chirping every goddamn day. His fan base loves it. His fan base is so delusional that they're like, hell yeah, sir, Mr. President. I want to fuck Laura Loomer too, sir. You're right. She's a feisty woman. She's a fiery woman, like you said, sir. They're fucking crazy. They're freaking crazy. All right, let's blast off. Let's get started. It's Saturday, fun day. Is Kai gonna have a sister anytime soon? No, absolutely not. Okay, more corrections on the insane, viral, racist, Haitian cat eating story that the right is still running on because they're monstrous pieces of shit. Light news. Fun reacts. Wukong. It's Saturday. Fun day. Get in now. Do your daily clip. Oh yeah, let's do the Hasanabi DLEs in a second. Hold on. I'm gonna do it in a second. Do we have a blast off meme? Yeah. It is fun day. Shut the fuck up. It's fun day. Mason Hasanabi here from the Charlie Kirk vid made a TikTok for you. By the way, following that up with light news is hella funny. That's how it is, baby. Do you promise no Charlie Kirk? Well, yeah, I promise. No Charlie Kirk. Do we have a blast off meme? I'm gonna do Okay Buddy today as well. How about that? We're doing Okay Buddy, Donny Sullivan. Donny O'Sullivan. We're doing it. Damn it. We're doing it. Is the gaming in the room with us right now? Wait, what? Bro, what are you talking about? I've been gaming like crazy. If you think I'm not gaming, it's because you're not watching when I game and you just complain about gaming. Dog, there has been a lot of gaming happening on this broadcast, like a lot more than usual. Okay? A lot more than usual. It's just I haven't gamed in 2 days in a row. Y'all are fat, dude. Gaming frogs are fat. They're so fucking fat. They're like, oh yeah, no, I'm spoiled. I'm fat. Yeah, some things happen, so obviously I wasn't able to game. I want to finish Wukong so I can play some other games. There's a hella games out there that I want to test out. You know, you should play Astrobot whenever you get the chance. It's actually very good. Oh my god, I'm not gonna lie, I don't have a lot of interest in playing a platformer. I'm not a big fan of platformers. Okay, you didn't game 2 nights in a week. The gaming frogs are tired of being ignored. The gaming frogs will lead the revolution against Chairman Hasanabi. Okay, I'm just not a big platformer guy. Space Marine seems fun, but I don't know if I'll be. Are you going to get the PS5 Pro? No, because I have a Steam Deck. And not only am I a Steam Deck loyalist, I'm a Steam Deck evangelist. I've gotten like 8 people to buy Steam Decks. Gaben needs to give me a fucking paycheck. I'm doing it for free out here. Okay. Why the fuck would I buy a PlayStation 5 Pro when I already have a PlayStation 5 and I've played like 3 games on it? Okay. Steam Deck clears the entire life of the PlayStation franchise. Steam Deck supremacy. Steam Deck is my bestie. Steam Deck is my beauty. I love the Steam Deck. I play it all the time. It literally is what I wanted when I was a child, what I wanted when I was a kid. When I bought the PSP, I thought, I wish the PSP had not the, like, it was just too ahead of the game. I've talked about this a lot as Unk, okay? It's Uncle time. It's Unk talks about gaming time, okay? When I was a young boy, I dreamed of a future where I could have all of these games in my handheld console, okay? And the PlayStation Portable was something very different. The PSP was something very different than like the Game Boy, right? It was so good. It was beautiful. It was fantastic. But unfortunately, it was too early for its time. And by the time PS Vita rolled around, it was too late. It was done, right? You and Felix coerced me into buying the Steam Deck, and now I'm surgically attached to the thing at the hip. Kudos, brother. Yeah. I was like, the future of gaming is now. That's what I thought when the PSP came out. But I also was like annoyed because it didn't have 2 fucking controllers, and it ruined the compatibility opportunities that you might have had with like all these other PlayStation games at the time. Like, how do you not have 2 goddamn analogs or 2 joysticks, you know? It was a major mistake. But also, yeah, it had 1 little nub. It sucked. Also, not only did that, not only do I consider that to be a major flub, I also thought personally that, you know, the tech wasn't there yet. You know what I mean? Memory cards at the time were like maxing out at like 12 to 32 gigs, right? I think 32 gigs was like the highest, like the best kind of memory card you could ever have. And they obviously invested a lot in a now completely fucking trashed new mechanism called the UMD, right? So like the tech wasn't fully there. And that's the unfortunate consequence of being right but too early. That's what Sony did. I'm looking forward to watching you on CNN tomorrow at Misinfo Nation, The Lost Left. Yeah. Also, Oliver has gone crazy with this. Look at this. Fangtail requirement 300 stamina, fire cloak, first phase stamina check, second phase fire resist check, activate cloak first, then engage. This is crazy. This man is literally doing like gambling charts with the map of a game that doesn't even have a map, by the way. Like, he's gone out, he's out of control. Okay. Yeah, he's made the almanac. He's made the Gambler's Almanac for the Wukong bosses that are coming up. I know your ass was watching porn on the PSP. Yes, I was. I was doing that. Anyway, we got a playlist coming up. What did Mason say?
Chefing. Mason, you are chefing, brother. Good shit.
How do we get here, Hassan? How did we get here? I've given you clips left and right for the past 2 years. I revived Hank Pecker's media career. I had to listen to Charlie Kurtz's ass chirp at me for 2 hours straight, and still no VIP, still no recognition. Are you serious? You know what I've done? I've come to Joe's house. Joe Biden right now is making an executive order, make Mason a VIP in Hassan's chat. Do it right.
Bro glazed me at the end. Damn, you missed Charlie stroke me shaft. All right, motherfucker. All right, dude. All right. Listen. Okay. One hand politics VIP'd. I've added one hand politics as VIP to this channel. Listen, you forced me. You forced me to do this. Okay, I get it. I don't want to get drone striked. I don't want to do it. The reason why I don't VIP people is because there's a curse. There's an age-old Hasanabi curse. When I VIP valuable chatters, with some exceptions, there's like a couple, Lil Bear, Themasius, you know, they usually leave. Okay, they get the fucking VIP and then they never come back. That's it. They disappear. You VIP motherfuckers and they never come back. It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs. People just want that coveted VIP slot. And as soon as they get it, they're like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm over it. That's what it feels like, which is why I never want to do it. But I just did it. I did it. We'll see. I like that the VIPs in the chat are chirping. Like, I've never left. I didn't realize you could leave. Anyway, are we covering this today, King? Yes, dude. The Haitian motorist. Are you kidding me? I'm up to date on all of my fringe Springfield, like minor vehicular accidents with 0 people injured. By the way, I'm up to date on that, dude. Whenever there's a black man who is a bad driver, I'm locked in. I know. No matter what, like no matter where you are in the world, if you are a black man, okay, and you drove wrong, I will hear about it and I'm immediately ready to go. We are so back. We're so back on the black crime tab at Breitbart. You know what I'm saying? We are so back on that. Some kids in Hong Kong made what you just described. What the fuck? I don't even understand what's going on. They calling you Breitbart. Yeah, I did. I know what's going on about the supposed Haitian with the geese. Okay, I know. It was never like actually a Haitian person. They just made that shit up, of course. And if you fucking thought that was like, if you thought that like that was a real story, bro, these people are fucking insane. These people are so insane. They need to be launched out of fucking cannons. Okay, they like the more the truth comes out on this like obviously false story, the more they double down, triple down, quadruple down with more fake shit. They'd be like, bro, I found a grainy phone camera footage of a Haitian man eating a cat. I promise you it's happening. It's like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You Klans robe wearing ugly motherfuckers. Your soul is ugly, okay? Find God, you fucking piece of shit. I'm not going to talk about it yet. Let's just start with the Battleground Blitz and the race for the White House because I got a lot of smoke. This is something I'm so fucking pissed off about because it's like giving me fucking PTSD flashbacks of the Trump era, dude. And it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Oh, yeah, do the Hassan Gesser. All right, I'll do that first. I'll do that. Hassan Gesser time. Daily Hassan Gesser
March,
clip.
Mr. Rota said that he fought against the Russians. Well, he was a part of the 1st Ukrainian Division, which is also known as the 14th Division of the Waffen-SS, which was a Nazi division. And how do we know that Mr. Hunka was a part of that? Well, he's posted about it extensively on the internet. He put a number of...
This story is so funny, dude. Fuck! How do we know about it? Well, he was the one guy who's 88 years old who was writing a blog, as a matter of fact. The one guy at the age of 98 was writing a fucking blog, dude. He was 80. This is before 2024, obviously. This is before October 7. This is like maybe I would say like a month before. It's like 2023, but I would say it's probably September 2023 because no, it wasn't early because I remember talking about this on Leftovers with Ethan and it was like insane that they just had a straight up fucking Nazi. So either it was like September, mid-September 2023 or maybe even like August potentially, but well done, comrade. That one was easy. Discord server invites paused. Yeah, probably. I don't fucking touch any of that shit, but I suspect it's because people are trying to fucking mass raid the Discord as always. Woo, first try, baby. Is that impressive? I guess it's like if it's a closer clip, it's not as impressive because like it just happened. You know what I mean? Nazi event at the Trump Golf Club. Trump amazing patriots. That's awesome, dude. It is so. We are so back. It is now officially like. History repeats itself and cycles in and out in such a rapid clip. The Biden administration immediately brought back the like end of the Obama term Gamergate style commentary. And now we are officially in like the 2016 era version of that where Trump is like running for president or is president and like all of the annoying shit that constantly needled away at our consciousness as the American like political discourse, the space of American political discourse got openly fucking pro-Nazi. Okay? Bro, didn't the far right get like 40% of the elections in Germany? Yeah, we're fucked. I mean, it's getting worse and worse, and it's getting globally worse and worse. And honestly, as I have been saying for the past decade at this point, if the supposed counterweight, the counterforce against this kind of right-wing fascism is just tepid liberalism that leans into like fascism but 75%, we will have Adolf Hitler again. We will have Adolf Hitler again, okay? And it's happening. It's going on right now. This is why some people said cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, okay? Adolf would know FDR this time, yeah. No, Adolf, but Adolf full Hitler. That's what's happening, which is, you know, who the fuck knows what happens in that situation. I mean, I don't want to imagine it. Yeah. So they are doing the 99% Hitler with neoliberal austerity. That's the center left in the West. Yeah, it's great. It's great stuff. Yeah. Surely not addressing the underlying material inequalities that creates a lot of resentment and a lot of animosity amongst the working class that you know, opens up the floodgates for more Hitlerian politics is a thing that the liberals in the Western world should never pay attention to. Don't even learn about history. It's fine. Don't look to like what happened with communism and socialism against Nazi fascism and how liberals capitulated to the right-wing framing on that issue as well. And then what happened afterwards. You know, what happened next will shock you. Oh my God. It's also crazy because like, I don't think the material conditions, like not the material conditions, but like, I don't think that the current commodity production fits the same old school mechanisms of organizing. So where we're at in our industrial output in general, where we are at in the Western world with our output as labor aristocrats has created a situation where like, you know, organizing on those boundaries that people used to back in the day has gotten also much more difficult. So I don't know. You just got to keep doing what you're doing, you know, you just got to keep pushing. And at the end of the day, know that you did the right thing. Fight till your very last breath and know that you did the right thing, hoping for a better future for the upcoming generation. Okay? I didn't learn shit about Germany's lead up to the Hitler enter stage right. Yeah. No, it is straight up happening. It is straight up happening right now. It is happening right now. It's happening all around the globe. There is, and this is not like hysterical radlib shit, okay? Out and about fascists are running on out and about fascist campaigns, like openly running as fascists, okay? And they're winning. And if they're not winning, sometimes they're making significant gains. And if they're not winning the elections, then sometimes you have a neoliberal president that goes, yeah, I'm not going to listen to the wishes of the public, and I'm going to appoint whoever the fuck I want instead. I'm also going to have open conversations with the same fascists that I ran against originally. I'm talking about Macron in France, of course. Okay? Or if you look at the UK, they adopt the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration, for example, for no fucking reason. And not only that, but also refuse to solve the underlying austerity problems. They don't want to do it. They don't want to fix. They do not want to tackle the influence and power that capital holds in their countries. They don't want to rein it in. They don't want to do anything about it. And it's only going to get worse is what I see. Okay? And inevitably, reform will win. And inevitably, AfD will win in Germany. And inevitably, Le Pen will win in France. And if they don't win, they will end up dictating the agenda without actually winning, which happened in the United States of America under the Joe Brandon administration. And that's where we're at right now. It's not Sunday Fun Day, it's Saturday Fun Day. And also, like I said, we are doing some light news. Boiling frog analogy. Yep. The SDP did austerity in the 1920s and the SDP did austerity in the 2020s. Nothing learned. The Democrat Party is running on right-wing policy under Harris. Yep. And it's very frustrating for me seeing this happen, trying to point to history, trying to explain to people that the Democratic Party is not only fucking up the immediate bag in front of their eyes in terms of like winning the election, but the Democratic Party is also obviously with this kind of capitulation to right-wing framing on issues, especially as it pertains to immigration, are not only hurting their chances electorally, but they're also hurting the country. Okay, they are causing irreparable damage by not actively counter-messaging against this kind of shit. And here you have it. You got Haitian migrant stories running rampant. Okay, that's precisely the reason why the fucking libtards that come into this goddamn community don't screech at me about mass deportations. Why don't they screech at me about mass deportations, you might wonder? Oh, if Trump wins, there's going to be mass deportations. You want Trump to win? They don't say that. Why? Because the Democratic Party's official policy on it is, yeah, Trump wants to do mass deportations. Let's not talk about that. We want to do the best deportations, actually. We want to do the best, strongest border policy. We're outflanking Trump on the border policy. We want the deportations too, actually. That's why the fucking shitty libtards don't fucking come in here and talk about deportations all of a sudden, because now they're pro-deportations, because they're bots. They're fucking NPCs. Anyway.
Have just over 50 days to go until Election Day, and the sprint to November 5th, it is on. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President
Nigel Farage has a higher net approval rating than Keir Starmer. Oh my God. Oh my God, we're so fucking cooked. Oh my God. Oh my God. Globally, we're cooked. It's happening faster than I thought it was going to. Okay? It is happening faster than I thought it was going to happen. That is crazy. The guy here, Nigel Farage, just did a pogrom. Okay? A pogrom. They did an Islamophobic, like, mass lynching campaign in the UK like a month ago. Okay? One singular month ago. He did an anti-Muslim pogrom. That's crazy. Wow. Wow. Good stuff. Good stuff. Two polling things if you want to touch on them. Here are all the post-debate national polls. YouGov plus DFP found Harris over Trump on the economy. The YouGov Yahoo poll found Harris beat Trump on every issue except immigration, including the all-important cost of living, 45 to 39. Harris, post-debate polls, happy Saturday. Yeah, all the polls showing +5, +4. That's why I said she's going to see at least a minimum +2 bump, and that the one poll that they showed on CNN was probably too early to tell when we were looking at the Harry Enton coverage on it, because she was like, she definitely is going to get a fucking bump from this debate. I mean, she clobbered Trump. And yeah, so she did. Question is it enough? You know, maybe, probably. This is why I still have not run on the Donald Trump is going to win if she keeps doing this shit attitude overall. I keep telling you, don't worry, liberals. You know, your joyful campaign will probably inevitably yield a Democratic Party victory because of the overarching dissatisfaction that people have with Donald Trump. It just shouldn't be a race to the bottom. It shouldn't be a race, a mirror race of like who can be the worst and still fucking eke out a marginal victory. Why hasn't Walz or Harris publicly denounced the neo-Nazi lies about Haitians? Seems like a no-brainer. Because they are completely locked in on it, okay? They already tied themselves to this issue. They already tied themselves on the right-wing framing. When Joe Biden on October 5, 2 days before October 7, came out and said, we wrote a right-wing border bill and we are going to fucking push it, and we are going to get Donald Trump to fucking say no to it because he cares about he wants to use this as an issue to make himself, win the election or whatever, like whatever dumb shit that they were doing then. I told you this was the dumbest fucking thing that they could have done, and they did. I'm sure I have coverage over here specifically on this issue. Let's see. I extensively talked about this. Let me see if I can find it. It was before, it was much longer than. Did Hassan blast off? I did. Most libs I know our age are going from Dem to Green Party or not voting at all. Over 1.2 million Haitian Americans, decades of Haitian migrants coming in, and pet eating and cannibalism has never been a thing. MAGA freaks see one conspiracy and run with it. Yeah. Isn't the UK's economy problems because of right-wing policies, or is it the downfall of public service? Yeah, it is right-wing policies that created the downfall of public services. I want to find an older YouTube video of mine, if we can find it, from like when they first announced this right-wing border bill, or at least a tweet, because I tweeted about it back then. I want to do a I told you so moment here for a second. Okay? They should have used Trump's rejection of the right-wing border bill to go, we gave him a chance, now we're moving forward, a more empathetic immigration reform. No, they should have never pushed for that to begin with. Okay? They should have never pushed for that to begin with. Does anyone have a tweet of me back when like they first announced this? They first announced the proposal. I mean, that's like, oh yeah, here it is. This is like literally the day of. When Biden and the Democratic Party capitulate the right-wing framing on issues, they lend the reactionary propaganda credence. The only issue with immigration is not letting people enter legally and offering them tools to integrate and work. There is no lump sum of labor. Undocumented immigrants are responsible for less crime per capita than U.S. citizens. Their utilization of the welfare state is marginal, and they pay taxes. Drugs don't come through the openings in the border on Abuela's lap. They're trafficked through ports inside of American cars. Oh, look at that. Look at that. October 6th. This was one day before October 7th. This is when he launched the fucking border bill. Breaking. President Biden enacts Trump's white nativist immigration policy he ran against only 4 years ago.
On Capitol Hill, Senate leaders from both parties say they're backing a breakthrough plan to control immigration at the southern border. Now, it's part of a broader national security bill that took months to work out, but it's strongly opposed by many House Republicans and even some Democrats. Nicole Killian has more on that deal.
Bro, this is giving like the exact same energy as when the Barack Obama administration tried to capitulate to the Republican Party and do bipartisanship and cut Social Security spending, and then the Freedom Caucus nuked it. It's the exact same situation being played out in front of our eyes, where like the grand bargain, famously, exactly. The Democratic Party, which, by the way, Joe Biden was also leading that charge last time. The Democratic Party keeps conceding and capitulating. Democrats love pushing bad policy and bad politics. All this bill does is normalize the white nativist position that immigration is actually a matter of national security. Republicans are always going to be able to out-racist the Dems. Warning signs. Alarm
But you have a better
being
chance
rung.
of being struck.
Video from October 8th, 621 for the border.
Dramatic reversal in the battle over the southern border. The Biden administration is pushing through a plan to add to a border wall in southern Texas due to a surge in illegal crossings. The White House is waiving more than 24 federal laws to do so.
Well, the White House is pushing back on the idea that this building of 17 miles of border wall in South Texas is being done because of pressure from even Republicans and even members.
Yeah, this will definitely work. I think we should always concede to like insane made up problems that Republicans claim are destroying America. That's the best way to go about it, especially after you campaign on the wall being racist. I think that's the best thing to do. Always make concessions to your enemy who owns a particular talking point, especially when you do that as a Democrat. All you're doing is basically conceding that this is a problem, and it's one that only they can solve. So there is no better way to duke it out than to capitulate to your enemy. It's always something that happens in American politics. It's weak, it's shitty, you're basically conceding that there is a major problem when there isn't one. And when you do that, one side is the masters at solving that problem. You yourself are always going to be seen as someone who doesn't really have it in their heart to fix it. One of the greatest examples of this exact story is when the majority of Democrats got together and voted without anyone asking on a messaging bill that said, fuck socialism, including Ro Khanna. Why would you do that? Are you that stupid? To the Republican, to the average Republican, they see you voting on that and think, wow, classic how dumb these socialists are that they are voting against socialism. It must be because they're stupid that they voted on socialism bad. Literally called denouncing the horrors of socialism. There's nothing funnier to me than being a Democrat and voting to pass a messaging bill, a resolution denouncing socialism, the horrors of socialism. The resolution overwhelmingly cleared the chamber in a 328-86-14 vote. The majority of Democrats, 109 of them, voted with all the Republicans for the resolution, while 86 voted against it and 14. So here's the thing. This is the difference between me and charlatans who simply change their attitude and their commentary on the whims of the Democratic Party. the reason why they get shit wrong, and their fans will come in and say, "What's up, grifter?" The reason why they consistently find themselves wrong and also on the wrong side of issues, and the reason why I'm always fucking right, is because I made up my mind by looking at the empirical evidence. I made up my mind and have a coherent worldview. I have a moral compass that guides my political framework. Okay? That's it. This person doesn't have anything. He's just a rudderless ship. He just has like, he's jumping, I assume, from one YouTube commentary channel to the next to make up his mind. Please, I will treat you like an adult with a coherent worldview. I believe in you. You can make up your own mind. Okay? Stick around. You will be able to, I assume, make up your own mind on this. All right? Instead of just coming in here to repeat whatever talking point that you watched on a YouTube video, make up your own mind about whether or not I truly believe the things that I'm saying, or I'm simply grifting. Okay? That's it. And also, in the process, you will be served a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, unless you subscribe. You have in the past, so, maybe you'll do it again. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Trump might lose because of this immigration panic. He's dumb as fuck. Stick to policies, Trump. No, that is his policy. That's his bread and butter. He's just leaning too much into it because he has no, the only tactical thing that's happening from the Democrats also capitulating the right-wing framing is that Donald Trump is getting way, way, way out of control. The problem is they're not actually going, see, that's crazy. He's saying crazy shit. If they were to, at the very least, turn around and be like, look at how crazy this guy is. Look at how weird this guy is. He's just making shit up. Don't you think that's weird? He just wants you to hate your fucking neighbor. He has basically gotten enough rope to hang himself at this point. It's not the story, but the word Hitlerian. That's interesting. Only you have used that. You started a trend. God, my favorite streamer strikes again. Hitlerian Trump vows to deport Haitians legally. I mean, I have been using that quite a bit. It's Hitlerian rhetoric, USA Today columnist Rex Hupka wrote on social media in response to Trump's statement. I mean, I didn't invent it, but I have been using it quite a bit. Look, back in 2021, March 15, 2021, border crisis completely manufactured. There has always been a crisis under every admin, but the media is portraying this from an incredibly reactionary point of view. The crisis, in and of itself, is actually the inhumanity and the mistreatment of people crossing the border. That's the real crisis, okay? It is a humanitarian crisis. It's not a crisis where they are, invading the country. You use the word about this story specifically a lot too. Yes. Trump still wins easily due to your electoral college. Sad for you lot. No. These motherfuckers couldn't find a single Democrat who was busing migrants over the border into liberal cities, so they just started doing it themselves. It's exactly the same meme as Steven Crowder cross-dressing, pure projection. There were so many opportunities for the Democratic Party to launch a counter initiative against people just, basically fucking human trafficking a shit ton of migrants into other states deliberately to use them as pawns in their fucking political strategy. These are human beings. And they didn't do a single thing about it for years. And I've been calling this out since the first couple of days of the Biden administration, when we saw Biden's border guards whipping Haitian migrants on horseback. Okay? I told you this was going to be a massive problem. Very, very, very frustrating. Yes, I blasted off already. Okay? Anyway, here, let's take a look at the race as it stands now.
And Donald Trump are hitting the campaign trail in critical swing states. The race is still very, very tight. ABC's Mary Alice Parks joins us live now from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Mary Alice, good morning.
Yeah, Gio, good morning. This is a pretty small town, only about 44,000 people. It's a county where former President Trump won twice. But Harris had a rather large, energetic crowd last night with several thousand. She seemed to tailor her pitch. She talked more about being a prosecutor, about specifically going after Mexican cartels, about wanting to create jobs for people that don't have a college degree. All of it seemed to be an attempt to try to chip away at Trump's support here.
Good evening, Pia.
Vice President Kamala Harris overnight campaigning in central Pennsylvania in a county former President Trump won twice, hoping to chip away at his support.
President of the United States who works for all the American people. And that just stops with all the trying to divide us. Like, people are exhausted with that stuff.
Anchor Brian Taff from our Philadelphia station, WPVI, sitting down with Harris for her first interview since debating Trump.
I think some people have a question, given maybe your current role as Vice President of the United States, how different you are from Joe Biden.
Well, I'm obviously not Joe Biden. And, you know, I offer a new generation of leadership. And so, for example, thinking about developing and creating an opportunity economy where it's about investing in areas that really need a lot of work.
Out west, campaigning in Las Vegas, Trump doubling down on immigration, saying he will start mass.
No, she literally straight up was like, "Oh no, you don't understand. I'm different than I'm a new generational Democrat, different than Joe Biden, which is why I'm going to do exactly the same policies as Joe Biden, like some of the good ones as well. All right." And then also I'm going to add my own stupid fucking proposal to it. Like, what, you think fucking Joe Biden doesn't care about small businesses? Like, what is this argument? Like, oh man, I'm going to be so different than Joe Biden. I'm different than Joe Biden, except not at all. It's bullshit. 2019 border talk tweet talking about Biden and the Dems. Wait, Biden is not in favor of decriminalizing border crossings. This entire video is about supporting Biden, lol. Who was I responding to? On HBO, Bill Maher frets, all the Democrats have to do is win, is to come off less crazy than Trump. And of course, they're blowing it, coming across as unserious people who are going to take away all your money so migrants from Honduras can go to college for free. Lol, yeah, to beat Trump, we just have to be 30% racist, not 100% shaking my head. Josh Merbitz. I mean, he didn't block me. I think he's just protected. It's a protected account. Anyway, yeah. Vindicated again? Of course, dude. Of course I'm fucking vindicated. It's not even a vindication, though. The problem is, like, I knew this was coming, and I've been screaming about it for months and months and months and months and months. I've been screaming about it for years on so many instances. On so many instances, I was like, you guys are being fucking stupid for this. Okay? For years. It's not even months. And the worst part about it is, it's not like this was shocking. Like, what, you think the Republicans are not going to pull the fucking immigration lever to try and win the election? Why is there a caravan every fucking 2 years whenever there's a midterm? All of a sudden there's a caravan of migrants coming in and it's an invasion. Like, are you stupid? This is what they do. They keep pulling that lever all the time. How the fuck do you not counter? How do you not have decent counter messaging against this dumb shit, dude? I hate this. I hate it. It's bad policy. It's bad politics. It's just so stupid. And this is absolutely creating an environment where these guys can let their freak flags fly once again. And if all you care about is like, oh, well, when they show their freak flags, more people will be scared to vote for the Democratic Party, you're a bloodless, monstrous piece of shit who doesn't care about the inevitable outcome, especially when if the Democrats win and they do push this right-wing border bill, then what's the fucking difference between them and Donald Trump? Then you should have just voted for Donald Trump in 2020 because she's pushing Donald Trump's 2020 border proposal. Why didn't you vote for Donald Trump then? I guess you don't give a fuck about immigrants. I do. I give a fuck about immigration. I do give a fuck about these issues that I talk about. You don't.
Deportations, specifically in Springfield, Ohio, after this week repeating false claims he made at the debate about Haitian immigrants hurting pets in that town.
And I'm angry about illegal Haitian migrants.
What about legal immigrants? You know what's funny about this? The Haitian migrants are legal. The difference between a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant is just paperwork. Okay? It's simply paperwork. That's it. And the Haitian migrants have paperwork. They have TPS. They're refugees. Okay? And so do the Venezuelans. They have their paperwork. They are literally legally inside of the borders of the United States of America, which is why when they say illegal immigrants, they're actually fucking lying. They want them to be illegal. Like, they want them to be illegalized. Okay? That's it. There's also probably a good reason as to why, and I just can't seem to put my finger on it. this kind of sentiment never existed about the 187,000 Ukrainian migrants, Ukrainian refugees that came into this country and are working alongside the rest of the refugees that are now working inside of the U.S. borders. Why is there no argument against them in the similar fashion? Because they're white, okay? And I have no issue with the Ukrainian migrants. Obviously, this community fundraised so that they could come into the United States, okay? Does your monologue from 3 days ago? A lot of people that vote for Republicans don't actually associate the real negative consequences of the legislation that they're signing on for. This is a well-documented phenomena. This is something that plagues American politics, and it's something that plagues politics in general. People genuinely think, oh, I'm voting for this guy because this, right? They don't really consider how those policies are going to end up harming themselves. A great example of this is obviously on the issue of abortion. There are plenty of Republicans that voted for the Republican Party. They didn't really care about abortion rights being restricted. And now they're like, oh my God, this is actually devastating. What the f-? Because all of a sudden, there's no way you can message out of it. Everybody now knows you are responsible for all of the women in places like Texas, in places like Ohio, that can't get fucking ectopic pregnancies dealt with because Republicans shut that access off. They are responsible for it. They have to fucking live with that reality. Do you understand? Have you reviewed the CNN stuff yet? No, I haven't. It's on here. Speaking of which, it's on the docket somewhere around here. Hassan's a pretty cool dude, even if you don't have... Hassan's a pretty cool dude when you don't have someone on Twitter telling you he's an evil fucking person. That's a good tweet. Oh, here it is. Misinformation with Donny O'Sullivan. Misinformation. The Lost Left Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern time on CNN. I'm featured on this documentary that he did, this short doco that he did. This is another slot from CNN where he's promoting it. Let's take a look.
What is it about some of these guys that has made them go from far left to far right?
Like every young man at a certain point in their lives have like had some kind of insecurity, whether it be about their sexuality or whether it be about like their future prospects or whatever. And I think that like a lot of these guys take advantage of that and present this false narrative that like, in order to be a man, you got to be like homophobic. It's like, no, a real man is going to want to protect people who are marginalized.
All right, Donny O'Sullivan with us now. Wow, I mean, this is pretty eyebrow-raising and surprising. What surprised you?
Hey.
Wait, why is that eyebrow-raising and surprising? You're like, wow, this dude who's brolic as hell with the sleeves busted off, talking about true masculinity.
Right, yeah. Who you heard from there, his name is Hassan Piker. He is on Twitch, which is a video game streaming platform. He's got about 3 million followers. Oops, I'm sorry. That's my Twitch going off right there. He's got about 3 million followers there. And look, this is a whole new world of where young people, and really people of all ages, are getting their information and misinformation. So on video game platforms like Twitch, people are also discussing politics. They talk about politics all day. They discuss politics. And some of the men we met on this journey for misinformation for the whole story with Anderson Cooper were guys who spend most of their time online, many hours a day. They feel disillusioned. They feel left behind by politics. They were formerly Bernie bros just up until even as recently as 4 years ago. They don't see a material change in their life. They are getting more frustrated as they stay online, and they have moved all the way to MAGA, but even beyond that, to the very, very, very far right and into really hateful and extremist spaces online. I met 2 of them. Take a look at this.
But the men that we met here weren't always this way.
She wants you. She tweeted that she wants to come on your stream. Who are you talking about? Chatters is just like hallucinating crazy ass shit nowadays.
My name's Jackson Hinkle.
Like a few years ago, Jackson was campaigning for progressive causes.
I was BLM originally. BLM has been co-opted by NATO, by the government.
And Adam, aka Charmhole, had changed as well. So you used to
Money
be a big
holders and
liberal.
debtors.
You used to be a big liberal.
Absolutely.
A big Democrat.
Absolutely, yeah.
You were a Bernie bro?
Bernie bro, through and through.
I wanted to find out what had made them change. Why do you think the Russians like you so much?
I speak truth.
Good to see you, man.
American politics is schizophrenic. So you got one side saying you're crazy.
I love that this guy's like, American politics is schizophrenic. And let me tell you something, okay? I am too.
You got the other side saying you're crazy.
Yeah, one of the guys you saw there, Jackson Hinkle, who I asked, why did the
Not the guy in our Discord that got banned for saying circumcised people count as trans people? Shut the fuck up. Wait, that guy with the glasses, he got banned from the Discord? Charmhole was a mentally ill chatter I banned 3 years ago? God, I'd have thought you knew that. No, I didn't fucking know that. No, I don't know any of this shit, bro. I don't know. Listen, what you see is what you get, okay? What you see from me, this is what I do online, yap about fucking politics. That is what I do, and that's the only thing I do. This motherfucker was a 22-month subscriber. I was banned from your Discord by transphobic moderation. I was attempting to debate transsexual issues, and they got mad. I'm such an epic debate lord. Want to debate? Did I miss the big announcement? What was the announcement? And this guy got banned in 2020. He was a 22-month subscriber. Oh my God. Harasses multiple users of the community in their streams. Unbanned through unbanned form. Denied unban after asking Britta for input. Never unbanned. 20 hours ago. What is this? Sup, Haas mod. Haha. I got banned by Haas Daddy 2 years ago for saying the word transsexual in chat. Could you revisit this ban for me and hopefully resolve it? I'd greatly appreciate. Thanks. Fuck no, but I heard he rescinded his take on that word. And then trans pride and then intersex pride. And 4/8/2022. No, those are global Twitch emotes that he's using. I did not know any of this. Should have talked about the common denominator and Bernie Bros turning to MAGA turds is getting banned in the chat. I think Felix Biederman and myself, Felix by not replying to his reply guys or not liking their tweets, and me just like fucking banning some of the most unhinged people in this community have probably created more enemies than we care to admit, okay? Obviously it's not my fault, but god damn, dude, like I try to fucking steer this ship in a positive direction on a daily fucking basis, you know? Here's his Twitter. Watching Hassan the Hun and by your logic commit massive amounts of white racism labeled hogwatch and getting away with it on Twitch. Disgusting behavior. Cancel culture only ever seems to work one way. Please report for hate speech and racism. Thank you. Donnie kind of group you with these loons? No, dog. If you can't understand what he's doing there to show that there is like a foil to this kind of misinformation, I don't know what to tell you. He's not saying I'm like them. He's saying there are normal people out there as well who are working actively to try and you know, counter this misinformation.
Russians like you so much. He's a 24-year-old from California, from San Clemente. 8 years ago, he was a Bernie kid, basically. He was picking up trash on his beach in California, was working on progressive causes, and now has made this, just over the space of a few years, this very hard turn right.
Wow, I mean, a real hard turn. So what are their views on Kamala Harris?
They're not big fans. And look, I mean, these guys are steeped now in the world of MAGA, but I think it goes far beyond that, and it's something that we are seeing in the US, but also all around the world, is this kind of radicalization of men. Men who are feeling disillusioned, who feel like they've been left behind in some sort of ways, and there are people.
These guys are pissed that you're being shown as a fool that are bullshit and bitching in the comments about how you're not a real leftist. Yeah, dude, if you're considering yourself to be MAGA in any way, and then also simultaneously trying to hold on to the idea that you're some kind of leftist, you are the biggest delusional person on the planet. I need to make something clear. I hate the Democratic Party for their closeness in policy to the Republicans. Okay? If you can't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. That's it. There is not a single fucking thing that the Republican Party advocates for, or MAGA advocates for, that I find to be good. And my hatred for the Democratic Party stems from the reality that they cave and capitulate to the right on a regular fucking basis. Do you understand? There is no world where I just like go, oh, I'm MAGA now. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a real thing. It's despicable. It's disgusting. And I fucking despise the Democrats for not actively fighting against it and sometimes directly leaning into that narrative. Okay? It is antithetical to my worldview. I think it's antithetical and incompatible with human values. And I think it's gross and disgusting that the Democrats even dare to lean into some of these weird, like completely fascist perspectives that the Republicans have. Okay? The immigration conversation is a perfect example of this. So no, of course I have no, so of course I have no interest in, you know, people like this who consider themselves to be fucking MAGA. You are a liberal, okay? You are the thing you hate the most, a person who simply has hyper-focused on the aesthetics, a victim of the culture war. Because what's the difference between MAGA and liberalism in that situation, or the Democratic Party in that situation? You're just a liberal. Oh, trans people exist and that pisses me off. I want healthcare, but I also want to fucking kill trans people? The fuck? Okay, you're MAGA. I found the Discord logs. If you're cut, you're trans. Simple as debate me, pussies. Not talking about trans issues is transphobic. Sometimes you gotta, you know, recognize that people are just mentally unwell. This is one of those individuals, it seems.
People online, influencers are online. There's a whole manosphere, it's called, on the internet of playing into these guys' insecurities, their grievances, and really radicalizing them.
Fascinating. All right, we'll be watching for more. Donny O'Sullivan, thank you so much. Don't miss.
Didn't he interview at the DNC? Yeah, Donny interviewed me at the DNC. These guys aren't the real leftists. If anything, they try to co-opt a few socialist parties in the States by trying to take over CPUSA, and when that didn't work, they split off and made the ACP. I know, it's just like a fucking utterly irrelevant splinter that partially has, in my assessment, ties to maybe a federal agent. You know? That's it. If you abandon your entire worldview because, like, you got yelled at by a fucking Twitch streamer, you weren't with it at all. Okay? It's crazy to me. Like, anyway, here's another tweet. Democrats in 2020, we will not concede an inch to the fascist Republican border policy. Democrats in 2024, Trump is the reason we can't fund the MAGA wall and stop the immigrant invasion. Just gonna repost this for posterity. Please answer my last question. I know you're going to time out or ban me. I just want to know if you've covered this. No, I briefly covered it yesterday. I haven't covered it. I didn't have enough time to cover it. I'll try and get to it today. Matt Nelson is who you're talking about, who self-immolated outside of the Israeli consulate in Boston.
Taking over Springfield, Ohio. You see that mess, don't you?
Local officials repeat.
Apparently in Vegas, he actually brought a friend of the show, Bryce. What's his name? Bryce Hall onto the stage as well. Dude, Trump is it is so fucking easy to get on his good side. That's it. You just got to be like, I like him. And he will literally put you on stage, dog.
Repeatedly saying that Trump's claims are not true, but that they have created chaos and upended life for residents. Students evacuated. The FBI and local law enforcement investigating bomb threats to schools and the town hall. The mayor saying it must stop, that they need help, not hate.
They're not helping, they're hurting communities like ours with our words.
Our Terry Moran asking the former president about the ramifications for this town.
The mayor of Springfield, Ohio, the police chief, the Republican governor of Ohio have all debunked this story about people eating pets. And now there are bomb threats at schools and kids being evacuated. Why do you still spread this false story?
The real threat is what's happening at our border.
No. Bomb threats are not a threat. The real threat is what's... Bryce Hall.
We need Trump back. Really bad.
This is fucking hilarious to me because, like, there's absolutely zero difference between him doing this and Little Pimp. Little Pimp. This is not a good thing. It's a bad thing. It is another glaringly obvious signal to those who understand a thing or two about politics that Donald Trump not doing great. Okay? Not doing great. Chalk that up to Trump not doing a great job. He's dressed like a 5-year-old who got permission to dress himself for the first time ever. I mean, that's like his outfit is not the main point of contention I have here. Weren't you on the TMG podcast with Bryce? Yes. Bryce is a TikToker. He was a TikTok heartthrob. I think he's like a funny dude. And I thought he was a nice guy. And what ended up happening was he started doing bare knuckle boxing because everybody called him a pussy. And he was pretty decent at it as far as I understand. He started like winning. And I think he might have gotten CTE in the process because he went from like being an open-minded, like a relatively open-minded TikTok fuckboy who's like kind of funny to just like leaning into the MAGA grift in what I suspected early on was like a meme for the most part. And then he full-blown now is like, I guess, MAGA, you know? So many Americans get CTE and become MAGA Republican. Yeah. But when Taylor Swift endorses Kamala, it's awful.
I'm allowed to criticize Taylor Swift, and I don't give a shit who gets upset. This is disgusting. If she wants to vote Harris Walz, she can do it all she wants. But to say the reason she's doing it is because of Tim Walz's stance on LGBTQ, F you, Taylor Swift.
This has brought out all the fucking demons. Here is an old demon that we... Why doesn't CTE...
And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world. The first time this century. What? But let's understand. So where the fuck are we right now?
That's
and
funny.
As of
Okay, that's a good one. Hey, they ain't wrong. I'm gonna run it back. It's funny.
And
Hold
as
on.
of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world. The first time this century. What? But let's understand. So where the fuck are we right now?
As a veteran, how the fuck are they in a combat zone? What do you mean? There's still troops in fucking Iraq and Syria. What are we talking about? Bro, every other week there's like Iraq or Syria may not be designated as combat zones. I'm not positive, but they may or may not have lost their combat designations. They don't count. I mean, dude, there's definitely still troops in Iraq and Syria. What's funny about it is that there's always like another story about like Iran gave a concussion to one of our best troops in Syria or Iraq. And it's like, why are they there? You know what I mean? What the fuck? Why are they there? What do you mean? You didn't know this? Like, how do you think troops just like materialize underneath an Iranian bombing campaign magically whenever there's like any kind of issue in the area and Iran's like, oh yeah, we're going to retaliate by striking an American military base? What are they doing there? What they're doing there is exactly the same thing that they were doing in Afghanistan, protecting American material interests. Okay? Protecting oil fields. That's what they are doing. Now, technically, you might not consider that to be a combat zone, an active combat zone, but, you know, they're doing the same shit that they're always doing. American imperialism.
Make America great again.
Anyway, American units are active in Iraq right now. Yeah, but I don't think, maybe it's just not considered a combat zone anymore. Like, the designation might be different. I don't know. Like, technically, yeah, there are 2,500 troops left in Iraq. They are not considered in a combat theater. They're trained advisors, for example, how the trainers and advisors, that's just how the military does the wording. Yeah. Like, it's a weird situation because it's like in between. It's a country that you have invaded wholesale, right? You've completely invaded with on the ground, like active boots on the ground military warfare. But then beyond that, the designation changes when you withdraw most of your troops, but you still leave some behind for trainers and advisory positions. And they're there to protect the interests of America, obviously. But under the American designation, it might be considered one of the 800 military bases we have. There's like there's almost 200,000 troops that are active right now in overseas military bases, right? But it's not considered a combat zone. Like there are a shit ton of American bases in Turkey, right? Those guys are not technically considered they're not in a combat zone, right? But with Iraq, it gets a little bit different because it's not necessarily just a NATO ally. It's not like the Marines in Okinawa, right? They are in an area that until very recently was an invasion. But yeah, shouts out to Bryce for being a brave and bold American. You can't even fucking endorse Donald Trump no more. You know what I mean? Thoughts on Bryce Hall being promised the treasury role in Trump's office? I think we need more of that. We need more smart guys like Bryce running the show over there, you know? Look at Nelk with Trump. They're like not even American, which is even funnier. His girlfriend is literally an immigrant. I think someone said she's Cuban from Florida, so, you know, it don't work that way. So, yeah. Battleground Blitz. The Pope is woke. Pope likens Kamala Harris the one who kills children while Trump is committing a grave sin.
Arriving to thousands of supporters in Singapore is a man whose opinion matters to millions. Pope Francis on a 12-day international tour of Asia.
Bro's he's just trying to be iShow speed, bro. Like, chill, dog, chill. You can't, you are not iShow speed, okay? You are not iShow speed. You're not speed. Stop. I bet you can't even do a fucking backflip. I bet you cannot even do a goddamn backflip. What is he doing? Is he signing the baby's head?
And on a plane journey.
I saw the Pope jump over a car. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't do backflips. You can't jump over a fucking Lamborghini. Okay? You got nothing. You can be an ecumenical Marxist all day, every day. Don't matter to me, okay? Until I see you doing some fucking backflips, I'm not believing, okay? I am not a believer in Catholicism until I see that shit.
Back to Rome, asked by the press his thoughts on the two US presidential hopefuls.
Both are against life, whether it is the one who is chasing away migrants or the one that kills children. Both are against life. I cannot decide.
By the way, he's not talking about abortion here. He's talking about fucking, just so you understand, he's talking about Gaza. Okay? Before people think like, oh, he's doing an abortion argument. No, he's not. He's not talking about abortion. I'm pretty sure he's talking about fucking no, he's talking about Gaza. He also hates abortion this much. I know he's anti-abortion, but I think he's also very anti-Gaza. No, he mentions Gaza separately. This is about abortion. Okay, never mind.
You must vote, and you must choose the lesser evil. Who is the lesser evil? That lady or that gentleman?
In an unusually vocal move, his subtle choice not to name the two candidates has raised questions about why he's speaking out at all. The issues touched on, though, abortion and migration, both key election issues.
The Pope is anti-abortion. Wow, crazy. Who would have thought? Yeah, I mean, that's a dog shit take. He's a Catholic, of course. It's about abortion. He's a total piece of shit. Pope slams both Harris and Trump is against life and urges Catholics to vote for the lesser evil. Aboard the papal plane on Friday, slammed both the U.S. presidential candidates who called anti-life policies on abortion and migration. That's kind of surprising because I've heard him. I don't know if this is like a misinterpretation of what he was saying, because I know he's obviously fucking anti-abortion, but he is definitely very, very anti-genocide in Gaza. Bro, why did you ever think the Pope was progressive? He's the head of the Catholic Church. He always has been and will always be evil. No, this Pope, guys, I'm ranking him on the papacy, okay? Obviously, it is a little different. Like, the ranking changes dramatically when you're the motherfucking Pope, okay? He's pro-immigration, anti-genocide in Gaza, okay? He's an ecumenical Marxist. Like, he literally is. He uses the F slur regularly. Yeah, he's not a Catholic. He is the Catholic. This is the most progressive Pope that has ever existed, I think. Yeah, he's like accepting of LGBTQ plus, which is like insane to think. He is progressive for a Pope. Left is going to cancel the most leftist Pope in 1,000 years. Yeah, you're crazy. Like, he is, bro, the Pope. Let me tell you something, okay? With the exception of the abortion conversation, this Pope is more progressive than the average American conservative. What are you talking about? Chatters are so funny. They just they laser in on one fucking point and go, no, that's the most significant thing, and shut the fuck up. Who cares about all the other stuff that he's said? Like, he is literally more progressive than your fucking neighbor, dog. What are you talking about? Like, your priorities are so unimaginably out of whack. Previous popes were like pro-Nazi and shit. What the fuck are you talking about? This doesn't mean he's good. Aren't you saying we should demand more from our leaders? Do you think the Pope is democratically voted on? What are you? It's the papacy. What are you saying? It's the Pope, dude. It's like literally a remnant of old school theocracy, dog. What the fuck? What the fuck? Chatters, y'all are crazy. Technically, he's elected by a council of cardinals. Yeah, you got American Catholics being like, the Pope is a commie, I fucking hate him. And chatters are like, the Pope elections be crazy. We can reform the Vatican if we just vote third party, bro. This Pope cares much more about the genocide than abortion. Yeah. Like, I hear him every now and then chirp about abortion, but I definitely have heard him way more about fucking
Continuo
Israel.
a ricevere da casa notizie molto gravi e dolorose. Civili inermi sono oggetto di bombardamenti e spari. E questo è avvenuto persino all'interno del complesso parrocchiale della Santa Famiglia, dove non ci sono terroristi, ma famiglie, bambini, persone malate con disabilità, suore.
While he's progressive in most, he still stands on the opinion that trans people are evil and goes against God. Nah, you're wrong. It's just for publicity. They admitted they want to attract young people. Dog, ain't no young person is fucking joining the Catholic Church, okay? That's not happening. It doesn't matter how they try to fucking repackage Catholicism, okay? Who gives a fuck? Also, this dude, if you know his background, is actually solidly, as far as like being a fucking religious nut job, he's the fucking Pope. Of course he has like a lot of social conservative hangups. He's the Pope. I'm going to repeat this again. He's the Pope. He's the Pope. He is literally the Pope. He is not some random guy. He is Mr. Catholicism. Okay? In comparison to the rest of the Catholic popes that have existed prior, okay, he is insanely fucking woke. Not even a question. Insanely woke. He's even like tried to deal with the pedophilia in the church as well, in the Catholic Church as well. So, like, he's gone above and beyond in terms of like the expectations from a fucking pope. Okay? Just take the good and recognize it and move on.
Una mamma e sua figlia, la signora Navda Khalil Anton e la figlia Samarco Amar Anton, sono state uccise e altre persone ferite dai tiratori scelti mentre andavano in bagno.
He's also literally, the former pope was literally a member of the Hitler Jugend. Yeah. He's from Argentina. Yeah, he is from Argentina. But like, not the bad kind of Argentinian, okay? The good kind.
È stata danneggiata la casa delle suore di Madre Teresa, colpito il loro generatore. Qualcuno dice è il terrorismo, è la guerra. Sì.
Are you making the harm reduction argument with the Pope? There is no voting for the Pope, dude. Just use a massive figurehead that seemingly commands like hundreds of millions of people making solid fucking pro-leftist arguments to your advantage. Leftists love looking at a good thing and just being like, now. You got the motherfucking Pope being like, Israel's doing a genocide, and you're like, I don't care. The Pope is not woke enough. What do you want him to like be fucking pro-trans? Like, he's the Pope. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, I'm doing a purity spiral on the Pope. Is the Pope your problematic fave? Yes. I locked in on the Pope. I'm pro-Pope when he used the term, he used the F slur not once but twice in the gayest way possible. He didn't just say the F slur. He said like he said it in a way where it's like only someone who is either gay or gay adjacent would use that term. Yeah. I don't like the Pope. He hasn't denounced Catholicism in all forms. Do you think he's zesty? Guys, he's the Pope. There hasn't been a Pope that wasn't zesty. What are you talking about? They dress up every day. What are you talking about? Of course it's the Pope. Of course, they're automatically zesty. All right.
Kamala Harris's support for abortion and Donald Trump's proposed crackdown on immigration under fire. And it's not the first time. About Trump's election campaign plans to build a wall on the border with Mexico, the Pope questioned his Christian faith in 2016 before a somewhat stiff meeting at the Vatican a year later on the new US president's first foreign trip. But how important is his critique?
I would say it's exceptional if he chooses to wade in to the degree he did. I suppose it reflects the stakes of the U.S. election. Everybody watches the U.S. election with great interest, and certainly they do at the Vatican. I would say, again, he was careful not to say vote for one or the other. But yes, probably he could have, I suppose, demurred or avoided the question more than he did.
Kamala Harris.
What can't be avoided is the choice American voters will soon have to make between Harris and Trump. Neither of November's choices, according to the Pope, preferable. Amelia Harper, Sky News.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
It was an extraordinary claim. So what is really going on in Springfield, Ohio?
I see a lot of pets that have disappeared.
Really?
On Facebook.
What do you know? What have you
I
seen?
know all our ducks are gone.
What do you think about it? Have you heard about it?
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen anything really.
Yeah. And you're not worried about your dog?
No.
And who's eating them?
I have no idea.
But then a man who didn't want to be on camera with a hint of how these conspiracies are seeded.
I never seen nothing going on with the dogs and the cat, except what I seen on TikTok with the Springfield police.
Yeah.
Arresting the lady for eating a cat.
Yeah. And she was from Ohio.
No, I think she's from Haiti, wasn't she?
Why'd you?
Yeah, I saw the Springfield woman where the Springfield police is like, no, that's just an American citizen, not even in Springfield. Like, there you go. Shit happening in your backyard you have no awareness of. You just think like shit that you saw on TikTok is more important for what you perceive as happening in your fucking backyard, you know? Great stuff. Great stuff overall. Perfect demonstration of how social media works. She's from Haiti, Ohio. You know, Haiti, Ohio. That's where she's from. I heard. Haiti. Ay, ay, ay. What are we doing, dude? People have no critical thinking skills. It's over. It's so fucking jover. No critical thinking, no interest in the truth. Just straight fucking unfiltered, unmitigated racism. No fucking breaks. All gas, baby. Good stuff. Yeah. This is what happens when you let people think for themselves. No, this is what happens when people can't think for themselves. Okay? This is actually what happens when people can't think for themselves. Facts only. Meet the 11 gay or bisexual posts from history. That's crazy. Okay? You're crazy.
Kill the cat. This is the video he's seen. Police footage of a woman being arrested for allegedly killing and eating a cat. Yes, but she isn't a Haitian migrant. She is American. She was born here. And this isn't Springfield either. Across this town, we have not found anyone who has seen pet-eating immigrants. The dogs seem safe. The cats are roaming loose. The instinct then may be to laugh at this Trumpian rhetoric. Indeed, the Haitians of Springfield can see the funny side too.
The Haitian don't hitting the cat, the dog.
I mean, it's nice. Like, it's nice that they're in good spirits about it, but like, this is just straight up blood libel, dude. This is like, you know, this is being advanced with a very, very nefarious purpose, and that is to make life unlivable for the Haitians, with the ultimate goal of like either physically driving them out of town or you know, deporting them It's very frustrating. Another BDS win. Okay. I saw chatters. Oh my God. MIT Coalition for Palestine shares a major victory. MIT activists end the first American Israeli weapons manufacturer partnership at the university. It is a great W. Okay. You have sent me this so many times today, and I feel like you're going to keep sending it over and over again. Like, we're going to get to it. Okay. We're going to get to it. I'm on. It's not. We open up the floodgates now. We open up the floodgates. Now people are going to send me a shit ton more links. I got to stop. I got to stop clicking on fucking link spammers, dude. I got to lock in. And so do you. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you got to lock in and make sure that you subscribe for $6, even though it's 30% off right now, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Because here's the 3-minute ad break now. Wait, you are anti-spam? Come on, dude. You didn't know that I'm anti-spam in the chat? Anyway, we'll dive into this stuff in a second.
No, it's not no culture to hitting that.
Amantes, look. But within this cat and dog story, there are some actual truths, because there are huge challenges here over immigration.
This is your passport and your paperwork.
Vitio is one of 15,000 who have arrived here in this town from war-torn Haiti since 2020. The pressures on services and society are understandable.
You left your country, you know what, you left your country, the working, go school, study, it's okay.
Casey Rawlings runs the center.
How did you feel when you heard Donald Trump's words the other night?
I was physically ill. I was physically ill. Still am. I can't even react. I mean, I can't even repeat it. It's just unfathomable to me. But that's what happens when hysteria is spread, and, all kinds of fictional narratives. And it's really, really doing harm to our world.
We looked at another view from another Springfield resident that has gone viral.
I feel like we have been invaded by some sort of pest. I'm angry that my friends and family are packing up and moving away.
You are literally a Nazi, lady. You're a fucking Nazi. You're a Nazi piece of shit. I feel like we're being invaded by some sort of pest. Straight up. Welcome back, Adolf Hitler, dude. So many little Hitlers everywhere in this goddamn country, okay? So many little Hitlers just left and right popping out.
I'm angry that foreigners are using up the resources that were set up for the Americans that reside here.
Every community, every culture has its myth and its folklore. I guess we're hearing it.
The tensions in the town are clear, but they are being fanned. This accident last year was caused by a Haitian driver. This 11-year-old died. Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, said online he was murdered by migrants. Listen, though, to the boy's father.
I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man. I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt. But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone.
Yeah. The Haitian thing is such an old school blood libel that it feels like a noticeable escalation, like Sartre described in his essay on anti-Semitism. They know they're lying and they're enjoying it. Yeah, 100%. Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves for it. They are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is past. This quite literally happened when that one Bonercelli fan came into the chat to be like, you are lying about Springfield. You are lying about Springfield. It is a small town that was invaded by migrants, Haitian migrants, and that Springfield was not a poor town. You are lying. Okay? And then when faced with the actual facts, because he was so confident that I was lying, okay, he went, oh, well, I guess we all figured out the truth now, thanks to me. calling you out for lying. And then he still doubled down and said, doesn't matter. And then we found out that he was a defender of pedophilia. This is true of every single chud you see talking about Springfield. None of these people actually believe it. No, some people do actually believe it. There are real believers out there. Here, I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you the poll that came out. This is a senior political reporter at the Washington Post, Aaron Blake. A majority of Trump supporters believe the Haitian immigrants stealing and eating pets thing. Independents disbelieve it more than 2-1, though, and 5 times as many independents are sure it's false as they are sure it's true. Okay? For Trump supporters, 22% say Haitian immigrants are abducting and eating pets and dogs and cats. Definitely. They say it's definitely true. 22% of Trump voters say that. 30% of Trump voters say it's probably true. Okay? As opposed to only 7% of independents that think it's definitely true and 17% of independents that think it's probably true. There are definitely a lot of people who are blindly believing this kind of stuff because they are straight up fucking bots, okay? They are NPCs. They just literally fucking read something from whatever headline, from whatever news article or whatever leader they have in their movement, and they just go, that's true, and I will now repeat it forever, and I firmly believe it, okay? Then there are the people like J.D. Vance that aren't real believers, but know full well that advocating for this works to galvanize some of the worst pieces of shit in their base. There are those who don't give a shit if it's real or not and still repeat it. Can you think of anything that would have to happen for Vance and the other Nazis to stop spreading this bullshit? Yes. Launching a successful counter-messaging campaign against this kind of racist sentiment, showcasing that it is utterly ridiculous and also completely fucking racist by pointing to examples that I've pointed to. For example, no, they won't stop if someone dies. What the fuck are you talking about? Remember El Paso? Remember the synagogue shooting? Remember Buffalo, New York? How many times do Trump supporters have to go out and fucking kill people and say they're doing it because of the things that they heard on television for them to stop being racist? It doesn't happen like that. The only time it actually happens is if you deliver such a commanding defeat to the Republican Party that they have to change trajectory on the messaging. They never stop. That's the only thing that can change the discourse in this country, is if the one side that is supposed to be the adults in the room actually look at the situation and go, what the fuck are you saying? You're gross, you're weird, you're a fucking racist. You want people to hate their neighbors, and you're willing to lie to get them to do so. Okay? That's it. That's the only way that you can actually get out of this situation. Except the Democrats have been doing the exact opposite. So they are also responsible for this. The Democrats leaning into right-wing immigration policies, claiming that there is an issue at the border, claiming that there is a real problem with migrants, a problem that constitutes like real right-wing solutions like building a wall, only 4 years after calling everyone a Nazi for wanting to build that very same wall, is insane. The hypocrisy is glaringly obvious. Like, even if people don't have firmly held positions on it, okay, they see the Democrats go, build the wall was Nazi shit 4 years ago. Now you want to fucking build it yourself. What the fuck? Did you not believe it was Nazi shit back then either? Or are you a Nazi now? I don't really understand it. They don't want to build it. What are you talking about? And then you have the deluded liberals in here. They don't want to build the wall. You don't know your own policy. As a lifelong Democrat, I suspect you should know a little bit more about your own party's policy. Kamala Harris's border bill, which was Joe Biden's border bill that he unveiled, features funding to continue to build the wall. Okay? It does. The Joe Biden administration has also used eminent domain to expand the border bill. Or not to expand the border bill, sorry, to build the border wall. So you're wrong. It's in the fucking bill. It's like money that was already meant for it, right? No, stop. You are not a DNC operative, okay? You are not getting paid by the Democratic Party. This is in the new bill that they are trying to vote for and sign into law. Kamala's first ad about immigration literally featured pics of Trump's wall 3 times. It is both bad policy and bad politics, typical for the Democratic Party. Shocking that they would go so far, especially considering that it's a direct reversal. It is a direct reversal of what they ran on 4 years ago and successfully won on 4 years ago. I think Americans truly have a very short window of memory. Like, you just forget that 4 years prior, the Joe Biden campaign was running against Donald Trump's anti-immigrant sentiment and anti-immigrant policies.
President Trump issued his immigrant family separation order nearly 3 years ago.
Kids were under Mylar blankets on concrete floors after being taken from the arms of their parents. I will never forget seeing it with my own eyes, but Physicians for Human Rights, they call it torture. The American Academy of Pediatrics says it was government-sanctioned child abuse.
Nearly 3 years after Trump's order, over 500 children are still not back with their parents.
What happened? Their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. It's criminal.
They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
On his first day as president, Joe Biden will issue an executive order creating a federal task force to reunite these children with their parents.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Everything is at stake.
Thank you for educating me. Lol, I believe I just want to know what's new about it. Thank you. Thank you all for educating me. I did realize they were moving right on immigration. I didn't know it was so bad though. Yes, it is unimaginably bad. And back in the day, the Democrats at least would do a push and pull. You know what I mean? They'd be like, okay, we're going to do mass deportations like Barack Obama did, but we're also going to do DACA on the side or something. You know what I mean? They've dropped that. They don't even have compromise in this fucking border bill. It's just right wing. It's just a right wing border bill written by an incredibly right wing senator from Oklahoma. And the only reason why they did that is because they wanted to expose the hypocrisy of the Republican Party. It's such a fucking idiotic thing. Why should we be against walls on the border? It's that just Trump presented it as his main solution to the immigration issue, which is wrong. What do you mean? Like, how do we go from the border wall is a silly fucking argument to not a real problem at all? And it actually leans in the right-wing direction that, like, immigrants constitute a grave threat to this country. And therefore, this is silly racist nonsense to actually walls are good. Like, border walls are perfectly solid. Every country has walls. This is literally what MAGA supporters used to say in 2016 all the way until 2020. Now Democrats are saying it. Do you not understand what you end up doing? You just keep radicalizing your base. You prime them to adopt right-wing positions. That's all you do when you do this, okay? That's all Democrats end up doing, creating more little Hitlerites, okay, in their own party that have this idiotic right-wing understanding. You do support easier access for immigrants to become citizens, even if that means a stronger border, right? Dude, there are no border walls between states. There is rarely the same level of fucking... There's no great border wall between the northern border with Canada. One must ask the question, why? Why is there never a push to build a fucking border wall on the northern border? There's a massive border there too. There's a higher population density of Canadians living on our northern border. Most of the Canadian towns and big cities, major cities, due to the climate in Canada, are directly on the fucking border, okay? Why is nobody talking about building a massive border wall on the northern border? Why? Think about that. Yeah, like almost, I think, what is it, like 80% of the entire Canadian population? No, 90% of the entire Canadian population lives on the U.S. border, okay? Like near the U.S. border. A far larger number of Canadians live right on the fucking border than Mexicans. The entire Canadian population is right on the fucking border. never talked about. Yeah, 72% of Canada's population lives below latitude 49. 50% literally live right here. 90% of Canadians live within 100 miles of the U.S. border. It's because of climate, by the way. That's not the argument that I'm making. My point is there's no advocacy for building a fucking border wall on the northern border. Why? More than 60% of Canadians live south of Seattle. Yeah, northern ground isn't fertile either. Sure, I know. But why? Ask the question, why? YouGov Yahoo poll found that Harris beat Trump on every issue except immigration, including the all-important cost of living, 35% to 39%. Among Americans who either watch the debate or follow the subsequent coverage of it, a full 56% say Harris won. Just 26% say the same about Trump. In a break with long-standing partisan patterns, the number of Democrats who say won, 94%, is nearly 40 points higher than the number of Republicans who say Trump did, 57%. Just 21% of independents think the former president came out on top. Nearly half of those familiar with the debate, in fact, say Trump delivered a poor performance, 48%, while a clear majority, 58%, say Harris' performance was either excellent or good. That same group sees Harris as the candidate who came across as more presidential, 51 to 35, coherent, 50 to 29, competent, 50 to 36, focused on policy, 48 to 34, and strong, 47 to 39. Trump was seen as more insulting, 53 to 28, and untruthful, 49 to 35, as well as more responsible than Harris for making the debate embarrassing, 50% to 29, painful, 46 to 30, and infuriating, 44 to 33 to watch. But Harris didn't just win the personality contest Tuesday night, she won the policy war too. Respondents who followed the debate say the vice president gave better answers than Trump on every issue except immigration, including abortion, 53 to 30%. The January 6 attacks on U.S. Capitol, 49 to 28. Her own record, 45 to 31. The cost of living, 45 to 39. And even Trump's record, 44 to 36. As a result, 46% of them now say the debate made them think better of Harris. Just 20% say the same about Trump, including a mere 15% of independents. Okay? Kamala Harris didn't say shit about immigration, so of course, she lost on that front. She said very little about immigration. She rarely ever counter-messaged against Donald Trump's unhinged and ridiculous attacks, which is why I said I didn't like when she just laughed and said, talk about extreme, when Donald Trump was talking about eating cats and dogs. Okay? And no, I'm not going to cover the fucking Trump dog-eating song backfires, MAGA love song, leftists lose their minds. This is bullshit. This is about Megaphonics. I can't believe Tim Pool is falling off so hard that he's just now covering individual Hasanabi chatters in the community. Okay? We're not doing this. They're fucking delusional.
Today, friend.
Also, Israel says death of activist was an accident. Her family's asking for a U.S. investigation. By the way, it's been a week since this happened, and the Biden administration has still not reached out to the family. I, on the other hand, I will be having Ayşenur Ezgi's sister on the broadcast on Monday to talk to her about the assassination of her sister. Her family held a funeral in Turkey, I believe yesterday. Hundreds attended the funeral of the Turkish American citizen with Turkish background, with Turkish origin, the activist who was in the West Bank who got shot in the head by an Israeli sniper.
Friends and family held the funeral for a Turkish-American activist killed by the IDF during a protest in the West Bank. Ayşenur Ezgi was shot during a weekly protest against an Israel settlement near the Palestinian village of Beita. She was 26 years old. Israel says her killing was a tragic accident, but there are growing calls for an independent investigation, including from lawmakers in Washington state, where she recently graduated from college. Senator Patty Murray and Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal wrote in their letter, "We fear that if this pattern of impunity does not end with Ms. Ezgi, it will only continue to escalate. It is imperative that the United States take concrete and decisive action to better protect American citizens." Joining me now is Juliet Majid. Ayşenur was a close friend of hers, and they spoke right before she traveled to the West Bank. Juliet, thank you for being with me, and our condolences for the loss of your friend. I know you're also the designated spokesperson for the family. Let me read for you something that the White House released, a statement from the president this week. The U.S. government has had full access to Israel's preliminary investigation and expects continued access as the investigation continues so that we can have confidence in the results. What is the family's confidence?
Sorry, I just got here. Don't be mad. Sounds callous, but why has this made the news? Why has it made the news that an American college student was assassinated by Israeli snipers for the crime of protesting the Israeli occupation in the West Bank, a territory that Israel illegally occupies? Like, what do you mean? This is supposedly the most moral military. This is supposedly the most moral military in the most moral democracy that is our ally, using American weapons, American munitions, American bombs, and American help, like American political and social capital, to go and fucking assassinate an American citizen. It's not the first American though, right? No, it's not. What kind of a fucking question is this?
In this investigation?
Well, so the family has released.
How would you describe the situation to a normie? I would describe it as an American college student, recently graduated college, flew to the West Bank to engage in humanitarian aid, and our ally that relies on an endless taxpayer-funded sequence of weapons transfers went and assassinated her. Okay, they sniped her they shot her in the head, an American citizen. It's not a very complicated story. An American humanitarian activist was shot in the head by an American proxy's military force that is illegally occupying foreign territory that it should not be on top of ever.
Statements on social media, so I can't necessarily speak exactly for them, but I know that I feel like I don't have confidence in Israel investigating their own military. I want this U.S.-led independent investigation for Aisha Noor, which the family has continuously asked for over a week. It's been over a week. It's been over 7 days, and we haven't gotten this independent investigation. I think it's shameful that President Biden released this statement and called it an accident without having that investigation.
I think the fact that this isn't being covered endlessly every single day on every single Western outlet is alarming. I think the real confusing part for you, chatter, should be, how the fuck do we stop talking about the World Central Kitchen bombings that happened in Gaza? This is an escalation from that point. Imagine if Russia did this, okay? You don't have to imagine. Russia blows up a school in Ukraine and there's adequate coverage on it. People immediately say, that's wrong. I can't believe they did that. And they should say that, by the way. Of course, it's perfectly valid to say that. Can you imagine a Russian sniper, okay, let's say Russia has permanently, like, Russian snipers go in to not even an active war zone, by the way, an area like, let's say Crimea, okay? Russian snipers are in Crimea and they just shoot an American humanitarian aid worker in Crimea in the fucking head. Do you think Biden would say, well, Russia investigated it and found no wrongdoing and said it was a fucking accident? Do you think that Biden would come out and be like, oopsie, Russia made a mistake? Do you think that that's how that would go? Do you think that that's what, like, people will be like, all right, I guess, well, Putin said, oops, that's fine then.
And so you would be have greater confidence in a U.S.-led investigation. That's the independent investigation, the FBI, that you would like to see.
I would like to see an investigation that's independent of the investigation that Israel has conducted of its own military.
Do you trust the U.S. to do it?
I hope I can trust the U.S. to do it. Aisha Noor was an American citizen, a very staunch U.S. activist, human rights activist here in the United States and in the Seattle area. I really hope that I can trust the U.S. to be able to conduct this investigation, because that is what she deserves and it's what her family deserves for justice.
The president says preliminary investigation indicates that it was the result of a tragic error resulting from unnecessary escalation. That Aisha Noor was hit indirectly and unintentionally by IDF fire. How much information, if any, has been shared with the family, do you know of?
The only
By the way, Ayşenur Ezgi, there was an autopsy conducted on her, and the autopsy report indicates, according to 3 forensic experts that reviewed the dossier on slain Turkish American activists, say the bullet did not appear to have ricocheted off the ground as Israel said. So of course they fucking lied about it too, just so you know. She was directly shot in the head and killed by Israeli snipers in the occupied West Bank. Witnesses directly around her said that there wasn't even any sort of activity occurring in the area where she was shot. It was quiet, and then one shot was heard, according to Jonathan Pollock, another activist that was there. She was executed. She was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper. Israel lied about it. We know that they would lie about it because they did this when they shot and killed Shireen Abu Akleh, who also was an American citizen as well, a Palestinian American, a Christian Palestinian American, who was a very famous journalist in the region for Al Jazeera. She clearly had a press vest on that clearly indicated that she was a member of the press. She had a press helmet on. They shot her in the neck. They assassinated her, and then they lied and said it must have been the Palestinians that shot her. Then investigations were conducted, and they found, obviously, through visual forensics, that the Palestinian militants that are in Jenin were nowhere near Shireen Abu Akleh. They had lied about it, okay? And then Israel, months later, turned around and said, well, I guess it was, I don't know. I guess it was an accident. No accountability whatsoever, okay?
information that I know is what is available to everybody else through the public statements at this time. Obviously, it feels so heart-wrenching and heartbreaking to know that she was killed in the West Bank, upholding a long-standing tradition of being a peaceful, independent international observer. And it's incredibly hard to even think that we don't have her anymore and her life was taken by the Israeli military.
Ayşenur was killed, as I said, in the West Bank, not Gaza, but in the West Bank. Palestinian Ministry of Health in Ramallah reports that close to 700 people have been killed in the West Bank. Let me get your reaction to what we heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken about what's happening in the West Bank.
No one should be shot and killed for attending a protest. No one should have to put their life at risk just for freely expressing their views. And now we have the second American citizen killed at the hands of Israeli security forces. It's not acceptable. It has to change.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? If only you had some power over Israel, you know what I mean? As, you know, the American state.
Change.
Yeah. Something has to change. In terms of like our weapons transfers, that's not going to change. We have to send them more weapons. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to continue conducting its genocide. It has to do it. It has to keep doing it. Something needs to change. We will not change it. This doesn't make any sense, right? Kaya, no. This doesn't make any sense at all. I thought words had meaning, you know? If something is unacceptable and something needs to change and you have the power to change it, you should, right? But you won't. We all know you won't. Israel could kill American active duty service members, okay? And America would still not do anything. They would not bat an eye. They could kill hundreds of American citizens and America would still not bat an eye.
And
I hope you understand that, because Israel's existence as it stands is significantly more important to the American State Department interest as it currently is. That's just the incorrect math equation that they have locked themselves into. But as it stands currently, there are those who are very powerful people in the American State Department who truly believe, for parts ideological zealotry and parts strategic interest, that Israel has to continue behaving in exactly the ways that it's behaving and that there's nothing that we can do about it. No, it's not some fucking blood cabal chatter. It's not. It's just ideological zealotry. It is ideological zealotry paired up with imperialism. Why are you barking? Stop growling.
We'll be making that clear to the senior-most members of the Israeli government.
And what's your reaction to what you heard there?
If that's what Secretary Blinken has to say, then why hasn't there been an investigation? Why aren't we seeing justice for Aisha Noor? Her funeral was today. So they want to take these steps, but where are they coming from? What are they doing? We just want to be able to have justice for our friend, for our loved one. We want justice for those she loved most, for her family. So I really hope that the U.S. government does something, that they have an investigation, an independent one, and not just rely on the Israeli military to investigate themselves and accept those findings. She deserves justice, and that's all I want.
Her partner, Hamid Ali, has released a statement that he has not heard yet from the president. He hopes that the president would call, at least with condolences. Juliet Majid, thank you so much for your time this morning.
We want to turn our focus and attention tonight now to Israel, where mandatory
Hassan Abihed tell on the fucking mainstream media.
Knew Donald Trump is exactly what we knew him to be. We knew exactly.
Let's see what Timmy Boy has to say in Wisconsin.
Not his makeup, but his character.
Do you think this will push public sentiment? Probably not. I think public sentiment is already there. What more public sentiment needs to be pushed? How many more fucking polls do we need to look at on this broadcast alone to recognize that, like, you know, there are enough Americans who are definitely like, whether they are completely paying attention or not doesn't matter. Obviously, there are a shit ton of Americans who agree with the reality that this is unconscionable. Like, what's the number? There is not, like, everyone's on the same page. Everyone's on board with this shit. What do you want it to be, like 90%? It's already like as close to 90% as you can get. There's always going to be some fucking psychos. There's like going to be the Republican evangelical Christians that obviously will never get on board because they have like a psychopathic approach to the matter. They personally have the theological justifications for why Israel must do death and destruction. I am going to fucking turn on the audio in a moment, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Did was they started a small business, a bakery that's creating jobs and growing the economy right there in Wausau. And when I told them that Vice President Harris had no problem answering that, and I have no problem answering that, and people who love this democracy and understand we stand with our friends, it's a very simple question. Ukraine must win that war and push the aggressors back. He also had another easy one. He refused to answer if he would veto a national abortion ban. Wouldn't answer it. Well, you know why. You know why. All of a sudden now he says he's all for the support or whatever. Here's the deal. He doesn't trust women, and they sure the hell don't trust him.
The fuck? It bricked. It couldn't handle the Midwestern charisma. What are you eating, big man? I'm eating what I eat all the time, which is chicken. The question and the question is always the same at this hour, and the answer is always the same. I've eaten chicken every single day for the past, I guess at this point it's been how many years? Like 6 years? I don't know why it's not working. I don't know why it's busted.
Allow us to become the frog in the slowly boiling water, to pretend like that's any way normal or okay. Say it every single day. He lost the election, he's trying to lie about it, and he will do so again. But he says all of you are just AI, so he's not too worried about it. Your votes won't be AI, I'll guarantee you that. All right. But with all the bluster, all the misinformation, all the inability to stand on the core values that makes America the great country it is, he also had nothing to say what he would do to make your lives better. Nothing. Healthcare plan. Remember? Came down those golden escalator 9 years ago. Got asked about Obamacare. I'll rip it out. I'll have a better plan on day one. It was 9 years ago. What we saw Tuesday night is, look, he apparently has been doing something. He has the concepts of a plan. And as I said this, if I got that excuse from one of my students, I would have laughed them out of the room for that. No, try better. Try better. Look, for him it's a soundbite. It's nothing. For you, it's the pre-existing condition you had and your insurance company wouldn't pay the bill, means now you can go get treated. You can take your children in. You can't be discriminated against. We can get checkups on time and prevent illnesses down the road. The ACA has provided millions of people a healthier, better, freer life for them and their children. For him, it's a talking point. Let's just be honest. He doesn't know what's in the ACA. He's never read it. He never looked at it. He doesn't know. Not once did he ever worry that he would have to pay a medical bill. They're out of touch with who we are. Kamala Harris, who grew up in that middle-class family around a kitchen table where you have to decide how you're going to pay the bills with her single mom, she understands that.
I think it's pretty crazy that his like rhetorical skills are being wasted on like advocating for the ACA instead of imagining and advocating for a better future for all Americans with progressive policy.
With it, friends, neighbors, family. Oh, I like Donald Trump. You know, I don't really like how he swears and gets convicted of felonies and found liable for assaulting women. I don't really like that. Good, I'm glad you don't like that. But then they always go, I like his proposals. Which one? Taking your health care? Forcing women to bleed out in parking lots because they can't get health care? Tax cuts for billionaires? And I say this, if you're a billionaire and that's all you care about, he may be your guy. But if you're a working class person, a middle class person, a community member, I can't find much there. And the thing is, you don't have to look very far. He's not giving you much detail, except it's really great. They made it easy for us. They printed 900 plus pages in Project 2025. Are you watching this? They're all mad as hell at the guys who wrote this now because it got out there. This was the thing, you said the quiet stuff out loud before we got elected. Yes, they did. No one wants that agenda. No one who's not a billionaire wants that agenda. No one wants government in your bedrooms and your exam rooms. No one wants to make drugs more expensive. No one wants to avoid dealing with climate change or making prices more affordable for folks in the middle that we're trying to do. They have no idea about any of those things. So look, these guys on the other side, you know what they stand for. Here's what I'm most proud of. I'm proud with our side of things. While Donald Trump spent his time whining, crying, grievance-filled, oh, they did me wrong, they did me wrong. It's difficult to be born with millions of dollars. It's difficult to not pay your bills. It's difficult to have the Supreme Court say you can do whatever the hell you want with no consequence. Apparently that's difficult for him. Kamala Harris spent no time doing that. She talked about you, and she talked about the future. She talked about the future. And again, I don't know if my English teacher wife would enjoy that I'm going there. Another pun, she prosecuted the case really well on Tuesday. So, but you know what you also saw? You saw this, and you're here, and I see it looking out at each one of you. This is hard, important work. This is difficult work. This will shape generations to come. But hard work can be good work, and hard work can be joyful work. And that's what she did. She brought joy back to the idea of politics, an idea that it can be better, bigger than just one of us. In her entire professional career, she's had one client, the people. The people. And she says this, in her entire career, prosecutor, attorney general, senator, vice president, she never asked Democrat or Republican. She asked, are you okay? And what can we do to make things better? So look, we were in Pennsylvania on this bus tour. This was really great. We're old school. We're getting on these buses and we're going into red areas and we're talking to anybody who's out there. Because look, let's just be honest, and she knows this better than anybody. We were looking out at a crowd of supporters, and there was a whole bunch of our supporters with signs just like you, and we're all excited, and really great t-shirts, by the way, up front here. And then on the other side of the street were folks who weren't our supporters. It's easy to tell. They're all in the same hat. As I always say, a group of independent thinkers on one side of the street, over there, ready to go. But she turned to me, and it was just Gwen and I and Doug and Kamala Harris. And she turned around to me and she said, Tim, never forget, we fight just as hard for folks on this side of the street as folks on this side of the street. That's what this is about. This is why talking to your neighbors, as Gwen said, this is why the work of the next 52 days. People are undecided. Look, I think it's pretty obvious. Most people don't like him. It's not, if this were about having the best ideas or the best candidates, I think we would win most of the elections, because that's the way it usually works out. But that's not what happens. This is about hard work. It's about going out and talking to people. It's about telling them what it matters. And the things we're talking about in this room will help folks who are buying those flags, wearing that red hat, and believing that Donald Trump's with them. What you know is health care for their family, good public schools, infrastructure investments, the right to control your own body. All of those things, if you ask them and talk to them as neighbors, they're going to say, yeah, I'm for that. Then you need to remind them, he's against all of that. He's against all of that. So look, as that prosecutor, she had to take on predators, fraudsters, people trying to cheat you, career criminals, big corporate interests who think they're above the law. Now, it was easier the other night because all of those things were wrapped into one person. So you could take it on. But the fight was there. The idea that we lay out a plan, an opportunity economy plan, one that knows, because she grew up in the middle class, she knows that it's not enough to get by. We've all been there. It's not enough to get by. People want to get ahead and thrive. And in this country, the richest country in the world, there is no reason that the gap between the CEOs and the folks who are doing the work, the labor that's doing the work,
it sucks.
The most basic
it's so
democracy
good.
is the ability to collectively bargain
He is
to get
such a
something.
good orator,
They're
man.
doing just fine. But you
He's
don't
such
need
a good
$400
fucking
million
speaker.
when people are just trying
He
to
is
get by.
so goddamn charismatic. And it's such a fucking waste to have him up there talking about fucking Kamala Harris's $50,000 for startups or whatever.
I said this. She wants to make homes more affordable. Because you know why?
Of course he's better
She
than
watched her
Harris.
mom
Come on.
slip and save
Yeah,
for years
yes.
to buy that house. I watched my mom worry after my dad died and the medical bills there, will I be able to keep my house? For those guys, a Wall Street guy, a six-time bankruptcy guy, a venture capitalist guy, those are just commodities to move around and sell and trade. And if it means foreclosing on somebody, do that if it makes you money, who cares? But those are our neighbors. Kamala Harris understands that home is the foundation to families and community. That's why she wants to make it easier through down payments, helping builders create 3 million more new homes, and working with local folks to make it easier to get those homes built and permitted. That's what it looks like. And when she talked about prices and price gouging, it was fascinating to me to watch how fast Donald Trump and his running mate jumped on to defend price gougers. Look, 37 states already have laws against that. But the thing that really gets me is we're trying and figuring out how to keep prices lower. Our farmers are working dawn till dusk, and they're getting $3.90 a bushel for corn and $10 for soybeans. They're not getting rich. They didn't grow the food. They didn't process it at the factory where labor did that. Somebody's pulling off a chunk of money out there that has nothing to do with getting that to you. That's what she's talking about. If you're jacking up the price illegally, you should stop that. And one of the American dreams is to choose your path. And none of those paths should be closed out. The idea, if you've got an idea for a small business, it should be easier to start that small business. That's why she proposed increasing the tax credit so you can get up and off the ground. Making sure then that you've got health care so that that doesn't drive you out of a small business. And then making sure your neighbors are being paid enough that they can actually spend money at your small business and everybody thrive. Look, I know you've got it here. This is the part, this ability to be able to collectively bargain and organize. Let's not forget our history, America. The labor movement starts in Wisconsin. It's Wisconsin that does that today. So the idea of investing back to the middle class, the idea of growing from the inside out, the idea that everybody can have a place in this. We have a Minnesota saying from one of our senators who we lost way too soon, who says we all do better when we all do better. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. But these guys figure out a way. We want more and more and more and more. More taxes. I will say this about Donald Trump. He was very clear on one thing and he followed through with this. He told the billionaires he was going to give them a tax cut and he did it. Project 2025 promises you again. He will do it again and bigger. So let's be very clear. When he does that, it cuts out opportunities for all the rest of us. When they do that, it undermines our ability to do the things we know need to be done. So just to be clear, and something you know about right here in Superior and Duluth, that Donald Trump talked a tough game about infrastructure. Kamala Harris got it done. By the way, that Blotnick Bridge is built by all of us. That's the guy who's trying to figure out how to not pay his damn taxes so that he doesn't have to fix it. All of us understand that that bridge creates economic opportunity, connecting us together, both physically and as a people. It makes good sense. And I'll tell you, you saw it. You saw this idea about freedom. And you've seen, it's really great. It's not just a song that the vice president comes out to, although that's really cool when she does that. But you saw it in Chicago, you hear us talking about this idea of freedom, the idea of what it means. Freedom to live your life the way you choose to live your life. Some of us are old enough to remember Republicans used to talk like that too. They used to talk about freedom. They would have never turned their back on an ally. They would have never decided that they needed to be in your business. But we know now they want the freedom to be in your doctor's office. By the way, Project 2025, some of you want to know in there, they've got a national pregnancy coordinator that tracks all pregnancies. That seemed like too crazy for George Orwell to put in his book, but they did it. They did it. Look, they want to be in your school library. I don't know about you, but you heard Isabella talk about it. In Minnesota, while those guys are figuring out how to ban books, we're banishing hunger from our schools. That's a big difference. A big difference. And again, I want to go back to those old school Republicans.
You should talk about banning the top of the hour ad break, which comes to the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see it, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Twitch Prime is free, folks.
But the personal choices and the personal freedoms, we respect it. We respect it. We may not agree with it. We may not agree with that. Look, I get it. There's some of you choose the Packers over the Vikings. That's your choice. It's your choice. Oh, give it to me. Give me my moment. Give me my moment. We don't have any Super Bowl rings. Just give me the moment. But look, we may not agree and we may differ, but you've heard me say it, and I know it's a Wisconsin rule. I claimed it for Minnesota, but I know you've got it here too. The golden rule that makes everything work better is mind your own damn business. Mind your own damn business. Think about it. How is that not appealing to Republicans? How is that not an appealing thing? They want to be and make every damn decision. Think about what they're saying in Project 2025. You're going to have to register with a new federal agency when you get pregnant. This is personal, people. It doesn't get much personal. For Gwen and I, you've heard our story, and we've heard other people have to tell their story. Look, nobody wants to have to tell their personal stories about their families unless they're asked about it and it's in private conversation. We have to tell these stories because these guys weirdly are obsessed with our bedrooms all the time. All the time. And for us, it was a struggle, a years-long struggle with infertility. And we were blessed that we had access to those treatments. And you better bet, if you haven't had it happen to you, you know somebody who's gone through it. It's hell. You're waiting for the call, you get the call, it doesn't work, you're back at it. And then there's the two of you wondering how. All you want to do is have that child. So you better bet in our family, when we finally had that little girl born, we named her Hope for a very particular reason. So, and she, like all of you, and I say this, she and Gus are Gwen and I's whole world, just like your children are, just like how you choose to live your family. And we're talking about it because these guys are trying to make it more difficult to do that, or if not, impossible. Because it's very clear, they're not stopping with national abortion ban. They're not stopping with getting rid of fertility clinics. They're talking about getting rid of contraception or any type of help any of us need to manage it. These are personal health care decisions. These are personal health care decisions. So think about it. This is pretty simple, and Kamala Harris makes it pretty clear. I would go out to all of your neighbors and make the case on this. Do you want J.D. Vance deciding about your wife and daughter's health? Or would you rather just leave it to them and their doctor? That's what freedom looks like. That's what freedom looks like.
Has Tampon Tim talked about filling men's bathrooms with them? You're a weirdo. You're weird. You're a weirdo. Mind your own damn business.
Minnesota, we're known for our schools. We're known for our education. We know that that's a ticket to the middle class, shouldn't be a ticket to debt. So be very clear about it. Investing in education, investing in our teachers, investing in the future is another one of those. When we all do better, we all do better. It's that simple. Now, we're getting closer on this 52 days. And it's a binary choice. I know, it boggles my mind too that there are two people who are going to be president. One of them is going to be president, the other is
I'm going
not.
to unban him.
There are two people. One of them is going to be vice president, one of them is not. That Project 2025 and the questions and the discussion we're having here today is where that difference lies. Because that program, and I say this for my mother, who survived after my dad died on Social Security survivor benefits and who counts on that check right now, Kamala Harris has pledged, and we will pledge, to protect Social Security and Medicare with everything we have.
Good.
This one is the difference. People see the world from where they stand. If you stand in a middle-class living room, if you stand in a union factory job, if you stand in scrubs as a nurse helping, that's a way to see the world. That's a way to see the world. If you stand, well, more likely sit, in Mar-a-Lago or in a venture capitalist high-rise on Wall Street, why would you care if the Social Security check shows up? You don't care about it because you don't need it. So you're looking for the tax cut. Well, I'll tell you who does need it, my mom. She pays for her heat. She pays for her food with her Social Security check, and it is the best anti-poverty program ever devised in this country, and we have to push it. All right, so here's the deal. I say this. I know very clearly, you might not have thought so, but I know it. I am preaching to the choir. You came, stood in line, came with your neighbors, ready to do something about it. As we started out with, because you love your country, because you know the choice is so stark, and you know the impact we can make. You came to do it.
The tampon Tim Walz thing is awful. My sister started posting that shit on our Instagram stories, and that's how I knew she was truly gone, like my parents. It's also fake, which is like, obviously, one of the funniest aspects of the, well, I mean, not one of the funniest, but like, it's just the same shit over and over again. It's fake. It's not real.
It's going to be a margin of error race, and it's going to be won in a handful of states. One of them.
It's funny because like, even if it was real, who gives a fuck? Which makes it even funnier. Like, yeah, if like every single Haitian migrant was actually eating, like stealing people's domestic pets and eating them, that would constitute some level of an issue. Obviously, it's fucking fake, and it's racist bullshit. But like, if Tim Walz actually pushed for a bill that there were tampons in every bathroom, including men's restrooms, that would not even be like a negative thing.
And are you concerned about Social Security? Are you concerned about climate change? Are you concerned about our democracy? Are you concerned about middle class? Are you concerned about those things? Because if you are, ask that person to
You know what I mean?
Ask them to get the vote. Look, this is on. Wisconsin starts next week in voting. Next week. So for all of you, I know it's hard work. I know that, as I said, it's hard to understand that it shouldn't be broader, but that's our country's here. These guys have spent the last decade telling us our system is broken. They've spent the last decade figuring out how to make it harder for people to vote. They've spent the last decade trying to make people pessimistic to believe it doesn't matter if you come to rallies like this, or if you vote, or if you call your neighbor.
Chatter said, wait, he didn't push for that bill? Do you think Tim Walz, honest to God, pushed for a bill that specifically stated that men's restrooms have to have tampons in them? Is that what you think happened? Or was the bill for tampons in all bathrooms for women's restrooms and unisex restrooms that exist everywhere in Minnesota? And then Republicans just took that and went, Tim Walz only wants to put tampons in men's restrooms because he wants to trans the children. What do you think is the real story here? Oh, Obama? He doesn't have my juice, but he's close. What the fuck? Obabe in the chat.
I'm honored to know, and I keep saying this, we have some philosophies in the middle. My God, we're tough people. Some people, when we started settling, people started going across the country. Some of them kept on going until they ended up a place where it's really warm and they have palm trees. Not our people. Not our people. We stopped here. We stopped here to carve it out. Because we're tough, we care, we're resilient. And we understand that when you stick together, we can get this done. So for all of you here, all gas, no break, 52 days to get the work done, sleep when you're dead. Let's give it our all and think about it. That 53rd morning when you wake up, we get to say, congratulations, Madam President. Let's go.
It is, I mean, oh man, I don't know what to say, man. He is so fucking good. He really is truly exactly the kind of like Midwestern pro-labor charismatic orator that you want from a successful campaign that could just run the goddamn table if left to his own devices. He's relegated to the VP status in this situation in a campaign where he has to communicate the silliest policy prescriptions that Kamala Harris comes up with. Okay? There's a reporter for Mother Jones. This is what they're handing out in Springfield. That's cool. God forbid the Democrats say something. What is this? Congratulations to CNN. Congratulations on CNN. Now everyone thinks you're full MAGA. Are you okay? Oh, this is a weirdo fucking puppy chatter who I obviously did not give the appropriate amount of attention, so they unfollowed only to come back and say some dumb shit. Thank you for waiting for 10 minutes to come in and type this wonderful thing in the chat. I look forward to your wonderful contributions. Just followed to say that. Thank you. Nobody thinks I'm MAGA unless you're a fucking idiot, which you might be. Chatter's like, listen, I am the dumbest person you've ever seen. I am the stupidest person you've ever seen. And I watched a CNN, an interview that you conducted with CNN where they presented you as like the reasonable voice online that counters this kind of misinformation from MAGA communists. And I immediately assumed you yourself are MAGA. You didn't actually say anything beyond you're stupid. Let's hear. Did this happen recently? Kamala Harris doesn't put up with interruptions from Gaza protesters. Hey, listen, I want a ceasefire.
And we understand where we are. We understand where we are. Hey, listen. Now is the time to get a hostage deal and ceasefire. We have been working around the clock to get that done. Respect your voice, but right now I am speaking.
Oh, I'm Brian Kilme. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so stupid. She's indignant. Reminds me of that guy who got stuck in a cauldron and made everyone else's problem to get him out. Bro, when she's working around the clock, they mean like, how many more weapons can we give Israel? This guy's so funny.
I am speaking.
No, he liked it. He wasn't going, oh, fuck. How is it possible they don't have a single person explaining how fucking stupid her rhetoric on Gaza is? I think that there is going to be, hopefully, a moment where you...
From Northern Africa...
come to the realization that they do know it's bad rhetoric. They just don't care because they think they can win without it. And for one reason or another, well, maybe it's not an October surprise. Maybe it's a September surprise. But here's also Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu saying in a security meeting that a wide operation against Hezbollah is expected soon. When she says she's working around the clock, she means like, yo, can you throw this stuff? When Kamala Harris says she's working around the clock, she means like she's working around the clock to ensure that they kill every child in Gaza. That's what she means. You know what's really interesting? I mean, they're obviously desperately trying to tailor their campaign outside of like the Gaza messaging strategy, hoping that they can still win without it. Okay. But what's really interesting about this story in and of itself is that even if they were to lose while tacking along with the genocide in Gaza, I feel like they would still not change trajectory. At this point, I think if polls were showing that she was getting absolutely destroyed in Michigan and everywhere else, and everyone was saying like, no, 70% of the population is a single issue voter on Gaza, I feel like they still wouldn't do it. Like they still wouldn't change trajectory. You know? Donald Trump's Bedminster Golf Club hosted a convicted January 6 rioter and alleged Nazi sympathizer twice this summer, where he was celebrated and gave speeches. At one event, Trump sent a video praising the attendees as amazing patriots. At the other, he won an award. Republicans haven't changed trajectory on abortion despite 70% supporting abortion nationwide. I mean, they kind of have. That's not true. They have. What are you talking about? Donald Trump like last week said he would vote to preserve abortion in the state of Florida, and then immediately said, okay, never mind, I actually changed my mind. But like, you have to understand, like, these guys definitely went from abortion is murder across the board to like, okay, maybe abortion isn't murder all the time. There needs to be some exceptions to the murder argument. Nothing will weaken Democratic support for genocide until people started recording themselves, filling out mail-in votes, and writing something instead of Kamala while voting D otherwise. I don't know if that would change it either. You want to know why? I don't know. I don't think that would change the dynamic. Because right now, well, two reasons. One, because it might be too late, right? It might be too late for them to change course on this anyway and like get that message across to the broadest subsects of American voters. But also, I think that wouldn't work because right now it's a close fucking race. And every single poll shows that if you're trying to go after every voter, okay, you have a bunch of high propensity voters that have shown that they're frustrated with the party, specifically on Gaza. Like, you could win them over while incurring zero penalties. Okay? Like, think about that. These guys aren't like secretly, there aren't Democrats out there that are secretly like, no, I really want the continuation of the genocide, but I'm like secretly acting like I don't care and I would like stop supporting the Democrats if they stopped supporting the genocide. There's just no one out there. There's no real person out there who's like, no, I'm a permanent genocide voter. I mean, those voters exist. They just vote for the Republican Party anyway. Do you see what I'm saying? Those voters certainly exist.
Most people can.
Those voters certainly exist. They're just white evangelical Protestants, and they're voting for the freaking Republican Party. They're not voting for the... Don't a lot of Israeli Americans vote Democrat? What are you talking about? Israeli Americans? You mean Jews? Okay, if you're talking about Jews, yes. Jewish Americans, by 70 to 80% margins, vote for the Democratic Party historically. Okay? They are not like a monolithic voting bloc. They have a multitude of different issues they care about, and that's why they vote for the Democratic Party. But they do not constitute a powerful voter bloc that will, if they refuse to vote for the Democratic Party, they'll flip the outcome of states. We're talking about, chat, we're talking about fucking California. California had 5 million extra votes for the Democrats. 5 million extra votes for Democrats. Like, these are not margins that fucking matter. Okay? 5 million extra Democratic voters over the Republican voters in this massive goddamn state. What are you talking about? Even if every single Jewish American living in the state of California didn't vote for the Democratic Party, the Democrats would still win handily. And obviously that's not the case anyway. This is what I like to call anti-Semitism, but woke. Like liberal anti-Semitism. The idea that like all Jews only care about Israel, but you're saying it in a woke way. Unfortunately, I can attest that there's a non-zero constituency of Jewish Americans who might vote Democrat, but are so insane they think Kamala isn't pro-Israel enough for their vote. Not like this is my family or anything. The point is, you might know a person like that, but they are utterly irrelevant if you are making an electoral calculation. I'm Jewish, and I'm telling you, so many Jews that I know do not consider it to be a genocide and would not vote for Kamala if she expressed that she didn't. Guys, I love all of you Jewish chatters. All of my Jewish chatters, I love you all. Okay? You live in New York. You live in California. You live in Florida. Okay? These are either solidly red, like Florida, or firmly blue states. Okay? Even if, like I've said, every single Jewish American was like, Israel's the only thing I care about, which objectively is untrue. Regardless of your own personal anecdotes on the matter, there are polls that are done on this, okay? Jewish American voters say Israel is their 9th priority out of the top 10 priorities. 9th. They don't say it's number 1. They don't say it's number 2. Now, you might make the argument, well, that's because there's bipartisan consensus on this matter. So they don't even care about it because it's a given. And that might change. Maybe it'll become their number 1 priority. Fine. That's fair. But it still does not matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Because when you are looking at like where Jewish people are voting, even if they all were universally like, the only thing I care about is Israel, if Kamala fucking swings away even a little bit from the Israeli, like from continuing Israel's genocide, I will never vote for them, which is a ridiculous thing to say. That's not the case. That is objectively not the case. Okay. But even if that was the case, which it's not, it still would not put a dent in the election. And before chatters say there's a lot of Jews in Pennsylvania, you know what there is more of than Jews in Pennsylvania? Arabs, motherfucker. Arabs. Okay? Arabs. Muslims. Shut the fuck up. Quit using objectively incorrectly. It is not incorrect when I say this is objectively false. When I am relying on empirical evidence. Okay? What the fuck do you mean, dude? What are you talking about? What's really funny about this, I'm Jewish. Can you guess which chatter my boyfriend is? I don't know. Maybe the one you keep fucking adding and saying is like a sexy Midwesterner or whatever. Yeah. Nikki Big LeBow or whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah, it is. Stop fucking spamming dumb shit in the chat. Okay? Objectively. Margie Barf is like the #1 objectively chatter. Hates it when I say it. How did he know? Because I'm a fucking freak, dude. There are more... I was wrong, by the way. There are more Jews in Pennsylvania than there are Arabs. Pennsylvania, I think, has the second highest Arab population in the country, though. It's 200,000 to 400,000. 400,000 Jews, 200,000 Arabs. Not that it fucking matters, dude. Look, key takeaway from U.S. correspondent of Haaretz.com, Benjamin Samuels, who apparently follows me. Okay? Harris over Trump by 72 to 25%. Harris has a plus 35 net positive rating, which exceeds Biden's plus 25 net positive. Now, do you want to know why Harris has a plus 35 net positive rating? Because obviously, fucking Israel does not matter that much to the American Jews that are polled. Okay? Because if Israel was the #1 priority, don't you think that Biden's fucking net positive rating would be higher? He's obviously a bigger Zionist. Israel ranks 9th out of the 11 issues polled. It barely cracks the top 10. 80% reject Trump's comments on Jewish Democratic voters. No, they are not mostly anti-Zionist, Lamar. There's a very marginal percentage of Jewish Americans. No, I don't think anti-Zionism is as marginal as you claim it is amongst Jewish Americans, especially if you look at Jewish Americans under the age of 35. Jewish Americans under the age of 35, as far as all the polls I've seen, maybe that's changed since then, I don't know, but Jewish Americans under the age of 35 are anti-Zionist by the same exact margins as everyone else under the age of 35. Okay? But beyond that, they just don't give a shit about Israel. Why would they? They're fucking American. Even with, it's like thinking Catholics that go to Catholic school all overwhelmingly become Catholic, okay, or remain Catholic. They don't. Jews also go to Jewish school. They go to synagogue. They go to fucking summer camp. And at summer camp, they're like, Israel is the most important thing on the planet. You will love Israel. Israel is the only place that you can survive. Everywhere else, you will die. If Israel didn't exist, you would be killed tomorrow, okay? And then you know what Jewish kids at summer camp do? I don't know, the same shit that Christian kids do at summer camp. They don't give a fuck, okay? They have the exact same capacity to fucking look at a camp counselor being like, the Holocaust happened and it will happen tomorrow if Israel doesn't exist, and go, that seems a little far-fetched. Can you give me a Capri Sun, please? I want to play sports. When do we start playing basketball? That's what the Jewish kids at summer camp are doing, just like that's what the fucking Catholic kids are doing when they're like, if abortions are allowed to happen in America, you will die. If you have sex, you will die tomorrow and burn in hell. Okay? Many of them are here. Okay? They're here. They're in here. They went to Jewish summer camp and now they're in here. Okay? Think about it. There is, all of this is like implicit biases that we have in our hearts where we just like, no matter how woke we are or how woke we perceive ourselves as, we oftentimes do not have the capacity to analyze the situation as though the people that we're talking about, especially when we start doing demographic grouping, okay, we just don't have the capacity to think about those people, no matter what those people may be, whatever demographic grouping we're talking about, as like anything but a monolithic force, okay? So if you're, you know, if you're an evangelical Christian and you went to fucking church, think about your experiences that led you to be here now at this community. If you are, it's the exact same, no matter what kind of indoctrination you may have experienced early on in your life, you obviously still have the capacity to break that fucking social conditioning and not give a shit all that much. Some people don't. You are overestimating the amount of anti-Zionist young people. Regular American Jews are not responding to these polls. OMF. You're right. Never mind. We probably shouldn't even poll people. Thank you for your anti-polling stance. This is pretty consistent for foreign policy. In the last month, Jewish voters rank Israel around 7 out of 10 priority. Young voters rank Israel, Gaza, depends on how it's asked, around 7 out of 10 in priority. Old voters rank Israel at a 7 out of 10 in priority. It's impactful, but this is why Trump, she wants Israel to end, just fell flat. No one cares. I know. I've been saying this a lot. I've been saying this quite a bit. Americans are primed into not giving a shit about foreign policy, because if they were, the entire mechanism of the media is to make you not care about foreign policy. Because if you did, right, and the last time you might have actually cared about it was when the American media was showing coffins draped with the American flag, they shut that shit down pretty quickly, because all of a sudden that made foreign policy real. That made foreign policy come to your fucking doorstep. That reminded you that there are consequences to American foreign policy, which is dead relatives, okay? Your sons and daughters dying. So then they stopped it. And beyond that, if you were ever to consider the insane bloodshed that American foreign policy actually is, that allows you to have, you know, cheap avocados in your fucking Chipotle guacamole, you would go crazy. That's why the entire economy and that's why the entire media is designed to not to make you not give a shit about foreign policy. And that is reflected in the polls as well. This does not mean that there aren't people who do care about that quite a bit. For understandable reasons, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans care about it quite a bit. Care about it so much that they might not vote for the Democratic Party. The question is, do you want to win those voters over, even if there's no negative consequences to winning those voters over? They're just a free, easy vote that you can win by doing the right thing. It's a win-win-win-win-win situation. It never happens in politics. Or do you want to just like act like that's not a thing? Act like this is not a tight race regardless. An awful lot of voters say foreign policy is very important to their vote in 2024. Yeah, well, 70% of Trump supporters and 54% of Harris supporters say it. So that's not necessarily a good thing. More voters rank Israel-Palestine as their number one issue than taxes, crime, and election integrity combined. It's one way of looking at those numbers, I guess. I don't fucking care how many Jewish people wouldn't vote for Harris if she supported an arms embargo. The number of Arab American and young white Americans will outnumber that effect, any effect 10-1. I hate centering this debate around the feelings of a small population of psychos. It's a bad electoral argument. Dude, you can't say that. People don't know your background, Secretary of Antifa. When you say it like that, okay, when you say it like that, people are going to assume that you are saying that Jewish Americans are psychos. Okay? Some are. Secretary of Antifa is Jewish, unless I'm mistaking him with someone else. But I'm pretty sure Secretary of Antifa is his former username was more forthcoming. Yes, I am, and I've gone insane. Secretary of Antifa's former username in the chat used to be more forthcoming of his Jewish background. How the hell do you remember their former username? I forget what it was, but I remember it in the back of my mind. What was your previous username, Secretary of Antifa? This is why I was yelling yesterday about like the anti-Ethan Klein chatters who were saying unimaginable shit in the chat, because I might remember which chatters are Jewish and saying whatever the fuck they're saying, okay? But to the outside world, it just looks like you're saying some unhinged shit and you're an anti-Semite, okay? Was it CEO of Antifa? Akai, resident Jew back in like, Akai, resident Jew back in like 2018 and 2020. Saying Jewish Americans would flip to the party of neo-Nazis because Harris isn't staunch enough is wild. No, they wouldn't anyway. So that's not even an argument that we need to be having. They would not. It's ridiculous. How the fuck do you remember that? Because You know why, okay? You know why. Because I'm anti-Semitic and I keep track of my Jewish chatters. And not because I'm brain broken and I've lost the capacity to retain any other fucking information because it's just chock full of like useless shit, like Secretary of Antifa's former username in between 2018 to 2020. Okay? That's insane. I recognize that that's insane as well. I know. I know it's not good that I know these things, but it is what it is. Here's the Proud Boys marching in Springfield, Ohio. Anyway, let's get back to this. Let's look at some other Israeli Hasanabi heads in American media.
Military conscription and service for the Jewish population is an integral part of society there. While most Jewish Israelis willfully report for duty, there is a small but vocal population who refuse to enlist in the Israel Defense Forces. And in tonight's Prime Focus, ABC's Matt Gutman reports from Israel, where one young man sacrificed his freedom to stand his ground.
Tal Mitnick is riding toward an uncertain fate. He's on a bus to an Israeli military draft point.
That was the base asking me when I'm getting there. They're always pushing me to get there early and early and early and early. I would say I can't.
He faces another round of prison time with soldiers who've deserted or sold or used drugs or even allegedly abused prisoners.
It's just a stressful situation. Anything to do with the military is stressful.
He's just 18, but Mitnick has already done 5 stints in Israeli military prisons, 185 days. Not for anything he has done, but for something he says he will never do: enlist in the Israeli Defense Forces. Serving in the IDF is mandatory for all Jews in Israel, with a few exceptions.
For many, going to the army, that's the entry ticket to the Israeli society, and also an entry ticket to get a job, because you can get courses or some skills in the army.
But when Mitnick received his draft orders, he burned them on the street with friends publicly. And in December, Mitnick became the country's first conscientious objector since Hamas's October 7th rampage, at a time when most Israelis rallied around their military.
A person who has a different view and a different action and refuses to serve is seen by many of the public as a traitor.
The IDF has denied his request for conscientious objector exemption twice. In a statement to ABC News, the IDF saying the IDF condemns refusals. The soldier Tal Mitnick presented his arguments at a professional committee which examined.
Do you feel folks on the left holding their vote against Harris, specifically folks in the uncommitted movement, could do a better job of not ridiculing progressives who are still voting for Harris? If you think I'm going to tell people who are withholding their vote from Kamala Harris because of their objection to the ongoing genocide continuing, that they're in the wrong for yelling at people who probably are having these conversations where they're like, I'm more progressive than you because I'm still voting for Kamala Harris, you're wrong. I will not be doing that. Okay? If someone comes in here and tries to tell me, however, that they're voting for Jill Stein because they're like morally superior, then I'll make fun of them for sure. Okay? Like, I'm not going to commend you for voting for Kamala Harris. Vote for whoever the fuck you want to vote for. As long as it's not Donald Trump, it's, whatever. It is neither here nor there. I will only tell you you're an actual fucking loser and an idiot if you're like, I'm voting for Donald Trump. Okay? The moment that you also make it seem like who you're voting for outside of Donald Trump, the moment that you tell me that who you're voting for is actually, puts you in a morally superior position over others, well, then I'll make fun of you. Hustle, no disrespect or anything, I'm not voting for her. I have lots of girlfriends who are upset I'm not voting for her. Well, I'm voting for Joe Biden. I'm writing it. I'm writing his name in. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm committed. He's the only one who is going to save this country, and I think the Democrats really fucked him over. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm writing in Biden, okay?
And determined that there are no conscientious reasons for his claims. Every time Mitnick refuses to obey draft orders and report for duty, he risks facing 30 days or more in prison. And that day, we watched him walk into the draft center, not knowing what his fate would be.
Sorry, I'm a fucking NATO voter, okay? I'm a NATO voter. When he told me he did NATO, that spoke to me. When he told me he did AUKUS, that spoke to me. When he told me he did Five Eyes, that spoke to me. And it spoke to me in a way that you will never understand. Okay? When he said, I did NATO, I was like, that's it. I've fallen in love. Okay? This is my guy. I don't care. I don't care who else the Democratic media, the Dummycrat media is telling me is actually a much better candidate. I've already made up my mind. I will not be changing it. Anyway, all right, let's talk about Donald Trump again. Little column A, little column B. North Carolina GOP chair says Trump listens to Laura Loomer.
I want to ask you about, when you talk about message, about something that has become an issue for Donald Trump, and that is his traveling with and apparently listening to Laura Loomer. And I want you to listen to what your senator, GOP senator.
Dog, you've been talking to me about this fucking mural in Milwaukee for weeks. Okay? For weeks. And I have not clicked on your link about some fucking bunk ass Free Palestine mural in Milwaukee for weeks. And you have actually updated the link now because there's new, fresh controversy around this mural. It's like, dog, understand, I don't care, okay? I'm going to clearly tell you right now, I don't care. This is such a classic, like, my neighbor is not trimming their fucking hedges ass story, okay? It's just like, it doesn't make any sense why you think I should click on this link and look at a fucking link from Milwaukee about a fucking mural. I saw a story of a black man that was found dead with a rope tied to a tree in North Carolina. Have you heard of this? Yes, I did. And from what I understand, the story was presented on TikTok as if it was a hate crime, a lynching, which is understandable. It's a young black trucker found hanging in a parking lot. But I think there's camera footage that, not sure, but from what I understand, he bought the rope himself, I think. And also there's like camera footage of him walking to that side of the parking lot. So I don't know. As a person, Milwaukee resident, I have no idea what that chatter's talking about. You clearly are not up to date with all things Milwaukee. Okay? I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about like the actual details of the story. Hey, Hassan, have you talked about the Palestinian mural in Milwaukee? It is huge news. They're going to continue to fake this story until there's violence. Yeah, I saw. Exclusive. We have discovered that migrants are, in fact, eating cats in Ohio. We have verified with multiple witnesses and visual cross-references that African migrants in Dayton, the next city over from Springfield, barbecued these cats last summer. Okay? That's what Christopher Rufo's going with his phenomenal, absolute phenomenal instincts. Okay? Mr. Republican Party's greatest mind over here. He's like, no, you don't understand. What you should really keep doing is talking about Haitian migrants eating cats. Let's prove it. Manhattan Institute's very own Christopher Rufo. He got one hit with the DEI shit, okay, and he hasn't shut the fuck up. One hit with the CRT shit originally, okay? But it's funny because now Trumpsters are learning about the Haitian Revolution. Chief Trumpster says, interesting. Did Haitians genocide all the whites? And he got so horny, he didn't even like space it out correctly. He just like hit the space bar on the iPhone keyboard too much. He got so horny to write this out and screenshot it. Did the Haitians genocide all the whites? Oh God. If only he could have, I don't know, found out what the whites did to the Haitians. Like just it's one Google search away. Okay. They killed all the French people on the islands. Since when does America give two fucks about French people? Sorry, I was reading the other article on the other screen. Completely agree with not judging Hassan, but this anti-immigrant sentiment reminds me why Trump is so dangerous, not to mention for LGBTQIA. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. As a matter of fact, I agree with you so much that I've been agreeing with you for the past 10 years. But especially so, I've been agreeing with you since around the month of April in 2021, where I first said, if Joe Biden does not counter message against this like right-wing reactionary anti-immigrant framing that the Republicans are going to pull, then this is going to be a major problem for them come November, 4 years or 3 years down the line. The problem is the Democrats have also acknowledged the false framing that immigrants constitute a grave threat to American national security. So because of that reason, they can't even turn around and be like, yo, this shit is racist as fuck. You're being racist as fuck, dog. You're out of your goddamn mind. Do you understand? That's the issue here, is that I demand more from the Democratic Party. I demand more from the Democratic Party when they refuse to do so. Okay? But they're not doing it. And I fear that not only are there negative electoral consequences to this, but there's
this border crisis narrative is incredibly annoying from the media, by the way. They are absolutely feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up. This is really.
They're Dems. What do you expect? Keep up the same attitude from the Pope? Did you just compare the fucking Democratic Party in what is supposed to be a theoretical democracy to the goddamn Pope? Are you insane? Also, the Pope is objectively more woke than like every single, with the exception of like 4 or 5 Democrats, every single Democratic Party member on the issue of Israel. The Pope is more woke than almost every single fucking Democratic Party member on a lot of issues beyond Israel even. Just not abortion. He's like obviously the fucking Pope. But it doesn't really matter. You want to know why it doesn't matter? Because that's the fucking Pope. That is not an elected representative. The Pope is more woke on the issue of immigration than the Democrats are too. I can't believe we're having this convo, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, but we can't call him to change on LGBT because he's the Pope? Yes. What do you mean call on him to change? He's the Pope. What difference does it make? The next one's going to be worse than this one. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you if you think, oh my God, yeah, dumb argument by, as in like you're saying your argument is dumb, right? Like you're coming with the recognition that your argument is dumb and fucking off and hopefully logging off, maybe to like hit the books or something. Okay? Because if you're comparing the Democratic Party to the fucking papacy, okay, then you've already lost the plot. Like there's no democracy there. There's no reason. We shouldn't even say anything. I should make 0 criticisms because a bunch of like shadowy figures get together and elect the person that's going to be president anyway, because that's how it works with the Pope. What the fuck? This guy came in here and was like, it's really funny in either direction, because the argument he's making either is that like the Democratic Party is basically identical to like how the Pope selection process works, and they are a figurehead. They are a figurehead for like the entire Catholic movement in the same way that the Pope works. Or the even funnier argument, which is that if you fucking push the Pope to be more progressive, he will be, like the Democratic Party. The argument is so stupid that it literally doesn't work in either direction. You have come up with an argument that is stupid regardless of what the argument you're trying to present it as is. I disagree that just because someone is picking a progressive stance compared to prior people in that public role that we can't call on them for change. Democrats have been historically xenophobic, so if you use your same logic, we shouldn't call them. Dude, you are not making a good argument at all. You're comparing elected representatives that are supposed to be responsive to public pressure in a theoretical democracy to the Pope, okay? To the fucking Pope.
an institution that literally just is top down. Okay, there is no responding to public pressure. It's just top down. It is such an old vestige of how things used to run that it used to exist when they were doing the motherfucking crusades and shit. Okay, like that's how old school it is. It's like saying Mohammed bin Salman, the king of Saudi Arabia, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, is going to be responsive to public pressure. He's the fucking prince. What are you saying? Yeah, I love it because he's doing a no you hang up. Take care. He still responds to public pressure, in my opinion, so it was worth calling for change. How else will it then? But I see your distinction. Dude, first of all, especially myself, I don't give a shit. I'm Muslim, okay? I don't give a fuck about the Pope. But I don't think many Americans care about making the Pope change his attitude on like LGBTQ issues, especially considering like my position on this is I will not take for granted the Pope being woke on the issue of Israel doing a genocide or on migrants being an overall positive thing in the Western world. Like, I'm not going to take that for granted. That's a freebie. I'll take it. Great. My expectation is not that they're going to be positive on anything. It's the fucking Pope. My expectation from the Democratic Party, however, especially when they are looking to secure my vote, is to do more because that's the underlying basis of democracy. Fair, I was raised Catholic and I'm trans, so I care. It affects my family. Fair, you don't care, but it really is an issue in the community, and I hope we can change the Catholic Church one day. Good luck, chatter. I think there's a difference, though, with, like, again, the motherfucking Catholic Church. Also, I love your optimism, but I'm going to keep it $150 with you. The next one, like the next Pope, is going to be far worse than this one. And maybe then you'll understand, because the previous one was far worse than this one. And the next one most likely will be far worse than this one as well. I'm a single issue voter, and my issue is pressuring the Pope to be pro-trans. You are literally arguing with Martin Luther. Chatter's about to write articles and slam it on the fucking door of the Vatican. Oh my God. Yeah, no, I shouldn't be making fun of this chatter. He will be responsible, or she will be responsible for the next Lutheran church. Schism 2. Yeah, not 95 thesis, 96. The 96 one being be pro-trans. Oh, that's awesome.
He came up. It's an honor to me to meet you, Mr. President. People that come from where I come from, they don't meet the president, so I'm lucky. I'm gonna say this, but we need you. We need you back, right? We need you to be the president. And apart from that, I gotta say this in Spanish. Han pasado 4 años y no ha pasado nada.
Yo, that's crazy. He said that. He said at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. How did he know? I can't believe he said 4-minute ad break, but he was wrong. It's actually 3 minutes. Okay, that's crazy. Murat, shut the fuck up. I'm doing a segue. Obviously, I know he didn't say at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay, I know. Thank you for correcting me. This fucking guy, bro. Eat your Chick-fil-A. Eat your homophobic chicken. Okay? This guy's in my ear being like, he said 4 more years, bro. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's crazy.
Let's make America great again. Glad he came up.
Apparently, he said he wants to kiss him or something. Where is it? Oh, yeah, by the way, JD Vance, Kamala and her media apparatchiks should be ashamed of themselves. Another debunked story that turned out to have merit. He didn't say 4 more years. He said nothing's happened over the past 4 years. Okay, whatever. Here.
Latin music superstar Nicky Jam. Do you know Nicky? She's hot. Where's Nicky? Latin music superstar Nicky Jam. Do you know Nicky? She's hot. Where's Nicky? Thank you, Nicky. Great to be having you here. Now you have to get... Oh, look.
It's like, who is this man? Maybe he's not hot. Someone in the chat said, this guy's from Puerto Rico, irrelevant and forced to retire music from his own fans. Name is Nicky Jam. Why are they doing this to us Puerto Ricans? You only cover us when it's embarrassing. bro, you know why. Okay, come on, listen. I love my Puerto Ricans, but god damn, some of the most Hitlerian politics is coming from that island. I don't know how the fuck Puerto Ricans are either like the coolest, most hardcore leftists you've ever seen, or just straight up Adolf Hitler supporters on Twitter. How the fuck is crazy, dude? It's crazy. Nothing in between, dog. Nothing in between. Like dudes with accounts like, you know, Himmler Groiper 1488, and then they're just like outed as Puerto Rican. Like that. What was that one guy that was fucking outed or doxxed? Stone Toss, bro. One of the most prolific Nazi cartoonists in this country, straight up Puerto Rican. What the fuck's going on? This dude is like, oh, I love my white skin. I love my white skin and being a white guy. White people are under attack. It's like, bro, you're like, these people don't see you as white. You know that, right? Like, oh my God. Like I've said before, you get the shield of being a minority and you get to be white enough to be racist. We really are the S tier racist operators. Is it because they're a U.S. territory? That should make you more resentful. Like you're a U.S. territory. You know what I mean? You're a fucking U.S. territory. You should be mad all the time. Like the American government fucked you over so hard. You're a colony. You're an existing colony. Did you try Magnolia pudding during the DNC in Chicago? No, because I have Magnolia pudding here. Lemau from Wikipedia. Nicky Jam initially experienced culture shock upon moving to Puerto Rico, having never spoken Spanish before arriving to the island. He was born in Lawrence. Most young people in PR are anti-US, and a lot of them watch you, I think. No, I know. I got motion. I got motion in Puerto Rico for sure. Because like I said, it's either like some of the coolest, most hardcore lefties, or just straight up reincarnated Adolf Hitler. Here's the second version of that. Now, this could be, the beautiful part about this is he's from Massachusetts, so this could be because he sees himself white, but it's especially because he's from Massachusetts, I think. That's what it is. Horrible, the way that we are treating these people. Let's get back to my coverage on March 15th, 2021 is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from the point of view of reactionary garbage, claiming that this is a huge issue, not taking an actual stance on it, but just simply channeling the right-wing agitations as they have done. Just covering it as, you know, many Americans are concerned that the border is turning into a pylon with hundreds of thousands of migrants coming in through the floodgates. Like, that's no different than what Fox News says. No different than what Fox News says. When MSNBC is saying it, or whenever, you know, the Associated Press is covering it in that way, they're doing a disservice. If they truly have a left-wing point of view in the way that, like, so many imply, then they have to recognize that simply offering contentious coverage on a particular matter does not mean that you're doing honest coverage on the issue. So, House GOP leaders head to the southern border as Democrats ready immigration bills. So Democrats are putting forward some immigration bills right now, and the hilarity here is what Kevin McCarthy, California Republican and House Minority Leader, is decided he's going to do a news conference about the U.S.-Mexico border policy outside the Capitol on Thursday, or did one, and has decided to do a field trip to the border. Remember, these guys are the same guys that laughed at AOC when she like went to the border camps and cried, right? So now they're going to do the exact same thing, but from the Republican side. Now they themselves are going to go and be like, oh my God, a brown person walked through an imaginary border that we had set here. Obviously, this means every American is going to be raped. All white Americans are about to be raped and murdered. We need to literally start shooting people. So that's where we're at right now. When I said it, by the way, when I said this in 2021, everyone probably that watched, like liberals at the very least, that watched, not people in my community, were probably like, you're just hyperventilating. the border crisis, and the media is absolutely allowing Republicans to get away with it. This crisis of the border is spiraling out of control, McCarthy told reporters last week, and it's entirely caused by the actions of this administration. Sent a letter to Biden in early March requesting a meeting to discuss the increasing numbers of migrants at the border and work together to solve it. Like what? What are we going to do? What are the Democrats going to do? Work together with Kevin McCarthy? Like what? How are they going to work together? They're already, you know, overflow facilities and all this other like cruel shit that Democratic administrations rarely ever scale back. Wait, what's going on at the border? Absolutely nothing that is different. Okay, that's the whole point that I'm trying to make here. Nothing different is happening at the border that hasn't happened in perpetuity in the United States of America. The only difference is an administration is different now, and they're going to do still the senseless cruelty on the immigrants that are trying to find a better life for themselves. But this time the media is going to act as the cudgel, or act as they are contentious and pretty much push the administration that was already willing to do reactionary garbage to begin with to immigrants, because nobody gives a shit about them. They're going to use the public opinion on immigration as a reason as to why they have to have these detention centers and why they have to do these like dragnet ICE raids and shit like that. That's it. Recently, Vice was on the ground at the border. The reality of reversing the Biden-Trump policy. Okay, well, I'll watch this. So ultimately, the biggest change here with Biden's administration versus Donald Trump so far has been processing asylum seekers and allowing them to come into the country again. Right? The Trump administration was like, nope, it's done. It's over. Because of COVID, we're like totally ending it. And even before that, they were like, if you come here, we're going to murder you. Okay? We're going to lock you in fucking jail for an extended period of time. You're going to have to do slave labor. Sorry, sucks to suck. And we're going to separate you from your children. We're going to do senseless cruelty to you if you try to come into this country. So the big change there is the Biden administration has said, we are processing asylum seekers. So there's still so much more going on that there's still so much that needs to be reformed on the back end. But even a little bit of that, even a little bit of reform has immediately gotten Republicans to act like, you know, the country is falling apart and they're literally burning it to the ground. And now we're going to be waving Guatemalan flags everywhere instead of the American flag, yada, yada.
Cornelia with active.
You look at these cartel members, brother. You don't understand. Cartel members have changed their they've changed the way they look, brother. You think, oh, I'm sorry, you think I'm a sexist? You're willing to tell me that you don't think that these are girl boss cartel members right here, brother? Yeah, I fucking know. I know that these cartels are woke. They're SJW cartels. That's why they got women. They're trying to come in here and do queer Marxism. Republicans be like, they got shoes. Why are they coming in? It seems like they're pretty privileged to me. Looking real privileged to me. This one's got an iPhone. Dude, this video covers very little on beyond what's going on with what people are doing. Kevin McCarthy, minority leader in the House, is literally doing what AOC did, but on the other side, creating a situation that is like trying to increase the panic around migrants. This is all that the Fox News has been talking about, making it seem like there is a gigantic problem at the border, whereas that gigantic problem always existed. The media stopped covering it under Donald Trump after they were done with like migrant detention centers for children because they covered it too much. So now they're like, or they think they covered it too much. They covered it into the ground. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the Iraq-Afghanistan wars where they just stopped. They didn't want to show veterans in coffins. So they didn't want to show like the actual bloodbath that was going on. So they stopped covering it. You know, after a while, they were like, this is just the reality now. It's going to happen. This cruelty is going to happen. We're just not going to talk about it. Puerto Rico is another example. Oftentimes, it's just when brown people are victims, the media just moves away. They talk about it for a little bit. They make it seem like it's the worst thing that's ever happened, and usually it is. And then they move away from it. This week, the House will begin consideration of 2 bills aimed at amending the immigration system. The first is the American Dream and Promise Act that would establish a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants brought to the country as children, otherwise known as Dreamers. It would also include a pathway to citizenship for people granted temporary protected status, along with those who were recipients of the deferred enforcement departure as of January 20th. 2021. There is also a Farm Workforce Modernization Act, which would create a system in which a worker in the agricultural industry could earn temporary status and eventual option to become a permanent resident. Neither of these bills are going to pass. I'm telling you right now, they're deeply popular bills. Americans want this. There is like, depending on what part of the bill we're talking about, there is either 75 on the minimum to 90% support for this, 90% being for the DACA immigrants and the pathway to citizenship for DACA immigrants, 75% for amnesty overall, or conditional amnesty overall for Americans. But it's also the bread and butter of the Republicans. And also, they believe that this is a way to create more Democratic voters. So they're going to oppose this as best as they can. And also, it goes along with their, you know, white nativist, white supremacist policy positions. So 0% shot that this gets pushed through the Senate. It's just not going to happen. Both bills have strong support from Democrats and passed the lower chamber in 2019. It's unclear how they would fare in the Senate because they would need Republican support. The bills represent a more targeted approach at passing immigration legislation than Biden's comprehensive immigration proposal, the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021, which would face significant opposition by Republicans in the Senate. If you ask me, what they should do, what Democrats should do is precisely what they have done, or precisely what Republicans do, which is go off balls to the wall with an aggressive policy agenda. Say we're going to do full unconditional amnesty and then work your way down. But they're not going to do that, and they're going to cuck themselves already. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I am legitimately fearful that the Democrats are going to completely give up on covering immigrants. We'll see.
The Biden administration now facing criticism over a very different emergency, with help deployed along the southern border. FEMA sent to organize suitable shelter after a surge of migrants at the border. 3,200 children crossing alone last week. Republicans charge this is a crisis brought on by a more migrant-friendly immigration policy under President Biden.
People think they can get in. They begin sending their unaccompanied child on a train ride across Mexico. This policy is leading to this surge that is unmistakable.
The White House acknowledged.
First of all, completely incorrect. Secondly, it doesn't even fucking matter. Let's say if it is correct. Let's say that people are so goddamn scared. It's a backlog. That's the reason why it seems like a surge is occurring, because no migrants were being allowed into the country, right? But let's say that they are... Do you have a take that you used to go hard for that you no longer agree with? No. Speaking of fucking takes that I go hard for that I am completely correct on, remember what I told you yesterday about you guys being dumb as fuck and how I can't like react to anything Ethan related because you fucking behave in an unhinged way? And sometimes that unhinged behavior is immediately tracked by an insanely unhinged community. I just saw this. This shit is insane. Okay? While Destiny's community continues to harass Hassan and his community yet over again over the recent criticisms of Ethan, here's a long thread proving yet again who this rabid audience Destiny has cultivated are. Note the screenshots of DDGers spreading anti-Semitic lies about H3, like making fun of Gila, saying she's a slay queen, okay? Saying Ethan participated in sex tourism, shit like that. But there's one part about this. This guy says, to be honest, a Nazi is better than a terrorist, who's better than a registered sex offender, who's better than a Hassan Piker fan. But it doesn't end there. One thing I saw on this thread that is actually fucking nutty is how many mentions of my name that is in this Discord. It is 90,000. The Destiny Discord has mentioned me 90,000 times. Now, Destiny is a video game and a streamer. And I doubt that, and a word that people use in normal conversation. And I'd be shocked. Some of Hostwood is still defending themselves in your Hostwood community. They don't give a said you said no drama in that community. The fact that he has cultivated just an entire fan base with only one consistent position. And that position is, we want to fucking kill Hassan. 9,000. 8,900 times the word Destiny was used. Someone said the word Destiny comes up in Hostwood 18,000 times. And it's a word that has significantly more usage than just like, the streamer. And I doubt that most of it is, I'm certain that most of the times that it's been used is probably not about him, just using it in like regular conversation, like, oh, this is Manifest Destiny or something like that. 90,000 times, brother. 90,000 times. This is before you also look at how many times they use probably Hassan with a double S, or Hissan, or Hamasabi. I'd pay top dollar for Hassan cartel rape footage. Hassan raped my dog. Can't wait till I'm rich so I can rape Hassan. Watch the video. It's a series of events. Gang rape Hassan. Every Destiny N-word has 100 times the impact of Hasanabi Twitteroid saying a white slur, so it's a war of attrition. Here they're talking about how Destiny says the N-word on Twitter, and it really ruins their image that they're trying to cultivate of being against Hassan, because they have no consistent or coherent politics beyond saying this guy is fucking awful. Remember when Hassan raped those trafficked Slavic children in Germany? Twitteroid. These are like 38-year-old people, by the way, with like jobs and shit, because Hassan fans believe everything that is spoon-fed to them. Yo, can a DJ hear a clip, a Hassan Piker clip for me? He said one of the most R-worded things I've heard when we were arguing, and it won't let me clip it. Like they literally fucking are watching. They're watching right now. They're watching right now. And in their Discord, they're talking like, oh, I can't wait to clip this and post it on Reddit and brigade it. This is unimaginably pathetic, dog. It is crazy. Weird rape jokes they made about Cutie, brigading and mass reporting. Does anyone have a link for Hassan's Discord server? Yo, I'm trying to find the Twitch guidelines that state that a streamer cannot restream another banned streamer, i.e. Hassan restreaming Destiny. Can someone link me the correct section that would have that or point me in the right direction? I'm going to report Hassan for schizo. Thanks for reminding me. I'm going to actually report Hassan right now. Hassan and Destiny are both the same edgelords. Yes, we should stop saying R-word. It's the same way Destiny and Hassan should stop saying schizo. Guys, heads up. If you brigade Hassan Discord and any of the mod team find out, you will be perma'd. Like, dude, this level, I'm going to be honest with you. This level of obsession is not good, okay? It's just not good. It is really bad. I promise you it's not good for your mental health, okay? It's not. You have devoted so much of your time to something that is just an objective waste, okay? We have a finite amount of time on this earth. Why are you wasting it like this? I'll be for real. The only way forward is Destiny dropping a Hassan Manifesto nuke and end his career as early as possible. I feel bad for the misguided, low IQ motherfuckers that actually follow his ideology, especially when it comes to this Israel-Palestine issue. Twitch isn't going to do shit about it for sure. Imagine being a Hassan viewer, yuck. I'll better rot in hell than being a conscious soul that actively watches Hassan streams. I wish we could deport Hassan to Turkey. Yeah. I'm so happy we can make fun of Freunken, I mean Fatka, I mean Portkin, I mean Frobeast, I mean Hassan's mod again. Hijaba the Hutt. That J Miles guy you yelled at was a DGGer all along. I'm actually surprised. Yeah. Is that surprising? Most of the time when I'm fucking yelling at someone who is like presenting themselves as a just curious Andy, they're actually just simply coming from this fucking rabid sociopath's unhinged ass community to come in here and present themselves as though they are making a sound argument, and they just want to simply have their mind changed only so they can slowly but surely piss me off and then fucking clip it and then post it on Twitter. And the likes of Keemstar love that shit. Okay, this has been ongoing, once again, this has been ongoing for the past fucking 5 years now. 5. It's been happening for 5 years. Okay? It's sad. Get a life, please. I do wish that they could just get the access to healthcare that they desperately need and a sense of community beyond whatever the fuck this is, whatever is going on here. This is just Discord with some added Reddit posts. The community is obsessed. Their Twitter group, their subreddit is all just racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and jokes about rape, incest, young children. Obviously, this doesn't apply to every Destiny fan, but this has been going on for years, and Destiny actively encourages it. I'm posting these for 2 reasons. 1, to show the hypocrisy and harassment D fans have participated in, not only in Hassan's community, but his friends and also Ethan's. They even faked screenshots of Hassan's chat, which Hassan proved were fake live on stream by pulling up the logs. Hassan actively bans anti-Semitic comments and goes out of his way to explain chatters how abhorrent it is every day. Second reason is to advise people in Hassan's community not to engage with these accounts. Do not harass them. They will try to bait you. Just block and move on. Pay them no attention. I'm also at fault for lashing out because I find the things Destiny has said disgusting. But yeah, from now on, mass block, ignore, and focus, continuing to uplift our own community. Sorry this thread is so long and all over the place. Peace and love. It's just like team sports, like Raiders versus Steelers. It will never stop in America. It's a culture thing as old as baseball. Yeah, the issue is, I don't like, our Raiders fans fucking stalking Steelers fans and like monitoring their every activity and then trying to go to the local media to be like, see, this guy actually threw his trash out wrong. You should fucking do something about it. And then celebrating it. And then we also have this too. Look. We also have this fucking idiotic shit too. You have to admit, most of the mentions of Dean Hoscord are about him. You are deluding yourself if you think Hoscord is talking about Manifest or the stupid game. Like, we also have either more Destiny fans who have been also 59-month subscribers, or just like unhinged weirdos themselves who have been 59-month subscribers, whose brains have been broken by trying to debate every fucking minutia. I'm simply stating that the term Destiny has more utilization than literally just the streamer, not in the same way that the term Hassan is just my name. There is like one other fucking Hassan. There's two other Hassans out there, Mehdi Hassan and Hassan Minhaj. I doubt that they're talking about them that much. This is most likely a double fan, which is the weirdest kind of person, literally making a very idiotic argument, like as though Destiny, the term, does not have multiple utilizations, including its own dictionary definition. Called it. No, I just see there's brain rot on both sides. You did it. You're doing it right now. You're refusing to see the argument that I've presented. You are trying to have a semantics argument on whether or not there is an actual dictionary definition for the term Destiny and could be applied outside of the streamer in an instance where there's only 8,000 mentions, okay? Approximately 5,000 of the utilization of the term Destiny in my Discord out of the 8,000 come from the gaming segment. Do you think that the gaming section in my Discord is talking about the streamer and that's what they figured out is the best way to do it? 8,000 times the word Destiny has been used in my fucking 8,000 times the word Destiny has been used in my Discord, as opposed to 90,000 times that the word Hassan has been used in his Discord. The term Destiny literally has multiple uses regardless. It's both a video game and also on top of that is just a word in the English language. It's not just simply a name. And you still tried to do both sides. Why? One must ask the question, why did you try to do that? The numbers on the board obviously show that one side is unimaginably unhinged. Why are you doing that? Okay, you're right. I don't go on Hoscore that much. No, that's not the problem. The problem is you heard me say something, and because you're a fan of both of us, you immediately wanted to go, well, both sides have some issues. Why? Think about what happens in your mind that causes you to immediately, reflexively go, well, there's both sides that are being fucking unhinged. 5,000 of the times that anyone has ever said Destiny in my community, it was in reference to the video game. One side is cyber stalking me and my fans and the people I collaborate with actively, as I just showed you. The other side is not a community that hyper focuses on this fucking cretin for obvious reasons, because guess what? For the past 5 years, I myself have not been hyper focusing on this person. And the only time I ever talked about it, straight up, the only time I ever talked about it was when he just completely went unhinged after presenting himself as a liberal or even a leftist or a progressive, and then actively made pro-genocide arguments. If you check his Twitter community, there's multiple mentions every day. They're literally obsessed, and there's one dude who literally spends all day, every day just watching your stream and clipping what he thinks is cancelable and posting it in his Twitter community. Someone in your Twitter community posted that the user is that one pokey stalker you talked about on your stream that's been harassing you since 2019. Yeah, they're fucking crazy. Anyway, like I said, just don't reflexively try to do the both sides shit, okay? Because there is no both sides in this. There's no both sides in the situation unless you're a dupe or a sucker. How come you don't address this happening in your Discord? I know this is a real problem. The other part of this is my community is much larger. That's the other craziness here. And despite the fact that I have a much larger community, the mentions are still so minimal. That's what's crazy about it. Yeah, it's 30x to 1x. Said, bro, I've been here since 2021. I've never even knew who really D was until Israel Palestine. Yes, because I actively did not talk about it. Truly unhinged. How much longer till Ethan Gila divorce arc? Yeah, he's done a great job with crowd capture of the H3H3 crowd. Ethan seems okay with whatever Hassan does, so I don't think it will end until Hassan wants. H3H3 subreddit is basically Hassan, and Hassan has his own popping Discord. Yes, they both help each other out, but Ethan's platform H3H3 is being taken advantage of by Hassan like Hassan took advantage of Destiny's platform. They also obviously made a shit ton of jokes about raping Cutie and why isn't Hassan ugly yet? What the fuck is actually wrong with Hassan? We make a bunch of paper targets with Hassan printed on them. Hassan Piker range targets. I have touched my penis to Cutie Cinderella deepfakes. Would you watch fake porn of Cutie Cinderella? Like, just like bad people in general, okay? And I don't think they started off as bad people, okay? I don't think they started off as disgusting little fucking monsters. But this is what happens when you fucking join a community of people that consider this to be edgy, okay? Consider this to be cool and consider this to be fun. It is straight out of 4chan poll. When a portion of your community is Kiwi Farm cyberstalkers and there's zero effort to moderate it, people end up emulating that behavior. It's not just that it's Kiwi Farms and cyberstalkers. It's not that there's no effort to moderate this community. It's encouraged, okay? That's what it is. It's fucking encouraged. That's it. It's monkey see, monkey do. If it's encouraged and reposted by the fucking content creator, then of course a lot of people are going to be like, well, I want him to notice me. I love this person. I watch him all the time, right? So they fucking turn around and do this kind of unhinged shit in an effort to get this support. I was shocked after you raided Jason before the collab. I saw so many of your haters spamming your emails and saying Hamas raid, Nepo raid, etc. It was so fucking sad. Anyway, let's move on. I kind of want to watch Maher and Winkler, the Fonz, debate Israel. Why does D do this anyway? Why does he have to hate farm you? I don't understand. What do you mean? I'm a fairly popular figure with politics that is considered completely outside of like what is permissible in American political discourse normally. It's a great target to try and pick apart every single day. It's also a shit ton of resentment. I've always had haters. Guys, I've gotten death threats when I had fucking 30 people watching me on Twitch, okay? Because I was on the Young Turks. And when I was on the Young Turks, I was getting death threats all day, every day. Even I was getting doxxed and getting death threats with like 4chan posts about how to kill me and how to literally fucking feed my dogs like a little bit of fucking salami if they were to ever raid my house, my apartment. Okay. I remember seeing that shit when I had when I was broke as fuck, even before I was on Twitch. Like it hasn't stopped. This is just the unfortunate reality. This is just the unfortunate reality of just having to deal with like the online right. And anyone and everyone that has ever dealt with the online right knows this to be the reality. It's just something that you have to deal with on a daily fucking basis. Yes, there are posts from 4chan and all these other like older fucking forums way back in like 2016. Okay, before I was even on Twitch, fantasizing about how like you could do a home invasion with my address, with my apartment address, and talking about how in order to take care of my dogs, you should bring like, you know, some fucking meat with you so you can just like toss the meat to the dog to, you know, have the dog pay attention to the meat itself while you shoot and kill me in bed. The thing is, that's been happening for a very long time. You know what I mean? That's been happening for a very long time. Problem is, I've always had unhinged haters. I've just never had someone who presents themselves as like somewhat progressive, right? Capture an audience with a lot of those unhinged haters from every different background. I talk about a shit ton of issues. If you are really invested in being like anti-abortion and you see my commentary on abortion, you hate me. Then you look for a community that hates me. If you're a Nazi and you hear me talk about fascism and see that I'm an anti-fascist, you hate me and you look for a community that also hates me. If you are, I don't know, pro Kyle Rittenhouse and you see me be anti Kyle Rittenhouse and you hate me, and then you fucking look for a community that hates me. If you're anti-trans and I'm obviously openly pro-trans and you hate me and you look for a community that hates me. That's why I'm saying like a lot of stuff online can be brigaded. It's far from what is normal, what like normal people's attitudes and opinions are. So don't be dissuaded by this kind of shit. Okay? Don't be dissuaded by this kind of shit. It's completely ridiculous, and it's not like what normal people are in the real world. It's mostly a marker of someone who's extremely online. But because things are very easy to brigade online, it will, and because of, despite the size of this community, right? Despite the size of this community, not this, my community, but the size of the fucking psycho community that we were just talking about, they can make it seem like, you know, there's a lot more hatred out there. If they desperately look for any mention of me or my fans, sometimes they randomly will voluntarily bring me up when something else is happening, right? It's just, you know, you basically try to do the most of what you have with your limited resources. But when I say I really hope that these guys get better, I mean it. It's self-serving, sure. It's self-serving because if they do get better, if they get help, or if they get a sense of, if they get a sense of like community elsewhere, I think that, like, dude, isn't this like Destiny's main Reddit moderator or some shit? Like, this is what I mean. It's like, dude, presenting yourself as like a schizophrenic person who's stalking me is not going to make me fearful. It just makes you look weird. But like, you're so hugboxed and so echo chambered that you think that this looks normal to the onlooker, to the outsider, followed by loner box. Nice. You know what I mean? Like, that's Destiny's top Reddit mod? Yeah. Like, most normies will look at this and go, what the fuck? If they even understand it at all. Wait, he was in here? He's never been banned? Oh, he's been in here. Yeah. Back when, interesting. 2018 chatters and 2019 chatters. Remember when, wait, what? Fully convinced him chatters go rogue when you don't give him enough attention? No, this person was just only friendly because his intellectual daddy was friendly at the time. That's what it is. Now they're brigading the Donnie O'Sullivan replies. I know. They'll do that. They have one speed. That's it. But most people understand. Most normal people understand how fucking Twitter works. Especially if they're not like uninitiated, you know? In the reply to your post, it looks like they edited to make you look scared. What? All right, I'm done. I'm done with the like unhinged shit that they're doing. You have a very unique experience. You were 24/7 being gang stalked. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. Club Random Podcast. My goat Bill Maher is at it again from 2 days ago.
First time I ever went, I would not go to Israel. I was convinced if I stepped terra firma on Israel, I stepped off the plane onto the tarmac, a war would break out.
Why?
I don't know why. It's a tick.
That's more than a tick.
Yeah.
That's psychotic.
Yeah, well, thank you.
What, I mean, why you stepping off the plane?
No, not me. Just
bad timing?
Bad timing.
Well,
I wouldn't cause the war.
Oh, I see.
I would just be in the middle of
I thought they were like, the funds.
Hey,
it's on.
Henry's here.
Allahu Akbar, the funds.
Really?
This is the last straw.
Oh, my God.
The funds is in Israel. Now we have to get them into the sea.
Yeah.
Oh.
What about their prime minister? Are we allowed to talk about that?
Of course. You can talk about anything. That's what I love about this.
I really think that he knows if, God forbid, he steps down or the war is over, he's in jail.
I mean, that's possible, and we hear that a lot. I mean, it's interesting.
I believe it to my core.
Yeah, well, you don't know what's, I mean, that could be the case. You don't know what's in a person's heart. Whether that's true or not, you can still be supportive of the decisions he's making, which I am.
Okay.
It's very naive, I think, that this could go any other way.
Right.
And any other country in the world would not be expected to act any differently. If you get attacked, you get to fight back. And the war doesn't end when you start fighting back, which they always want with Israel. You know,
Bill Maher presenting himself as a guy who's like anti all religion, only to actively commit himself to a fucking theocratic ethno-state is the funniest thing. Okay, this guy is supposed to be like, the atheist. I hate all religion. I hate all religion, okay? I'm Bill Maher. Religion is stupid, and if you believe it, you're stupid. Except I love the theocratic ethno-state that is an apartheid on a good day and doing genocide on a bad day, because they're doing it two other religious people that I hate a lot more. I'm Bill Maher. It's so funny.
Somebody, you know what? A lot of what you're saying is true. However, I think that you know, there are parents, there are families that are hurting because the hostages are not.
Yes, and it's the job of a statesman and a leader and a prime minister to think long term and not just short term. Like, if they don't...
Yeah, that's what Benjamin Netanyahu's doing. He's thinking long-term final solution, not short-term final solution. Thanks, Bill Maher. Yeah. He definitely calls himself culturally Christian. Yeah, he is so... His dick riding of Israel is crazy, okay? It is crazy.
Eliminate Hamas.
They're not going to eliminate Hamas. Hamas is an idea, not a group of people.
That's a bullshit thing.
It's not.
What do you mean? That's literally. He's right. Listen to the Fonz, dipshit.
Bullshit.
Well, let me tell you something. They've said that for years. I just read, I think, Sam Harris on this, and he said it right.
I know Sam.
Okay, great.
I like
love
Sam.
Great. I'm glad we both do.
Yeah.
And he said this thing we've heard a lot of times. You can't kill an idea. He said, well, we did after World War II.
Until now.
We did kill a lot of...
What's really funny about Bill Maher, as far as I understand, is that, like, and I didn't know this until later, okay? I never knew this about him, but I guess neither did he, ironically enough. Bill Maher's not Jewish. I never thought he was Jewish. I thought he was a Christian. I thought he was an Irish guy, okay? And then I found out that he was Jewish, but also that he didn't know he was Jewish either, for the record. Yeah, no, he was raised Catholic until the age of 12 when he found out he was Jewish. He's raised Catholic. So, like, I always was like, this motherfucker, this was my proof. Like, fucking Christian Zionists are so goddamn annoying. They just, like, hype up Israel way more than, like, American Jews do. Like, they always fucking outflank. They always outflank American Jews on the issue. It's like a white guy telling a black person about fucking racism. You know what I mean? And yes, you can tell he was raised Catholic. Yes, he has a lot of like, I think, former Catholic attitudes, if that makes sense. Like he has, alcoholism to be one. He is so genteel. Like, his vibes, his attitude, like, it is so, like, I was shocked when I found out. Okay, so he is a Zionist Christian, for the record, even though he's not a Christian.
Japanese, and that was unfortunate.
Right.
But I mean, if you do kill enough lunatics, and Japan was led by lunatics.
Right.
You know, died of the last person, and a lot of.
It's like, first of all, before people go, I thought he was Jewish. That's disrespectful, okay, to the Jewish people, specifically American Jews. If he was Jewish, he'd be a little bit funnier, okay? There's no way. I mean, this is like marginally at the very least, okay? Like, this man's level of humor, Counterpoint Seinfeld, great example, okay? Jerry Seinfeld, very unfunny, except still, like, understands the capacity or the word structure of a joke, okay? While Seinfeld is a humorless hack for the most part, he still fundamentally understands what a joke is. Bill Maher has never understood that. His entire career revolves around being a condescending, smarmy, pervy, alcoholic, Catholic, former Catholic, atheist asshole.
Suicide bombing and all that. Very similar to what we see with radical Muslims.
Right.
Suicide bombing, cult of martyrdom.
Right.
Okay, so Japan became our good friend. So let's not pretend that you can't actually get to the root of this. It is difficult.
I'm not pretending.
No.
I truly believe that in this particular case,
you will not.
You don't think that all those people that are now homeless and their families are destroyed, you don't think that they are now
I think you have
Hamas
to make calculation.
Again?
Of course, absolutely. That is going to
And
happen.
we got to kill him dead even harder. Thank you, Bill. Like Winkler's attitude here is just like not even born out of ideology, and it's just pure empathy. Okay. You don't have to be like a brilliant person. Not saying that Winkler isn't, right? But like you literally don't have to be the smartest, most well-read person to look at a situation like this and just be like, I think common sense in this circumstance implies that like if you fucking lock people into this area and bomb the fuck out of them, they're probably going to develop resentment towards you and want to fight their way out of that situation. Basic, super basic empathy. If anything, I mean, it's common sense, but if anything, it's actually ideology that oftentimes clouds that basic empathy. Ideology, on the other hand, is what is motivating Bill Maher in his refusal to acknowledge the humanity of Palestinians. Like, you don't have to be a scholar to look at a situation and be like, yeah, I feel like if you trap people into this situation, if you like back them into a corner and keep fucking killing them and humiliating them and destroying their lives, like, and you show them that there's no way out of it, right? Like, they're probably going to inevitably fight back like you can at the top of the hour because there's a 3-minute ad break. And the way that you can get out of that corner is by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Just common sense. He's an Islamophobic, racy, smarmy, disgusting POS. Yeah. He is also the quintessential, like, bi-coastal elitist, smarmy liberal. He is so fucking annoying. My buddy who's not very political has a correct view on Israel-Palestine. However, going off the undercurrent of anti-Semitism, he thinks we can't criticize Israel's actions because of them being a Jewish state and the Holocaust. Tell him, as a Jew, I give him permission to criticize Israel for their actions. It is wild, though, because, like, he went from saying that, like, it is, if we're looking at this honestly, it is braver to, like, drive a fucking plane into the Twin Towers. He said this on national television. He said, right after 9/11, mind you, like, at a time when it was probably the least appropriate thing to say. Like, I would not have said it, okay? Come on. That's crazy. He said, you know what's not brave? Lobbing cruise missiles from thousands of miles away. That's not brave. You might not agree with it, but it is brave to ram a fucking plane into the Twin Towers. He said that. And that is what got him canceled. That actually got him canceled. For a year, he came back stronger than ever. Okay? Also, there's a 3-minute ad break now. But he did say that.
Happen. You were also
So
recruiting.
you want to kill every human being?
No. Is that what I said?
No, but I think it is what you were leading to.
No, it is certainly not what I'm leading to. What I'm saying
If we kill enough of them, we're going to end Hamas.
I didn't say that either.
I think you...
I like to think that this is also true. He only said that 9/11 shit because it was annoying. Like, he thought, I will get a lot of people mad at me, and I love being annoying. Bro, they were still picking body parts out of the rubble when he said that shit, okay? It is a wild... I'm surprised he wasn't assassinated immediately after that, okay? Like,
no, I didn't. You said it.
You want to play it back?
Yeah, I
didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
I did not say if you kill enough of them, the Hamas is over.
No, what I said was the idea that you can't kill an idea.
Oh, that's what I said.
Yeah. That's what I was objecting to.
Right.
And I was quoting Sam talking about the fact that after
World War II, we did not kill Nazism.
Yeah, we did.
Except for...
Fucking owned, bitch. Shut up. Sit your bitch ass down. You just got schooled, okay? You got schooled. Winkler is 100% on the money. Shut your bitch ass up, okay? An adult is talking. A knowledgeable adult is talking. The GOAT, the Fonz, okay? The Fonz is talking. Bill Maher said, yeah, we killed Nazism. Oh, really? Really? We did? That's crazy. Because if I recall correctly, if I know my American history, we definitely didn't do that. We exported a bunch of them, okay? We took a bunch of the scientists and we're like, yo, you guys are doing some sick work, okay? We're going to need to use this against the Russians, inevitably. That's number one, Operation Paperclip. Number two, the Nazis, like the generals that were important members, like not even like the Hitler naysayers, okay? Like straight up all the way until the end, pro-Adolf Hitler generals became figureheads of NATO, okay? We put them in charge of West Germany and then we put them in charge of NATO. So no, not only did we not eradicate Nazism as an ideology, we literally were like, actually, this is a really fucking valuable tool that we can use against a much scarier problem, communism.
Like a moment. It's back almost in every country.
Back in a tiny fringe.
No, it's not a tiny fringe, dumbass. The reason why he thinks this is because he also has a lot of Hitlerian attitudes. Okay? That's the problem. Like, he literally, first of all, we objectively did not denazify Germany. That's like not a thing that happened, right? But beyond that, if you were to look at like modern day fascism and act like it is not playing a prominent role in Western politics, you have to be at least somewhat sympathetic to the fascism, okay? Because if you're not, and I certainly am not, I look around and I'm like, holy fuck, Adolf Hitler is so back, okay? Like, Donald Trump is running around being like, migrants are pests. Migrants are actually bringing in, like, diseases. They're eating your fucking cats. They're raping your daughters. That's just Hitler. Like, that's, you're directly paraphrasing Hitler at that point, okay? Which Donald Trump, I think, accidentally arrived at that, or at least was like just copy pasting what Stephen Miller was telling him, because I don't think he knows how to read, let alone read enough Hitler speeches to come up with immigrants are poisoning the blood of America, which is not even a paraphrasing of Adolf Hitler, is just Adolf Hitler. When Donald Trump said immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, as an illiterate man who does not know how to read, I truly believe he either A, heard that from Stephen Miller, okay, and repeated it, or B, which is the funnier outcome, came up with it on his own. You know, when you come up with a good idea and you know, like, and then you find out that like it existed already and you're like, wow, parallel thinking. I think that might have happened here. It's funny because apparently Bill Maher himself, if you can't call Trump a fascist, I don't know what fascism is. Yo. Oh my God, he did this for January 6th. He was mad. He's such a he is literally the perfect lib. Okay? He is the perfect liberal. Okay? The perfect liberal looks to like the anti-immigrant, anti-trans, like all these sentiments expressed towards marginalized communities and says, some of that is true. We need to listen to him. Okay? But fucking January 6th is the bridge too far for him. It's like, dude, the anti-trans stuff and the anti-migrant stuff is also directly Adolf Hitler, okay? Like, if it took...
I mean, if you expect perfection,
I don't expect perfection.
Well, then it's a silly argument.
I believe... well, that's not true.
Well,
but I believe that we are going to experience another Kristallnacht, and could very well experience it here.
Well, there's a lot of anti-Semitism, and that comes from people like Hamas.
Yeah, I see.
So, I mean, again, when you...
Yeah, dude, Hamas is doing anti-Semitism in America. God, boomers are so stupid. Like, are you a German liberal? Like, what do you mean? A lot of anti-Semitism exists in American society, and it's coming from Hamas. Dude, there are blood and soil fascist, Nazi, and neo-Nazi Trump supporters currently, when he was filming this, talking about how we have to purge the Haitians from Springfield, Ohio. And he's like, you know what's the likely outcome here? A Hamas insurrection that will inevitably end up, you know, causing a lot of anti-Semitic hatred. What are you saying? Like, it's not even, oh my God.
You think, when you're a leader, you have to think long term.
Right.
If you don't know, they've prosecuted this war for 11 months, as we're recording this in September.
Right.
Of 2024.
Like, bro, if there are literal neo-Nazi protests happening all around the country, okay? All around the country, all the time. And you got the president saying neo-Nazi shit, okay? And then you look to like they, them, non-binary, okay, septum piercing having English majors, who many of them are also Jewish, protesting against the Israeli apartheid at fucking college campuses, and you go,
That's the real anti-Semitism. You are such a freak. Like, you are so far removed from objective reality that I don't even know how we can have a normal conversation. Okay? Like, turn on Twitter and look to what people are saying on there for 3.5 seconds, and you will realize that, oh boy, anti-Semitism is popping right now. And no, it is not coming from the progressive anti-Israel and anti-Zionist protesters, okay? That is crazy. He has had Netanyahu on his show so many times. How are you surprised about this? No, I know how much of a dick rider for Israel he is.
So,
yeah, also all around the world, not even just like America, all around the fucking world. You got the AfD in Germany. You got literal fascists in Italy in power. You have Le Pen in France. You have the reform movement in the UK. Does this not even remotely tick the holy shit, this is fascism, it's happening box for you at all?
They're at the
You
final
got Modi. I forget Modi, of course.
Stage. They're in the South. Yes, there are probably still, I don't know, 80, 90 hostages left.
Right, 100.
It's horrible to think of the situation they've been in, and if we can't get them
in
out.
other words,
Again, if I could just finish.
Yes.
Yeah, Viktor Orban, Donald Trump's favorite. Viktor Orban, he loves me. Geert Wilders. Viktor Orban is crazy. The worst part of this process is like the supposed like historical counterbalance is also a fascist of a different flavor. Like, that's the other side of the story. It's like, it's not like Russia itself is like prosecuting a fucking liberatory struggle for the working class. Like, they're doing their own fucking imperial ambitions. They're engaging in their own irredentist actions as well. So like, there isn't even a fucking counterbalance to it. You look at Iran, okay, a regional actor, and Iran's own fucking principles, especially in its own domestic affairs, is also inherently fundamentalist and awful and autocratic. Like, there's nobody out there. There's just no one. There's no one. There's no one out there that's like, hey man, this shit is fucked up. There's no powerful force on the planet right now that is like, yo, a lot of this shit is fucked up. You say, please save me, Xi, but like, they're way too invested in their own thing, okay? They're not engaging in any kind of like actual anti-fascist or even anti-capitalist momentum either. Okay, what about NATO? Dog, what do you mean, what about NATO? What about NATO? America is the top dog in this business. Who do you think is like the #1 bad guy on the planet? NATO. Well, that's why I'm voting for Joe Biden, because he did NATO.
Let's go right ahead.
You have to think in terms of long-term and numbers. Like those 100 people, we wouldn't want anyone to die, but what if we let Hamas off the hook and then it gets worse and 10,000 die? That's how...
10,000...
Well, in the future. In other words, if they are able to stage...
Dude, this is awesome. Like, it's not even... This is awesome. He's just like saying, okay, what about, like, what if every Jewish person is ethnically cleansed? That's why Israel has to continue its genocide. Is an insane argument to make. It is also exactly the same argument Hitler made, okay, about the Jews. He's like, if we don't ethnically cleanse all the Jews, they're going to ethnically cleanse us. Is also the same insane shit that Hitler said, okay? Holy fuck. It's crazy. If you want Hamas to perish in prominence and in influence, okay, then you have to eliminate the apartheid. That's it. If the apartheid goes away, then there is no resistance to the apartheid. This is a reality that not only Henry Winkler, but also fucking Yoav Gallant and Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari and many other Israeli military generals also recognize, not the apartheid part, but at least that like Hamas is not a fucking, like, Hamas is not just a group of people that are like, I'm a card-carrying member of Hamas. Like, it is simply the idea born out of the principle that human beings do not want to be fucking subjugated to and humiliated and killed endlessly and ceaselessly. That's why they say you can't militarily find a solution to Hamas. That's why they say that.
The only military solution to Hamas would be full-blown ethnic cleansing. That's it. Okay?
More attack.
I see. 10,000 more Israelis.
You've gone this far for 11 months. And my question to people who have this argument is always, do you know what's going on really underneath Gaza in all the tunnels and how close they are?
I do not know.
I don't either. But you know who does know? The Israeli Defense Force. Now.
Oh, yeah. No, they're the position of authority. They know better. Of course, typical fucking liberal Democrat shit. Oh, Kamala Harris cannot possibly have bad instincts. They just know better. That's why they're moving in a certain direction. Liberals love thinking that they are intellectually superior to like MAGA people, right? And in some respects, like their empathy on a lot of issues, as long as the Democratic Party is not positioning themselves against said issues, is on the right side of history. Okay? But they have the exact same fundamental, almost Mormon style, like attitude towards positions of authority that like the fucking MAGA people have, which is, oh, well, they must know better. They must know better. They know, they're the adults. They know better. I trust them. Israel has bombed the children's playground in Gaza, then took a photo of a sewage cesspit to claim it's a Hamas tunnel. Look at this photo and compare it to the photos in the post below. They are the same thing. They're admitting to literal heinous war crimes. Yeah. Many Gazan families living in areas that lack infrastructure resort to digging wells several meters deep into the ground to drain wastewater, an old method that was widespread throughout the Gaza Strip in the past. It's a well. Wasn't Bill Maher like anti-Iraq war? Am I crazy? Am I misremembering that? Maybe.
Are they perfect? Absolutely not. But again, they're not the ones purposely killing civilians. They try not to kill civilians. If you can't understand...
Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking idiot.
...that difference morally, then you're very morally confused.
Are you watching the same footage I'm watching?
You think they are trying to kill civilians?
I think that it is indiscriminate.
That's what war is.
Okay.
War becomes that. There is no war you can name that didn't. Sherman burned Atlanta to the ground, and it wasn't just the military people he was killing. It's a shame, but again, there's a very simple solution to this. Stop attacking Israel.
Right.
Jews used to know this.
Right. Okay.
Still love you.
I love you.
Okay.
I have no judgment about your point of view.
Great, and I not of yours.
I disagree a little bit with what you're saying.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't think that the head of Israel at this moment is a soulful human being.
That may be true too. I didn't say he wasn't, and I didn't say even that he might not be doing what you suggested he might be doing. What I was saying is, even if those things are true, it could also be true that this is the correct policy, which I believe it is. I think you've gone 11 months to do this. Let's finish it while we're there.
Okay, how does it finish? Tell me that.
How does it finish?
Yes.
Is there a...
What do you see?
Is that you have extirpated enough of Hamas that some other...
By the way, when I was gone, I heard Winkler say something fucking amazing, and I kind of want to go back to it where he goes, are you seeing the same things that I'm seeing?
Great, and I not of yours. It wasn't just no
scrimmage. I'm watching.
Then you're very morally confused.
Are you watching the same footage I'm watching?
He's like, it's like there's nothing else you can say. It's like, are you insane? Like, are you mentally there? Because this is one of the most shocking things. At this point, you have to be deliberately avoiding the truth. You know what I mean? Like, or you just enjoy it. Like, you see the carnage and you enjoy it and you justify it in your mind. Because, like, someone like Bill Maher, I don't think he has not seen what is going on. You know what I mean? Like, I could say that about, like, some guy who's like, who's the president? I don't know. You know, there's plenty of guys like that out there, right? The undecided voters, the median voter who's like, who's this Trump guy? Tell me more about him. They watch the Aiden Ross stream and go, what's up with this Trump guy? Who is he again? Okay. Maybe there's a guy like that out there. And that guy probably hasn't seen anything. Okay. Like, totally different planet that they're existing on. they do not see a single damn thing. And even if they saw it, they wouldn't understand it. Okay. Bill Maher is not like that guy. He's tapped in. He has producers. He has a show talking about, popular culture. There are things on this planet that are worse than what Israel's doing to the Palestinians. Okay. But I don't think any of those instances are as entitled and as arrogant and as in your face, if that makes sense. No, there are, come on guys, there are horrifying atrocities that occur all around the planet, right? It's just that it's never this prominently featured and has this level of protection from the people with the most power. Like Sudan comes to mind, you know what I mean? Rohingya, right? There are definitely higher numbers of people being slaughtered even, right? The difference, however, is that no one looks at that and goes oh no, that's actually super cool. We love that shit. Does that make sense? That's what I mean. It's not only being conducted with our direct involvement in terms of weapons, in terms of our targeting systems, right? In terms of our tax dollars directly subsidizing it, but also Saudi Arabia and the UAE did a genocide in Yemen, right? Throughout, it started under the Obama administration and absolutely accelerated to its worst degree under the Trump administration. It was the United States backed it. It was our weapons. It was our targeting systems. We did that shit, right? But there wasn't this level of bipartisan consensus on the continuation of the genocide in Saudi Arabia. People would be Saudi Arabia is conducting a genocide in Yemen, and people will go, yeah, that's fucked up. Bill Maher, I don't think at that point would be well, actually, the Ansar Allah administration deserve it because our brave, bold Saudi allies are doing the right thing. It wasn't he would never do that for Saudi Arabia. He'd probably be really conflicted because they're Muslims on both sides. I don't think he cares about the Shia Sunni divide to that degree. So he would never defend Saudi Arabia. MBS at most could do a charm offensive and go to the Atlantic and, get positive coverage at Fox News. But he's not speaking to the American Congress, right? And being bow down to me, bitches. I have the oil, which would make even a little bit more sense because at least Saudi Arabia has a natural resource that is an absolute necessity for our, continued global dominance. That even makes a little bit more sense if Saudi Arabia got to do that shit, but Israel wouldn't, because Israel is not a state without the United States of America, but somehow we are still made servile in that moment to Benjamin Netanyahu's grace, But ultimately, for him, or rather for me, the way I look at it is it's not only horrifying crimes against humanity that are happening every single day, okay? But it's not even our association with it is so direct, even more direct than Saudi Arabia conducting a genocide in Yemen, right? That's what it is. That's what's so unique about this predicament. At the end of the day, there's this attitude where you're well, Saudi Arabia is already a fucking theocratic monarchy, right? Most Americans don't have a positive opinion of Saudi Arabia, whereas most Americans did have a positive opinion of Israel, thought it was a Western democracy, thought it was the most moral nation on the planet. So when they try to keep that image up while doing horrifying things on a daily basis with pure vitriol, and then you still have motherfuckers who are supposed to be these adults, these progressive people, just caping for that kind of death and destruction. It's genuinely shocking.
You think they are trying to kill civilians?
I think that it is indiscriminate.
That's what war is.
Okay.
War becomes that. There is no war you can name that didn't. Sherman burned Atlanta to the ground.
Yeah, the problem is Israel is a belligerent occupier. There is never a war like this because this is not a war. It's a genocide, dumb fuck. What fucking war? What war do you have where the belligerent on one side literally has the exact
Like the exact zip code and phone number of every single person whose house they're bombing. Like, do you think Americans had that? Do you think Americans had like a way of communicating to the fucking Germans when they were doing Dresden? Like, hey, you need to leave your house. We're going to bomb it. Like they knew every single place where like civilians were living. Do you think that that's what happened? No, because it wasn't, because at most, although that was a war crime, which is why we literally changed the rules for the record after the fact, because they were like, that was not great. What we did there wasn't great. We should probably never do it again. Okay. Which is crazy that people like defend that shit too, which is wild. But like, what is extra crazy in this circumstance is that Israel is not the same as any other version of that, with the exception of the Holocaust. Like, that's it. These are people who are captive. They are held captive in an area that they cannot fucking leave voluntarily. And they're being relentlessly bombed. And the areas that they claim they're not going to bomb, they bomb anyway. And the areas they claim they're not going to bomb, it actually gets smaller and smaller. Oh, Julian Field, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. And even before like the areas got smaller and smaller, they knew exactly where people lived, and they were using AI to target people. And they had an alerting process where a person that this AI has declared a Hamas militant would come home, and they would purposefully kill him and his family when they got home. Okay? There is nothing that you can compare this to. Okay? There's nothing you can compare this to throughout history. There's nothing you can compare this to in modern day. There's nothing you can compare this to throughout history. The Saudi-Yemen conflict isn't really religio-sectarian. The Houthis are Zaidi Shia, which are very close to Sunnis, such that radical Salafists claim that they are Muslim. It's a different Shia sect than what is in Iran, which is Ithna Ash'ari, which radical Salafis view as the worst disbelievers on the planet, since they see them as destroying Islam from within, in their eyes worse than America and Israel law. I know, I wasn't saying that it was a religious conflict. I didn't consider that to be a religious conflict. I was just simply making a joke about Bill Maher not knowing, like, the different sects within Islam or caring about the differences.
Ground, and it wasn't just the military people he was killing. It's a shame, but again, there's a very simple solution to this. Stop attacking Israel.
Right.
Jews used to know this.
Right. Okay.
Still love you.
I love you.
Okay.
I have no judgment about your point of view.
Great. And I not of yours.
I don't think he agrees with him at all. Judging by what he said in the first 6 minutes and 42 seconds of this conversation, I think it just seems like he's just trying to stop talking about this.
Disagree.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it. That's cowardly from Henry. No, dog. He's like a 70-year-old Hollywood actor. Okay? He is practicing what I wish cops would on a regular basis, called de-escalation. Okay? He noticed at a certain point, I think, around here, when he said, "You must not be seeing the same things I'm seeing," that he was not talking to a man, but a brick wall. And he was like, well, there's not really anything else I can say to a fucking brick wall, a dude who is just psychopathic.
A little bit with what you're saying.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't think that the head of Israel at this moment is a soulful human being.
That may be true too. I didn't say he wasn't, and I didn't say even that he might not be doing what you suggested he might be doing. What I was saying is, even if those things are true, it could also be true that this is the correct policy.
But Bill, of course, does not want to stop. Bill's like, no, let's dive back into it. What did he mean by Jews used to know this? I don't even know what aspect of Hasbara he's engaging in that situation.
Policy, which I believe it is. I think you've gone 11 months to do this. Let's finish it while we're there.
Okay, how does it finish? Tell me that.
How does it finish?
Yes.
Is there a...
What do you see?
Is that you have extirpated enough of Hamas that some other entity can be brought in to...
Damn. Hassan Nasrallah waiting room. Salafis don't say we are Muslims either, bro. I don't know where you're getting your info from. You're Zaidi. Yes, normal Salafis don't takfir us, but militant ones do because they even takfir Sunnis. Interesting. Hassan Nasrallah is Ithna Ash'ari, so I'm a little surprised. That being said, see the channel of Asim Al-Hakim. He's the most prominent Salafi YouTube figurehead. He says that as long as you don't believe in infallible imams, Shia still count as Muslim.
It totally is just exclusionary towards Ithna Asharis. Y'all are fucking nerds, dude. I don't even care about the intricacies this much. I don't think most normal Muslims care about the intricacies of this type of shit. What the fuck? Like, I've literally never in my life met a Muslim and just been like, oh, are you Shia? What sect of Shia Islam do you believe? I mean, you can kind of tell if someone is a fucking Salafist. Like, you know, there's a vibe, and that's not really a conversation I'm having in any circumstance, regardless. But, like, beyond that, I don't think anybody fucking gives a shit. You know what I mean? This is normal. These people are losers. This is not normal. Okay. Normal Muslims don't know anything about Islam, though, is also true. But, I mean, what normal religious person, or not religious person, but still says they're Christian, knows everything about their fucking religion anyway?
Who ruled that country.
Right.
Because that was always a coiled snake.
Right.
Right at the foot of Israel.
Right.
You can't live like that.
Right.
Okay. There's only one side in this who wants a two-state solution. That would be at least part of Israel.
For us uneducated, what says what's going on in Gaza right now from the Holocaust? I mean, the only difference is that the numbers. That's it. Like, the numbers. That's basically it. The scale of the atrocity, because the mechanization of the slaughter is identical. Like, obviously Germans used concentration camps and, like, engaged in, like, it's still, I would say what Israel's doing is still industrial scale slaughter. So at that point, it's the difference between, like, trapping people into and moving them into a camp and killing them inside of the camp versus trapping them in smaller and smaller areas as you, like, slowly but surely destroy everything around them. It gives a little bit more, it gives an air of, like, plausible deniability almost in an effort to continue doing it. One, we don't know the true death rate. Two, the Holocaust didn't occur in 7 months. Still, do you think the intent is to exterminate the Palestinian people? Exterminate in the sense of, like, do you mean, like, killing every single Palestinian there? No, I think the intent is to make it as unlivable as possible with potentially, if lucky, a small Bantustan in Gaza that resembles the West Bank inevitably. With a lot of the Palestinians being forcibly moved to the Sinai Desert, like forcible expulsion and displacement. Yeah, industrial murder as a tool of ethnic cleansing. Yes, it would still be ethnic cleansing, but if you're asking about, like, which is still genocide, by the way, but if you're asking about, like, the distinction of, like, are they trying to kill every single Palestinian right now? The answer is no, they're not. They objectively are not killing every single Palestinian right now. What they're trying to do is make it as uninhabitable as possible, with the sole purpose of like moving as many of them as possible when it all is said and done to a different area outside of the Gaza Strip, and then maintain a permanent military occupation in parts that they've destroyed, only to rebuild it and resettle it with Jewish people. The end goal is still absolutely to render the idea of a Palestinian state impossible, which they've already successfully done in the West Bank, at least the way that it looks like right now. And I think that they want to do that in Gaza as well, with the ultimate goal of just, like, expelling as many Palestinians as possible from the area. They don't want to ruin the land because they want it for themselves. Oh, brother, they are ruining the land. No, they're definitely ruining the fucking land. They don't give a shit. They've done it before. And they don't care about that. So more like a Trail of Tears. Yes. Armenian genocide, Trail of Tears. Like, there are plenty of examples throughout history. Yeah. Here. This is Rafa before and after Biden's red line, chat. This was the safe zone. The New York Times wants you to rest easy with the knowledge that the person Israel murdered wasn't really an American, with Turkish flags flying and chants of God is great resounding throughout the cemetery. Ayşenur Ezgi, a Turkish-American activist killed by Israeli forces in the West Bank, was laid out to rest on a Saturday in town on Turkey's Aegean coast. Although she moved to the United States as a toddler, acquired citizenship, and spent most of her life here, the funeral for Miss Ezgi, 26, was deeply Turkish and profoundly pro-Palestinian. Hundreds of people, many carrying Palestinian flags and wearing Palestinian scarves, gathered at the central mosque in the town of Didim to say prayers for her, including senior Turkish officials. No American officials attended, and there was not an American flag in sight. Thank you, New York Times, for honoring the memory of an American citizen of Turkish descent by erasing that aspect of her identity, despite the fact that you also readily recognize that she spent most of her life here. It feels great as a Turkish American myself, who is also pro-Palestinian, to know that if one day I am assassinated by the Israeli state or some shit happens and there's any kind of media from the Gray Lady, the paper of record, that this will probably be a similar site. This is one of the weirdest stories because of, like, obviously how fucking, like, the closeness I experience, the closeness I feel. It's just, you know, this is what you're talking about when you say there are limits to your white passing. Yeah. I wonder why they didn't fly the American flag at her funeral. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that America's vassal state assassinated her. Even CNN wrote a better article than the New York Times. No, New York Times is like, dude, I'm telling you right now, New York Times on every other issue is like, they have defensible positions, they have indefensible positions. On Gaza, it is the worst. They are worse than Fox News for one key reason. Everybody knows what Fox News is. Everybody expects Fox News to be unhinged. People do not expect the paper of record to utilize their objective air of credibility to do the bidding of the apartheid state to this degree. Okay? That's the fucking problem. You think it's on purpose? Yes, absolutely. This is actually a good comparison. Exactly. Just ask trans people. They're ragging on us is so much more painful than Fox News or New York Post. Exactly. Because the expectation from New York Post is that they're going to write articles about, like, a Haitian guy getting into a minor fucking traffic accident with no injuries. But when it's the New York Times writing about Haitian migrants with similar terminology, all of a sudden that has an air of seriousness to it. What do you think the New York Times angle is? Advertisers, Jewish employees, access to politicians. I'm willing to bet that the Jewish employees of the New York Times are significantly more anti-Zionist than whatever the fuck the editor-in-chief is going off on. Okay? I know a lot of New York Times journalists. There's fucking brilliant people there. Okay? We met a New York Times journalist. He interviewed me. That interview never made it to print, but he interviewed me. Did he come across as like someone who is an ultra-Zionist to you? No, he didn't to me. Very smart guy. Sometimes you have to understand, especially when you're, he's great. He was dope. What you need to understand is sometimes the journalist is not the final, like, in many instances, actually, in a paper like the New York Times, in most papers, in most teams, behind the scenes, the editorial board controls and has a lot more to do with the way that certain things are framed, certain issues are framed, certain angles are taken. If Palestinians were Jewish and the U.S. aligned settlers were Muslim, the U.S. and the New York Times would be backing the Muslims. It's about empire, not religion. Yes, but I think even a better argument there, because that seems so impossible because of the war on terror. People don't have the capacity to understand that. Yeah, the top of these news companies are run by people who have large goals of pushing American global hegemony. The people on the ground are normally in it for the love of journalism. Yeah. The thing is, the better argument that I make all the time is that if every single American Jew tomorrow turned around and fucking said, enough is enough, not in our name, we do not want you to do this shit, you're out of your fucking mind, we're all anti-Zionists. If every single American Jew, 6 million, 7 million American Jews living in the United States tomorrow were like, we're all anti-Zionists, we're done with this shit, nothing would change. In terms of America's analysis of the situation, it has nothing to do with Judaism. They would be ignored just like the many Jews that are ignored or directly arrested at the fucking pro-Palestinian protest right now. They would still keep saying it's anti-Semitic to not be in support of Israel. They would, like, you would have Christian Zionist newspaper editors turn around and literally fucking write articles about how anti-Semitic American Jews are. Okay? That's it. They'd be like, these self-hating Jews, why do they not know? Why do they not know what the truth is? That, you are not safe here if Israel didn't exist. Which is, at that point, more of a threat or maybe even a promise, Yeah, the only Jewish member of parliament opposed the Balfour Declaration, written by an anti-Semitic guy, by the way. Let history demonstrate that no one gave a fuck. Nope. I mean, look at this conversation. You got a fucking dude who was raised Catholic telling an old Jewish man what's what about Israel, being like, no, Israel is conducting the most moral affair here, okay? He's like, are you serious? Like, I see dead children on my timeline. It's fucking unimaginably gross. And he's like, shut the fuck up, man. I know better than you. You're wrong. Jews used to know this. Why don't Jews know this? It's like, okay, Bill.
Maybe not everybody in Israel, but that they've certainly offered that many times. Hamas has been very plain. They do not want a two-state solution. They want a solution where all the Jews die. Again, Jews used to be kind of on the page that this is a bad thing. Again, we can disagree.
No, I think the Jews are on the page that it's a bad thing.
Well, you're, okay, let's just say, and I'm not even a Jew.
Right.
But let's just say you're more equivocal about it than I am.
You are an atheist.
Yes.
That's right. Sure.
Yes. And I went and we made the movie Religulous. We spent 10 days in Israel.
Right.
In all over.
Right.
I mean, and it was fascinating and eye-opening, and I'm so glad I did it.
Right.
And
I learned nothing from the experience other than the fact that I am Israel Chai.
Historic.
He's not a Jew, Chad. He's not. Apparently his mother is of Jewish descent, but he was raised Catholic. He's an atheist now, but like, I didn't know this either, to be honest. Like, I did not. I always assumed he was some fucking drunk Irish asshole. Or sorry, his father was Jewish? Fucking drunk Irish asshole. Or sorry, his father was Jewish? I thought his mother was.
I also find Israel to be one of the most delicious countries I've ever been to.
You're talking about Gal Gadot?
I'm talking about that great, delicious food.
Oh,
that is
delicious
Israeli.
food. The
delicious
Jews?
food. Yes.
Oh, I missed that.
You did.
I mean, I don't really remember the food. You know,
Bill's like, it was too Arab for my taste. Bill's like, actually, I hated it because I'm that Islamophobic. I'm so Islamophobic that I do not even consider Jewish food to be Jewish food in and of itself. I consider it to be Arab, which is automatically Muslim. I hate it.
You know what I remember so vividly, and it was like, such a. Hey, thanks for watching.
Yeah, this motherfucker won't even eat Mediterranean food. He's like, Greek food, that seems a little too Arab for my taste. Also, God, Bill Maher is so fucking creepy and gross. He's so creepy and gross because, like, immediately he's like, delicious. You mean Gal Gadot?
Right, and I want to go back to your experience at the DNC. Obviously, you have the huge TV networks like CNN, NBC, ABC. They have all of the media suites, and then there's what they perhaps call like alternative media or independent media. What did you experience was the treatment between mainstream media and outlets like yours? And, what does that say about this country's access to information?
Well, the DNC interestingly rolled out the red carpet for kind of TikTok influencers and Instagram folks who are doing in general doing more just kind of PR for Democrats than operating in a traditional kind of adversarial posture toward the people that they're covering.
He's right.
The one interesting exception was Hassan Piker, who I think is kind of showing the way that there is an opening there if you have a big enough audience. We started out where he was going to partner with us because he was unable to even get in the door of the DNC because the application process is so Byzantine and difficult to navigate for somebody who's not already in that system. The congressional press galleries manage the access for most journalists at the DNC, and because we're already part of the congressional press gallery, it was easy for us. We're like, here, you can use our desk inside the arena. But then by the time he got there, it was fascinating. I met up with him on the first day to kind of show him where the desk was, and he's got a DNC handler with him.
Wow.
And she said, "Don't worry, we've got him taken care of. He doesn't need your desk." And she just shadowed him the entire time, gave them access to this kind of exclusive suite that You know what? Access rescinded. So they tried. They were open to it, and they're like, "Ooh, we thought he was going to be a little bit nicer to us, and he wasn't." So it kind of got walked out of there. I don't know what they were thinking, but I do know what they were thinking, and it didn't pan out for them. But yes, it's also a matter of money. Like we're very excited. We've got over 200,000 subscribers. I think at this point we're about 6,000 of them are paying subscribers. So it's good enough to sustain a small investigative news operation. But these other major outlets have budgets in the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, which we can't remotely compete with.
Over 50,000 people double the DNC watching them get kicked out while being interviewed by the New York Times. Spent that morning being interviewing the uncommitted members out front. Makes you think. That's a cool shout out. Shouts out to Ryan. Have you ever thought that maybe I get this access because you cultivate pragmatic, actual political workers who allow you into opportunities such as that? No, I think it's clout. I'll be honest. I think it's definitely clout. Clout plays a big role in this. All right, so the last piece I wanted to talk about was the Ohio Division of Wildlife tells TMZ the black man holding geese in the photo that went viral was actually picking up the geese after they were hit in a car accident. As previously reported, the incident didn't even occur in Springfield, Ohio. It took place in Columbus, and there's no evidence that the man is Haitian or an immigrant. Once again, someone saw a black person holding geese and immediately thought, well, it must be, Haitians doing crazy shit. Insane.
Foreign countries paying those tariffs, won't they pass those along? If they passed a tax on golf memberships, you would probably at your resorts pass that along to your members, right? You wouldn't have just absorb it.
It sort of depends on the market, not necessarily. You look like you might be a golfer, actually, but not really necessarily.
Not a good one, sir.
Not a good one.
Damn. His size, dude. This man's got to be like fucking 6'8", dog. He's height mogging him. God damn. That's why Trump can't even say nothing about it. Trump's like, not necessarily.
There aren't too many good ones around, I'll tell you. But no, not really. I think that you're going to find, and I think when we do it, and different countries also will be tariffed differently. There are some that make tremendous margins on us. We have countries, I won't go into it now, but we have countries that are charging us 200% and 250 and 300%. And we charge them nothing, and it's insane, and you just can't do it. And it's really not sustainable. It's not sustainable. There are certain countries that I'd rather not mention them now because I'll be mentioning them if and when we win, but they're going to have to pay up.
I love this shit. He's like, it's a secret. It's a secret. I can't tell you. I'm going to unveil it if I win.
And it's not going to have inflationary. If anything, it's going to go the opposite. We're going to be paying off debt because we have too much debt. As a country, we have too much debt.
Okay, there's virtually zero economists that would agree with that. Like, I can't believe I'm in agreement. Like, obviously, it's understandable. Trade protectionism is understandable if you want to like beef up your own manufacturing, right? But like, he wants to do tariffs on everything coming from China, which is insane. And also, that absolutely is a sales tax. Kamala Harris positioning that as a sales tax is actually pretty solid messaging because that's what it is. The costs are absolutely going to be carried on to the consumer. It will never, not a single company would actually turn around, not a single company would turn around and eat away at their profit margins. Okay? That's never going to happen. He wants a tariff for all goods coming in, not just China. Okay, that's like if there's no United States manufacturing equivalent, why the fuck would you tariff that good? That actually doesn't make sense. Okay? Like if there's a US manufacturing equivalent and you want to beef up American manufacturing, okay? That's one thing. It's also a long-term plan that you need to first implement the facilities for before you turn around and decide to tariff everything. Like it's not like a one-off. The tariffs can't come before it. The actual goal is to move manufacturing to India. I never thought about that. hold on, I'm testing this in Victoria 3. We'll get back to you. That would be crazy. Yeah, I saw the bomb threats Ohio question and his answer. Wait, is there a new one?
Did you denounce the bomb threats in Springfield, Ohio?
I don't know what happened with the bomb threats. I know that it's been taken over by illegal migrants, and that's.
Dude, Kamala HQ posting this means nothing if Kamala Harris is not going to say anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's not Kamala HQ that needs to clip this out. It's Kamala Harris that needs to be like, that's the person that wants to be president. When a bomb threat is issued in Springfield, Ohio, it harms everyone. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, how are you just letting him get away with this shit? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense from an election standpoint, okay? It doesn't make sense from a moral standpoint, but I don't consider these guys to be fucking moral arbiters of justice anyway. They are bloodless sociopathic monsters, okay? But this is a gimme. Like, it's just a fucking gimme. CNN's top story on their site today was about Kamala HQ clip chimping. Hello. Oh, the baby. She wants pets. She's having the hardest time on the easiest setting. Like, one of the things that I, as someone who is voting for Joe Biden anyway, and not for Kamala Harris, obviously, because I'm a NATO voter, as you guys know. One thing that I've been struggling with, or one thing that even I, someone who has been fucking tapped in and mainlining politics nonstop, even on the off season, as a part of my profession, something that I had forgotten that I am reminded of now, aside from the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour every hour, that you can avoid if you want to by subscribing for $6, even though it's 30% off right now for September, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But one thing that I've been reminded of is how shitty it used to be when Donald Trump was prominently displayed in mainstream media and what his fans used to do. Okay? For the past 4 years under the Brandon regime, I did kind of forget about that. And this Haitian migrant story has reminded me of that entirely. Okay? I tweeted this out. I posted it on my Instagram. I said, I'm so unimaginably mad about the state of this country. The Democrats need to point to this and remind people what it was like when Trump was president for 4 fucking years. The lies, the entitlement, the racist arrogance, the inevitable violence. But they won't, because they're locked into pushing a right-wing border bill after not counter-messaging against Republicans' insane lies about migrants for 4 years. They already conceded on the false framing that immigrants are a threat to national security. We are a nation of immigrants. So the thing that is like very frustrating to me as someone who deals with this kind of misinformation on a regular basis, on a daily basis, is that like one of the easiest angles for Kamala Harris to like win decisively is to remind people how shitty they felt under the Trump administration. Okay? This story is a very alarming reminder of what it was like when Trump was president, because it triggered something in me where I just like remember how like Republicans during COVID, for example, just like regularly denied its existence, even in their final breath as they were fucking dying in the hospital. Okay? Like that was really shitty. Like a lot of people, not just like diehard Democratic Party people, but like a lot of people remember that and hate that. Okay? They fucking hate that shit. And I think a lot of people, if I have forgotten what that was like and how this level of like unmitigated racism made me feel, okay, as someone who is riding with Biden, okay, if I can forget that as someone who covers the news every day, then the average American can also forget that. What? You want to go outside? Oh, I think she needs to go outside to pee pee and poo poo. Hold on. And it's very frustrating that they're not showcasing that. They're not like doing that, even if it's to their own benefit, because it's a great way to fucking remind people of that.
Absolutely. One last question, Mr. President. I know you have to go. If there was a Republican for Harris here in the room with us, what would you tell that person in terms of persuading them to vote for you as opposed to vote for Harris?
I probably wouldn't tell them anything, because usually it would be maybe a personality problem. Maybe they don't like the way I was tough on China. You know, a lot of them don't want me to be tough on China. A lot of them don't want me to be tough on anybody because they're taken care of by people. You saw that. You saw that with Biden. He gets money from so many, his family gets money from so many different countries. And a lot of it's that. But for every one they have, I have many. I have so many that have left the Democrats and they've come here. I mean, the governor of West Virginia, fantastic man, and Big Jim, I call him, he left the Democrats and he became a Republican, and now he's going to win the election. He's going to win very easily. So we have a lot of them, too.
Well, thank you very much. Absolutely. One last question, Mr. President. I know you have to go. If there was a Republican for Harris here in the room with us, what would you tell that person?
Did he just say a random Republican that voted for him that's now voting for Harris is paid by the Chinese government?
Person in terms of persuading them to vote for you as opposed to vote for Harris?
I probably wouldn't tell them anything, because usually it would be maybe a personality problem. Maybe they don't like the way I was tough on China. You know, a lot of them don't want me to be tough on China. A lot of them don't want me to be tough on anybody because they're taken care of by people. You saw that. You saw that with Biden. He gets money from so many, his family gets money from so many different countries. And a lot of it.
That's crazy. He's like, even if you're a random, he's talking about Jim Smith.
It's that, but for every one they have, I have many. I have so many that have left the Democrats and they've come here. I mean, the governor of West Virginia.
I think the Democrats have calculated that offering a peaceful tone as an alternative is more effective than aggressively refuting Trump. Not that that's right. I just think it's their strategy. It's not their strategy. They're running an election, of course, against Donald Trump. They literally constantly boulder Donald Trump. They shit on Donald Trump all the time. They say they say he's like a threat to democracy. What do you think? Anyway, here, I wanted to show you this beautiful moment. Meet the viral baby hippo, Moo Dang. Moo Dang of Thailand is not your typical A-list celebrity, but she's certainly being treated like one. The unbearably adorable 2-month-old baby pygmy hippopotamus at Khao Khao Open Zoo in Chonburi Province has wriggled her way into the hearts and minds of millions on the internet. Oh, little bite. He's like, don't wash me. I don't like it. Born on July 10th, Moo Dang was unveiled to the public on July 25th. Her name roughly translates to bouncy pig or pork patty by various interpretations. It was chosen by a popular vote held by the zoo. Dude, it's kind of stupid. There's a couple of things where like God fucked up, in my opinion, if God is real, where like he made hippos so fucking cute and he made bears so lovable. Okay. Both of these animals are killers. Okay. Especially hippos. Like, I'm not even comparing hippos to fucking bears because hippos are so unimaginably violent. Like, and it's so wild because like this is the fucking thing. What the fuck? Why is there only one hippo?
เข้าใจว่าเธอจะกินอะไรขนาดนั้นน่ะกินเหมือนไม่เคยกินอะไรมาก่อนทั้งชีวิตก็เพราะเธอคงไม่มีที่สิ้นสุดสินะโลกร้อนขึ้นก็เพราะเธอแน่ๆเธอใช้ทรัพยากรได้สิ้นเปลืองแบบนี้ยังไงล่ะแบบนี้ใครจะเลี้ยงไหวไม่มีหรอก
I also saw someone on Twitter say one of the keepers had said videos of her looking like she's chewing on vegetables are just her mimicking her mother because she can't have solid foods yet. Oh, this is a pygmy hippo, not the one you associate with aggression. What? I went on a safari in East Africa. The hippos smell so much in their gross ponds, shitting and pissing on each other and farting. My mom almost threw up. Doesn't part of you wonder what that tastes like? Not even a little bit, dog. Not even a fucking little bit. Hippos kill 500 people per year. I think it literally is the deadliest. I think it's literally the deadliest fucking land animal. But I guess the pygmy hippos are not as deadly. What is this? The most legendary 3. Oh, you wanted me to watch this before, but I forgot to watch it. The most legendary 3-star Michelin restaurant in Japan. It's gonna make me hungry, dude.
ジャン・キクノイは日本料理店ですから、その中でも京料理というジャンルの懐石を出してます。
Wait, traditional Japanese cuisine? I thought traditional Japanese cuisine was ass. Am I wrong? No, like traditional Japanese cuisine is different than like what modern Japanese cuisine is. Okay, this doesn't look like traditional Japanese cuisine. Never mind.
で10日間しか取れないし10日間しか採集できたようなもんでその一つのコースを作っていくっていうのが懐石ですよね。食を楽しむためのコース料理ですか。料理
Mudang faking that she's eating with mom.
เขาถ่ายติดเจ้าของโทรศัพท์ด้วยกินไปเลยกินไปเลยพี่ต่ายฝากมานี่มาเขาถ่ายติดเจ้าของโทรศัพท์ด้วย
In Canada, we have tiny hippos called the household hippo.
It's nighttime in a kitchen just like yours.
I don't believe that this is a real thing. Look how scary he is.
Yeah.
Okay, this one is actually a killer, I think. Hold on. I'm gonna rewatch, don't worry. If it actually gets you, you're cooked, right? Mudang plays in the water like a little stinker. No. Is it dead? What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, it's alive, thank god. Promoting zoos is bad, stop. Bitch, I don't give a fuck, dog. If you think I care about the situation of the zoo or whatever, or the ethics of it, and not laser focused on the beautiful animal in front of me, I don't know what to tell you. Also, aren't half these places like conservations, like not zoos? I thought this was like, do not listen to anti-zoo people in my file. They're the stupidest sect of animal rights, like Peter level shit. No, like, I mean, SeaWorld's like pretty fucked up. Like, if that's what you're talking about, like, I'm there with you, you know what I mean? But I feel like most zoos nowadays are not like buying animals specifically to hold them in captivity, and instead is just like basically doing conservation for animals that can't live out in the wild anyway. Am I wrong? And I feel like most of the places, especially in like Asian countries, are already like conservatories or whatever it's called, like conservations, animal sanctuaries. Like the place we went to in Australia, technically a zoo, right? I think. Or is it even considered a zoo? Like I think you would call it a zoo, but it's not actually a fucking zoo. Like they're treating animals there. When are you gonna finish Disco Elysium? I already did. Just off stream. Chat, don't leave. Mute and keep your devices on. Yes, we are broaching the final chapter of this game that I've been playing for, it seems like a month at this point, but I've had a lot of fun with it. Listen, if you don't want to watch, just keep it on, keep the tab open, you know, and you can keep pumping. You can keep getting points that I will figure out how to distribute and use in the future. Also, on top of that, you can potentially, the Monkey Brew is so solid. You can also gamble on the outcome of fights if you want, with the points that you accumulate. When did you upgrade to that fit? You were not here probably when I was fighting all the side bosses. Fuck, this guy's gonna cook me again, dude. I'm already scared. And I shouldn't be. TJ 3 Stacks, thank you for the 20 community gift to subs. I almost had it last time, but I fucking forgot. I forgot how to play. It's been 2 days. I reset. What's going on?
Act like you could do it alone.
I whipped. I love this boss battle. It's I think one of the coolest. It's not that hard, but it's not that hard as far as like boss battles goes. But you know, I haven't had all this shit downloaded, obviously. You can use the pillar stance. I don't have pillar stance. Don't tell me to get pillar stance. One thing I wanted to do, clones do 50 more damage when you cast the spell after pluck. Wait, really? Wait, actually? Clones are bad? No, they're not. They're fucking dope. Clones are insane, brother. What are you talking about? They melt. Have you not fucking seen how the clones operate? They fucking melt every boss. Can you tell us about the lore? We want to know the story. Dude, it's so funny. I think chatters that ask that question immediately leave after because they ask that question every time.
May Lord Lao illumine. My pills are reliable, but be wiser than relying solely on them.
Clones are also kind of hit or miss though, because sometimes I'll just be watching the clones. They just don't do shit. They just sit there and wait, which is annoying. It's like, come on, dog. Fucking do something. Fuck's wrong with you? Nobody wants to work anymore type shit. Yes.
From yin and yang, 5 elements emerge.
I watched it the first time and I stayed here. The story follows the aftermath of a Chinese myth called Journey to the West. There's a guy by the name of Wukong. He's the killer of all gods. He's got like immortality 3 times over. And the Jade Emperor relegates him into, banishes him into the fucking ground basically because he pisses him off. And what ends up happening is, you butchered the lore. Yeah, he locks him into a fucking rock. I am one of his clones. I'm following in his footsteps, and I am following my destiny.
Seek from within to ascend. Seek from without to craft pills.
7 times over?
Come to me anytime if you need more pills.
I've already maxed out on my fucking mana. I can't even do more. Stamina recovery rate or defense? What should we do? Yeah, I'm retrying the same boss.
Uncover the secrets of sky and earth. And
I can't do HP anymore. I already got it. Thoughts on Spellbinder? I like it a lot. It's great. But I don't think I need it for this boss. I would rather use... You forgot to blast off with the Gaming Frog? It's fine. I don't see the need. I don't see like a big boost.
More unfair.
I think I have enough stamina because honestly, I don't find myself ever feeling like I don't have enough stamina or like running out of stamina when I'm fighting most bosses at this point. The real issue usually is with, is the needle good still? I don't know. The real issue usually is with fucking what do you call, oh, what the fuck? Why am I getting burned? Was it this? That was weird. The real issue is skill. Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. You're not wrong, chatter. Dude, that takes off half of your fucking bar. It's crazy.
Stands in my way.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait. What the fuck? What is that? God damn, it hits hard, dude. Will come. No, bitch. No. 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 Every time. My no. Oh, I was gonna win that one. That was close, but no cigar. So close. I panicked. I was. You know what's funny? This is what happens when you take 2 days off from gaming. Never stop gaming. Okay. Here's why. Here's why you never stop gaming. This is it. This is the reason. Because when I was playing those these battles last time around, I was hitting perfect dodges on those bad boys. Sprint is faster than dodge during AoE spine flower thing. Submissions are open. Be quick. I haven't downloaded this boss. I'll be honest with you.
In my way.
Ah,
Graceless! Merciless! Shall quake! What ordains their dwelling in my mother's home? If blood and flesh don't but you say my flesh, so springs existence.
No! No, hit him up!
What? No! No! Coats now. Your home! What ordains their dwelling in my mother's womb? If blood and flesh. Mercy.
Wait, he just started blasting me out of nowhere when I thought I was invisible. Why did my invisibility break? No, I didn't get greedy. I didn't get greedy. No, you're wrong. I had that shit downloaded last time. I did not get greedy. I think my clone just died. Sometimes when you're cooking too good though, it literally just decides you're cooking too good. Ah, fucking bad pause, dude. Fuck. No. My fuck! Oh! Dodged right into that. Fuck. I'm fucking up. I ate every single one. Stop panic dodging. Shut up. Easier said than done. 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 Okay. I know I... Chatter is so funny. This is like one of the fucking final bosses of the game, and Chatter said, you know you can get a free health bar from transforming, right? It's like, yeah, I know, man. If I know it, why won't my fucking clones know it?
Quake!
No, not the double. It doesn't matter.
I implore.
One more. Yes. But it's over. It's over. It's over. Yes. Yo, Viking.
Still
that's how you farm the
holding
dollars.
Despite it all.
74%. 39 million points.
Way more than your family. Spit it out now. His relic.
My king, I'm sorry for my lateness. I
Wealth
turned
transfer.
to them, but none offered help.
My lady, forget it.
I implore you to show mercy and spare my son. He is the last of the Yaksha's bloodline in the West, with an origin most tragic and twisted. Now, he poses a threat no more.
Lore time.
Should
Monkey
you
born
grant
from
him
stone becomes a
mercy?
fighting god, gets invited to Chinese pantheon, but is so...
Rakshasi and
but
the
it's the-
Bull King shall retreat
He gets punished for being under a mountain, gets released to help a monk retrieve Buddhist scriptures, has to wear a crown to
along
squeeze
with
his
our
head.
children. We will never leave the mountain again. He is our son. We will bear his punishment. If it pleases you, my plantain fan
I heard this fan is OP.
also yours to take.
You can't be hurting a sexy mommy like that,
My
dude.
way through flames, I shan't stray. Vain was my flame, for revenge destined to stray.
Do you consider this game a 7 out of 10? I consider it a 9 out of 10.
In our submission, kneeling and begging.
What would make it a 10 out of 10? More lore, more NPCs, like NPC versatility, maybe some additional weapons, like different pathways, a map, no invisible walls. Oh my god. No, I didn't mean more lore like that. You misunderstood me. Brian Kilmeade. That's crazy. Brian Kilmeade and Big Pappy nutted. The pig cow guy nutted.
You've atoned through deeds, Black Bear. Take this pair of eyes. You've served the righteous cause, Yellow Rat. These ears are yours. Your power has gathered in you, Yellow Brow. Keep this nose. You've endured hardships under eye. Go with the town. And the boom, it is the hardest to turn against a sworn brother. You can have his body.
No! Is this game of the year easily? What other game come close? Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. There's some things I prefer in this game over that one though.
Every step. Never have you made a good choice.
Save your strength, brother. We're yet to slay our way to the court and seize that senile emperor. This one must be the chief of their troop. Brother, watch my back while I go play with him.
Did this really happen? Yes.
Your reluctance is plain. Just like my own. They forced me to drink from the river of childbearing, to bear that boy in my womb. If not for
Why didn't
that
you just go to
moment,
the abortion river, forehead?
we could have lived our separate lives in peace. As if none of this had happened.
You're old coot. You knew who I was from the start. Why did you choose to be their lapdog? I never wanted to sever our ties. If kinship means anything to you, give me that relic and let me avenge my people. Let Donkey have my...
Your brother, I've disciplined. Your boy, I've given away. Your
I don't get it. I thought Wukong was homies.
I'll take it with me too.
I thought Wukong was homies. What is happening?
Find a master and serve the right. It's the only path left for the likes of us. Don't you understand, brother?
Wukong! I took out the bull's concubine with a whack of my rake too! Turned out, she was a fox squire!
What? We were being controlled by the Jade Emperor? Is that what it is? Like, Zhu Baizhen? Zhu Baizhen! After all of this, the Bull King still remained an ally to Wukong in spite of everything that happened? That's crazy. After he beat his ass, killed his wife.
I saw it with enough merit and a position before the Buddha. They would leave me be, and all of you as well.
Now I see. For someone like me, staying alive is enough to be a transgression.
Dude, it's not Zhubaijie that's Israel. It's Jade Empire. Jade Emperor is Israel. Wukong is Palestinian, dude.
And remember, steer clear of my remains.
Wukong's the Palestinian resistance that hurt his homies along the way because he thought he was doing the right thing. But it turns out Israel overpowered him. This is technically a flashback, chat. This is a flashback from like the OG lore of Journey to the West, where Wukong needs the flame or the fan, and Vulcan doesn't want to give him the fucking fan.
Legions, after all, be your body hard as metal. Meeting death in scores is inevitable. Yet, why did you endure the fish and those carts just as poorly? You rush like wind with a clouded mind. It's your desires that shape what you see. Had your mind been less unsettled, would you still have fallen for that child's play? Haste oft blinds while patience illumines. Next time, can you still fulfill as Wukong without Baju?
Okay, I'll do the secret ending to go to the West Pagoda Realm and the Great Pagoda for a goated boss fight. Yes. Expanded cutscene. Wukong and Bull King were homies, but during the journey to the West, Wukong is bound and has to help a monk. They needed the fan, but he didn't want to, so Wukong and the court beat that ass, including Red Boy and Bull King's Fox Spirit mistress. Wukong explains the court won't let you be free or anyone. After Wukong died, the Bull King isn't sure what to do with the essence. That's why he kept the essence. No, last boss first? No, so chapter 6 is just like a boss chapter. Okay, chapter 6, the last chapter is just a boss chapter. I have to pee really quickly, but I'll be back in a second. But in order to do the last chapter is all boss run. Like, there's no enemies, I don't think. It's just a boss rush. But there's apparently a secret boss that I need to go get. I have to pee first, though, before I do that. Hold on. What are you doing? What are you doing out there? Crazy. It makes better storytelling. Okay. Would you watch Journey to the West by those animators? Yes, absolutely. I got the Plantain fan. Chapter 6, the actual ending. The secret one they're telling you is bait. They're going to farm you because you don't have enough Wukong armor set that grants a new overpower ultra stagger stance. Source. Oh, the secret ending is the secret boss is achievable after I get the final armor set. But chatters are trying to get me to go fight him before I get the fucking armor set. Oh, y'all are ass, bro. Chill. It's better before Unk. No, I'm good, man. Thanks. Bungalow Bill, thank you for the 25. Get the subs.
We're getting home, son. Not getting all worked up. Oh, that old monkey's going to be at the mountaintop no matter what. We don't have to rush. We've gathered the 5 relics just as he said. All we need now is the 6th one he has. Curse these wretches. Hey, you see? I knew there was something that old fool hadn't told us. Otherwise, no one up above would bother to ruin this place yet again. Yeah, they're coming for you, no doubt. I can't bear it. I simply can't.
Where do I get the cloud? New armor to craft? No, I know. Ooh. So the fan. I heard the fan is sick. Let me do the relic first. Massively reduces the stamina cost of all charged heavy attacks. Considerably increases maximum health. Considerably increases 4 Bane's resistance. Fuck. I don't know which one to get. This is all pretty good. Because I'm such a fucking heavy attack guy. But my health is really bad. Dude, I love the Bull King's mask. Health, your stamina recharges fully. Wukong armor has the same stats as Bull King armor, by the way, so they're lying. Yeah, but I suspect the Wukong armor is better. Wait, what the fuck?
Who dares approach?
Oh shit.
What on earth are you afraid of?
Oh, these aren't Yao guys, they're Hitman of the King, the court.
They're even more worthless.
Will, no? Okay, there's a lot of them, never mind. Oh, there it is. Be careful, Unc. Why? It don't matter. It's not a boss battle. The Yaksha Mask of Outrage significantly increases attack when health is low. Pillar stance. Oh my god. Another fucking pillar stance helm. The embroidered shirt of outrage. It's kind of sick though. Sick armor. Nothing touches the fucking bull. King of Outrage comedy. Stupid. I mean, these are good. They're better. I probably don't need to buy. I probably don't need to make these. I suspect that there is like bosses in this chapter are gonna give me better shit, right? Secret chest after getting the cloud. Yeah, where do I get the cloud? Is there a boss here?
Bad luck. It's a dead end.
Oh shit, I forgot to take my plantain fan.
And now you have the gall to show up. If you come at me now, this day will be your last.
I'm fucking cooked. Is this a two-stage fight, chat? Is this a two-stage fight? Is this a two-stage fight, chat? God, that's annoying. Is that a pillar stage? I mean, is that rock solid? Is that what that is?
Only when he spreads them. Now, alone.
Oh god, I hate this. I hate fucking bosses that fly. Oh. No, come on, come back down here. Come back down here, bitch. What are you doing? I don't have time for this shit. Wait, what? Why did it take me out of cloud? No. Is that a one tap? No, I hope not. Oh my god, am I on fire? Burning ring of fire? What the fuck kind of damage is this doing to me? Whoa, chill! No! What is happening in this fucking battle? No! Save cloud for this part next time? Dude, I think I did very well without the fan, okay? I think without the fan, I still cooked there. And I couldn't see anything. Cloud cancels Ring of Fire. You mean the fan, right? I'd save most of your mana till the Ring of Fire. When you think you can handle most of the spiciest food from the menu, but you're white. Okay, calm down. I think in spite of my no mana, no cloud, I got it. When you run out of mana, you go out of cloud. No, I got that. I'm saying chat spoiling the fight. What do you mean? Wait, hold up. Insta use fan, it'll be ready on cooldown. I'm gonna do that, but listen to me. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you want to see this boss battle, then you're probably gonna have to subscribe. That's number one. Number two, you said you think I should use the cloud when he does the fire? I'm confused. Or should I not use the fan from the start? Hit him and dodge. Good luck, gamer. Good one. Oh, that was a bad start. Who you hitting, bro? Fuck. Oh, there it is. Oh, I can't use Cold Heart. What the fuck? What happened? Oh, he canceled my Cold Heart. I hate that. He fucked me up. I've used everything I've done wrong in this boss battle so far. I've done everything wrong in this boss battle. He hit canceled again. He double hit canceled my Cold Heart. Fuck. Oh shit. Fucking unicycle bitch. Stop with the unicycle. God damn, I can't even get a hit on. Wait, no! I don't have enough cloud to use. I don't have enough speed to use the cloud. Please, I thought the cloud would reload by now. Oh. Oh, now it's cloud time, right? Now it's cloud time, right? Oh, yes! I got lucky. Even though I fucked up on the goddamn clone recovery. That's what this is called. Rip that hand right off. God damn. 47% believers, 57% doubters with the 18 million points.
It's Wukong's somersault cloud. I was wringing my brain how to fetch you, but this savvy one's already on it. It must have been hidden here amongst the mist until it sensed the relics on you. Thanks to them, it recalled its master and saved your skin. Now that it answers to your call, why not make good use of it? Your mortal body is too heavy for me in my wind form. All these henchmen of the court, what draws them to this mountain? Let's find out!
Nimbus Cloud. You need to defeat Fangtail General first before you can unlock Emerald Mantis, by the way. Refer to map. They both give Wukong armors. I don't know where it is. Is it left? Is it right? I also forgot where your map is. Before you go further, go to Pagoda Realm, Snow Trail. Dog, I am not gonna do the fucking secret boss. I am not gonna do the secret boss before I get the fucking Wukong armor. Okay? I am not going to get the secret boss before I get the Wukong armor. Y'all are fucking so annoying, dude. I got it. You want me to get my ass beat and you want to go, haha, that's funny. And maybe you can get to do it a couple times if I'm stubborn enough. Please don't do secret ending boss until after the game is better that way. I got the map. You're saying Southwest? Fangtail General, that's who I go to first. The bull armor isn't even better over the Wukong though. 300 stamina and fire cloak. I don't know if I have 300 stamina. For the Fangtail, you want the mantle on? Wait, why do I need 300 stamina? It's a stat check boss? Fuck, I hate that. How do I even figure out what my stamina is? Fangtail is a stat check. It stat checks you. It's not a real fight. Literal stat check, nothing else, no fighting. On a quick screen, go to stats on the right. Oh, I have 300 stamina. Look, oh, you can't see. I have 390 stamina. 350 mana, 390 stamina, 725 health. And then I need to put on the fire mantle, you said? Yeah, but I don't have key for it. Am I cooked? Fire resist check, activate cloak first, then engage. All right, where is the, wow, this is, I can't believe they don't give it to you. I can't believe they just don't give it to you for the longest time. Wow. Whatever you do, don't go to the golden tree. Is that the golden tree? I assume this is the Fangtail General. Nope, that's not the Fangtail General. This is a hippopotamus, which we all objectively know are violent. Moodang! This is what I think of your Moodang, chat! He fucking dodged my ass, dude. You see that? Moodang! Where the fuck is the boss? That's another Moodang. We know hippos aren't chill, dog. What the fuck? Can you hit these? Turtle. Fangtail's a giant grasshopper. Go to the Erd tree. Is it near the tree? Fangtail General hops across the map. So I just have to find him. Rest at the tree. He respawns right there. Ooh, look at that lightning. Oh, you can just... Thank God. I think we're happy with this, right? This is a pretty good lineup so far. Go straight to the left of the tree. Oh, that's it. What the fuck? What do I do here? I clutch it? I'm clutching. Am I not clutching? Like, what's happening? I'm clutching. I'm gripping it. Do I clutch again? Mantle first? I did not do the mantle. I fucked up. I'm gonna die. Wait, hold on. Wait, why isn't it working? I did the mantle, didn't I? Wait, I thought I did the mantle. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, now I did it. Now clutch it. Is it gonna hold out? Oh, it did. Okay. You're harming this beast? Yeah, I know. Clutch 2 of that thing. Yo, I got the Wukong helmet.
Splendid! With these silly strands, you're all the more like Wukong. Just don't prance around with your might as he did. That monkey's got a stash of treasures. I'll scout around some more.
This last chapter is picking all of like Wukong's former gear to equip the full set of armor that he has. The armor that I currently have, the Bull King armor, is actually just as good. However, this is lore accurate, and I love having it be lore accurate. As a matter of fact, the Bull King mask is better, but this one has incredible defense, and I'm gonna probably swap to this gear because I want to get the critical hit chance and also the decrease, the cooldown decrease for all spells. No, what? Efendim. Burada değil ki. Wait, my favorite armor next to, what's the word for phantom tax in Turkish? The game is not playable in Steam Deck. I'm sorry. Let Marat play? No. This area is a little bit confusing. I will admit. It's a little bit confusing. Wait, does this not have fucking, oh, this has 60 defense but 30 plus 30 maximum mana. Just follow the number. I don't know what the number is. What do you mean follow the number? I mean, I got Nimbus now, so I'm good. I suspect that there's like a big boy boss here, you know? Helmet as low key. Is there a shrine before the boss or no? You die near it? No, I want to restructure certain things. Like for this next boss, I probably don't need the fireproof mantle, you know? Use the wind tamer here. Down to the left. I don't see it. Maybe up here? Nope. Invisible wall. Near the red trees. So like here? I don't want to go in there yet. I want to fucking reset my shit. Oh, here it is. Trying to take directions. It's hard. There's no map, chat. Give me a break, okay? Give me a dang break. This boss is a 2-phase with a second health bar. Let's see what he's about. Not beating the Zora accusations? Bro, I will never beat the Zora accusations, but also, who the fuck's this boss, bro? Hey, yo, boss man, where you at? The fact that there is no fucking map makes it so much harder for me. I ran away from this boss and let Baijie kill it for me. It took like 10 minutes. Wait, really? Zhu Baijie can kill bosses? It's a beautiful boss. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, he hit hard. Oh, shit. This. Oh, fuck. I'm broken. I don't have any cold dead protection up. God damn. I don't have any cold dead protection up. This boss is hard as hell, dude. Oh. God, I fucking hate stupid ass animal bosses, dude. Non-human bosses are the fucking worst, dude. What? Why would you hit the opposite direction, dumbass? I'm cooked. There's no way I'm gonna beat his ass. There's no way. I don't have the 4-base resistance. Bro can't even beat a deer. He turned into a baby because you were whining. 2-phase? Wait, you said you thought that I would be a fucking... You thought I could cook this guy, Oliver, first try? You got baited, bro? No, I mean, this boss is hard as fuck. I have no... No, his map says doubt. Oh, cloud treading deer. Wait, what the fuck? I skipped like 11 bosses, huh? I don't know... I don't have any idea how I can, like, what's the secret to this boss? Like, there's got to be something. I think I should probably do the other bosses. Wind Tamer after Tornado, please. If you kill the Rhino boss, Zhu Baijie will join the fight. Nice. That deer fucked me up. I need like a chill resistance. There's other bosses around here, aren't there? But I don't know where they're at. Kind of feels like they ran out of budget here. No, I think it's very pretty that they made it like this. Oh, what the fuck? The deer went away. You missed the main hippo. He's underwater. You will see movement. Do a barrel roll. Press Z or R. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Is that a boss? You missed the hippo? No, I don't think that's the real hippo. That's not a boss. That's just a regular hippo. That is a boss? Hippo's southwest of the map. I went southwest. I didn't see the fucking hippo. Look for an open battlefield southwest of this shrine. The only one near here is Mantis. Maybe over here? Is this the hippo boss or just a regular old hippo? Look for an area with spaced out water. He's not out of water like the other hippos. Like over here or up there? Fight main story boss, not hippo. Okay, I'm starting to get annoyed. Oh, it's probably there. Like that aquifer. Is there a shrine around here somewhere? Or no? Doesn't look like it. That's a different boss. Drop down. Okay, whatever. Oh, fuck. Wait, I couldn't use it. I fucked it up again. What the fuck? That's an insane amount of damage that he just did for no reason. Where'd he go? What the fuck? Oh wait, I can't do anything to that? What the fuck? Calm down, man. What the fuck? Shit.
God damn it! Eat the pot! Eat the pot!
Eat the pot! He didn't even fucking start with me. Oh, I had it. I didn't get greedy. I was trying to fucking pot it. Shut up. I didn't even flock of many because, oh my god, I'm getting annoyed. I'm getting annoyed because it's like beatable bosses that are super easy to beat, and I'm fucking getting annoyed because chatters are chirping at me for no fucking reason, telling me things I already know. Quit crying and get in there. I'm getting a little annoyed with the fucking lack of map, especially when they made like a non-linear area. You know what I mean? I'm noticing that like having the entire map be non-linear with a fucking Nimbus cloud that you can use to fucking use around to zip around is not exactly helpful, and it's just like very annoying. And I know it's annoying because I'm getting annoyed by the people telling me that, is there a main story boss here? It looks like this is a main story boss area. The bosses are in the mountains. You are below. Go up. Like no map, no compass, no nothing. This looks like a main story boss area, but I don't see a shrine. That's the rhino. Where's the shrine? It's on the battlefield? No, there's no way. There's probably a shrine around here somewhere before. Oh, there it is. The boss isn't a real Republican. It's a rhino boss, huh? I'm not gonna lie. Is there a, I don't know if I should use the, you have to do 3 charge horn to hurt it. Got it. Damn, this rhino fucked up everybody, huh?
Stop it, idiot!
We didn't vote on this boss though. You need to see this. Yeah, okay, I don't care. You didn't even have Gamba. Oh, fuck. Oh, great. Great. So you mean to tell me I have to hit this rhino? I have to hit this rhino boss face first? And there's no way to do it? Great. Love that. Wait, it didn't break. Love beast bosses, especially ones that have an unnecessarily tough mechanic like this one. Oh, I have to triple charge a. No, I get it has to be 3 focus. I understand the mission that I need to, the undertaking. The problem is I can't even fucking build up residual focus because he moves around too much. I have to try and build up residual focus by dodging him, potentially. Like, it's not a particularly hard boss by any means. It's just... I'm gonna fucking die for no reason because I can't even use the map or the camera. Goddamn fucking annoying. Fuck, I hate bosses like this. I actually fucking hate bosses like this, dude. Fucking beast boss, horrible hitbox. Literally can't even fucking hit it with a triple stance. Stop using stance. Shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna do pillar. Gimmick ass, stupid fucking boss, requires no goddamn skill. Fucking dumb as shit. It's annoying. Dude, I can't even fucking say a boss is annoying. Like, a boss gimmick is annoying without people eating my fucking ass, dude. Don't run away, you fucking asshole. Come back here. Shut the fuck up with your stupid ass fucking dumb fucking rhinoceros face, dude. Yeah, what's up? Knock this up without your fucking... Come here. Get back here. Get back here, you fucking bitch. Back here with your... Why didn't it break? I thought I could break him with the fucking... Shit. Wait, that didn't hit the front. Oh, it didn't hit the front. That's cute, dude. That's cute as hell. That it doesn't auto lock to your fucking front. That's cute. That's cute, man. That's nice. That's nice that it doesn't like... I can't... Oh, now it hits the face. That's cool. Fuck me! Yes, so far. Get back here! Now it's done. Come on. Come on, baby. Yeah, freeze his ass. Oh! Oh, it still hits him. Wait, why did it break it? That was a triple! What is happening, Chad? What the fuck is going on? That's a triple, isn't it? That was a triple. That was absolutely a triple. I'm just gonna try to pick it up slowly. That's really fucking lame, though, honestly. Oh, thank God. Blow up on him, blow up on him, blow up on him. Fuck. If that didn't work, I would have fucking lost my mind. That was obviously a triple. That's a lame ass boss, I'll admit. Like, I think that gimmick sucks. Okay?
It can't be. Wukong's gold Zotzi armor. That monkey was full of surprises. Just like me. He had his way to linger on, and his belongings, too. They're set on killing those mongrels of a court. But we've got to snatch them first, or these scum will take them. I'll go.
You're forcing yourself to one stance. You can't complain about late game boss needing more than one stance to be defeated. I'm sorry that your fucking bitch ass, cheating ass pillar stance carried you across the fucking finish line this entire game. A real gamer is playing currently, okay? Pillar stance chatters need to shut the fuck up, okay? We get it, bro. You played baby mode, all right? You played baby mode. Adults are playing right now. You understand? Adults are playing this game, and adults require the game to at least make some fucking reasonable accommodations for a readily available stance, the OG stance. Okay, pillar ass baby game. Get the pillar stance. Oh, do the thunder long. No, it's an entirely cool. It's a really cool mechanic when you stand on top of a fucking long pillar the entire time. It's so sick. I love standing in one place the entire time and making my fucking dragon do the work. Ooh, ooh, that's what you sound like, okay? Go down the cliff for long bow last frog. I didn't even kill the other one. Pillar stance is the new magic build, straight up. I didn't even kill the other frog. Where are the other two places where I need to get the armor? Thrust is fine. It's just hard to play with for me. One is the deer. Oh, and then there's the final chapter boss, I guess. Dude, I don't know. I feel like Bull King armor might be better. Low key, high key. What's at the yellow tree chat? Braces are top wise, the greaves are south. Down and to the left. I have to pee. Why do you have to pee so goddamn much at the top of the hour? Why do you have to chirp so goddamn much? Because you're not subscribed. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Someone feel like sending me 50K. I lost everything. Well, you shouldn't have fucking doubted. Hell nerd. Go towards the golden tree. Look for a fog on the ground for Mantis boss fight and Wukong armbands. The golden tree is this way, I think. Secret boss spoils the story and the fight in the chapter boss. Mantis is hard. Is the Nimbus boring after a while? Golden tree doesn't unlock until you beat the deer boss? Okay. What about this one? He's having such a grand old time, dude. Nothing is as hard as Secret Boss. Bro, Secret Boss has basically turned into the Astrobot in this gaming session. Okay? Like, people have just like hyper focused on the Secret Boss and they just can't think of anything other than that. Oh, Mantis I already did, if that's the one you're talking about. Why do you hate on Astrobot so much? I don't even hate it. I'm gonna try this one again, but it's gonna be hard. And I feel like I need better buffs. No, you did Grasshopper. Oh, I didn't do Mantis. The rock monster is chilling. Don't kill him. He's looking for his dad. Where the fuck did he go? Where'd the deer go? What the dog doing? What the deer doing? Wukong says drops cricket, mantis, rhino, deer. Wukong staff northwest of the map. Oh, so I can still fight the fucking mantis without fighting the deer? Hold on. Don't do the gamba yet. Oh, you're already starting the gamba for the deer. Instantly. I'm so frozen. They're ass. Did he kill all of them? What the fuck? He did. I did nothing. I did nothing to him. I did nothing to him. What? That's even damaging? Why? I fucking hate beast bosses, dude. He did more tornadoes? He's got more in him? What? I don't... What is this hitbox? What is this hitbox, bro? What? I dodged that. There we go. He's not going to do any cold damage, so it doesn't really matter, but fuck it, why not? You can play the... Oh, he fucked my cold heart up. Never mind. Oh, this is hitbox, isn't it? Someone said Zubaiji is supposed to be with me if I fight him after killing the other guy, but... Cancel every time! I just want to see the second stage, please! Let me just do this stage once! What is happening? Oh my god. No! Oh, I did double. Oh! What is this? What are the parameters of this animal, dude? What are the parameters of this animal, Chad? Oh! Oh, it hit me every time. Hit him, Zubaiji. Hit him a little bit. Please, hit him a little bit. Oh! I just eat it every time. There's just no way to dodge that, huh? I have very little help. Frames on the fucking... No! Oh, wait, this is Dude, I hate that. I have all the smoke for the fucking animal bosses. These bosses are so annoying, dude.
This time, the glory's mine.
Check the odds. Holy shit. That's crazy.
Fine then, fine. With you monkeys around, I'm always toiling away for nothing. Kid, when you step up one day,
doubters.
Try not to forget your Uncle Bajir. All I got from Wukong were the nasty jobs. You should do better than that. Now we're done here. Time to move on.
Believer's got a 6x payout, dude. That's wild. All these are easy bosses. How are people doubting? That was not an easy boss. It's an annoying boss. So you're wrong. Next one is Mantis, right? Chat economy about to go into a recession. No, don't you know that if the believers keep farming and keep making the most amount of money, then that's good. Wealth inequality is a good thing. Go towards the golden tree and look for fog on the ground. Now that you've beaten the deer Wukong for a new Kong. Oh yeah, let's see what this is. Fucking Lotus Silk Cloud Treaders. 30 maximum stamina. Where do I get the staff, dude? Don't you know wealth inequality is good? It means that it's probably improving the GDP. High earners are simply more productive. High earners are simply more productive and deserve it more. You just don't know how to manage your money, sweetie pie. It'll trickle down eventually. It's called Reaganomics. Look it up. That's the golden tree, right? That's what I'm going to, right? Yeah, pick yourself up by your Brushabs, chatter. If you don't have enough, this is it, right? Use the fan. I can't use anything, chat. I can't even get to the fucking shrine without a cutscene, which means I'm gonna have to be locked into the boss fight. I'm cooked without the fan, aren't I? Oh, that was a mistake, wasn't it?
It's in me! It's in me!
That's what she said. That's what your mom said, Chad. You always get yourself in trouble, Shubaisha.
Yeah, this is a tough swallow.
What the fuck? Gaia. Oh my god, this is a war mission. Gross. Oh! It cutscened while I hit my fucking 4-stack focus swing around hit. Does it take my clones away too? Whoa, what the fuck? Chill, bro. Chill. Wait, what the fuck? What is he doing? Oh shit. It hits hard. Oh shit. It hits hard. No! Whoa, chill! Oh no, not right at this moment! Easiest dub of my life, dude. What is that? Oh, the Mantis fight is too hard. The Mantis fight is too hard. Where are my fucking doubters now, brother? That's first try, brother. Put that shit on my name, son. Who the fuck are you doubting? You know what I'm saying? Silly ass chatter with a 50-50 split almost perfectly down the line, getting cooked. Absolutely cumstered and dumpstered.
I owe you once more for saving my rump. My belly's not too vile, is it? I'm not a meat eater after all. I hope it didn't repulse you. Well, you fetched it. It wasn't all that bad, eh? Now that Wukong's armor set is complete, we should go to Water Curtain Cave. Come with me.
Dianqui long soaring braces. Okay, so then I get the staff after this, right? You can fight the secret boss now. No, I'm not gonna fight the secret boss yet. I am instead going to. I'm gonna get the staff first. Where do I get the staff? Let's look at the braces first. Hold on 1 second. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, ba-da. Get the staff, then secret boss. Dianqui long soaring braces. Wait, did I not equip something? I thought I killed all 4. What am I missing? Why does it not? Wait, how do you get 5? Oh, the staff is the 5th piece. Okay, where's the staffy? Waterfall, northwest of the map, waterfall cave. It's pretty close of you. Follow the rocks. Left, go left, not that. Oh, turn around. Okay, I turned around, man. Is it over here? No, that's south. It's behind the chill rock boss. It's here? Zoro moments. Okay, chat, shut up. Go around. Hassan the path. Isn't this it? As an American chatter, we're very confused about what left means. Yeah, there is no left. Okay, what the fuck? Up the ramp. Oh. Dude, I feel like I've gotten dumber as time has progressed in this game. You're not serious, Unc? I am. What the fuck? Where do I go from here? Jump? Ba-da-bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, 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 bum, bum. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum. Oh, this is sick. Ba-da-bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, 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 bum, bum. They should have played the RRR song in this game, honestly. It's so fitting. This game is for straight guys. This game is for everybody. I don't know why people say that. Like, I think it's for everybody. How am I gonna, bro, how can I pick up a big ass staff like that? This makes no dang sense, bro. What the fuck?
Where do you come from, outsider? In my realm, all monkeys are of similar face and shape.
Hey, yo!
Your face speaks of a different breed, and an ugly one.
Hey, yo!
You must be a Yaogwai from another land.
Chubaisha! Why would you say such ugly things?
I've never ventured here. Since that journey, nothing's changed after so many years. He said this and told me to kneel. Right here on this seat.
He's quoting,
Here it is. I knew it. Wukong is tight-fisted, even Guan Yin agrees so. He kept it here so it could be passed down to another one of his kind. Now it's time for you to try it, kid.
Don't take the golden hoop, go out and come back. Wait, why would I do that? Is this a fucking pillar stand staff? I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Wait, if I take this staff? No, it's Wukong stance. Okay. Wait, if I take it, I go directly into the last boss? Because I don't want to do it. I don't want to fight the last boss right now. Can you fight the secret boss? Can you fight the secret boss after beating the main boss or no? I mean, one is Sun Wukong and the other one is the Jade Emperor. I know that already, but I don't know which is which. Actually, maybe I don't know.
Once you have this, there's no turning back. Now, you look exactly like Wukong. You're all set, kid. You look like a fierce warrior. Come with me. Let's find out what that old monkey is up to.
Jingu Bong. That piece of iron, one small stroke proves deadly, while a light tap proves fatal. The slightest touch cracks the skin. A small rap cripples the muscles. Very nice. Chubaisha. You are fully fitted now. Swing that staff and fight. Chubaisha. Oh, and the stance of the Wukong stance is a different stance. Is there a shrine around here, Chad?
Let's go. That old monkey will be waiting on the peak of the hill if we have the 5 relics.
Is this the right way or the wrong way? Go to the shrine the secret boss is on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Y'all are fucking annoying. Oh, it was the right way? Okay. Oh my god. Everyone is just... Chat is like all in the pocket, in the cut for whatever the fuck they want me to do, not realizing I'm not going to do any of those things. I just want to fucking save at the shrine and then end it and then finish the game tomorrow. No, I don't want to use the talisman. I want to unlock the new shrine so I can come back here. Jesus Christ. Y'all are fucking annoying sometimes. I swear to God. Wait, what can I... 135, 6%. The gauge of the fourth focus point no longer depletes over time. For a short duration after casting a spell, moderately... Okay, dude. This is fucking sick. God damn. Alright. Hassan fighting himself. I'm fighting for my life out here. Like, not even a joke. Alright, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'm gonna finish the game tomorrow. Okay? Because I have an obligation. But... I wish I could say that, but I'm lying. Just kidding. No, you were great. But that will be all for today. Stay safe, chatters. Be kind to each other. What if this was... I think we did a fun day, you know? It didn't start off as a fun day, but it turned into a fun day. I had a lot of fun. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We got the Donny O'Sullivan Misinformation at 6 p.m. tomorrow. I know I was gonna take a day off, but because of that, I'm gonna be live tomorrow. We're gonna do a fun day, and then we got Misinformation. We'll do a watch party live as Donny O'Sullivan talks on CNN. It's gonna be at I believe it's gonna be at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Take off Monday. I can't enjoy anything. Okay, well that's not gonna happen. All right, everybody, love you. Peace.
Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord active prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home.